let's turn this music down. Essentially, everything that is... Let's go ahead and... Oops, hold on. This is so backwards for me because everything that I'm doing for... Thank you, Noodle. I appreciate you, dude. We're going to go to... Oh, my gosh. Here we go. All right. May the dice roll in your favor. Hello! So, hold on a second. I need to do a couple of things because essentially this entire stream setup is not my normal stream setup. Everything with this is my other computer. So I have to, like, fix everything. So I think we're good. Don't worry. I won't be using camera that much. Oh, my gosh. This whole thing is just busted. Everything's broken. It's okay. We're fine. We're fine. This is what we do. We learn on the fly. All right, so my players are sitting in Discord waiting for me right now, but I real quick wanted to say, Noodle, thank you for stopping by. Telfin, hello. Welcome, everybody. So I want to clarify a couple things before I dive in with my players. Number one, this is my second time playing D&D. I've played tabletop many times. This is only my second time playing D&D. So there will be a lot of pauses to look things up. There will be a lot of learning. There will be a lot of trial and error, and there will be a lot of just mistakes that are made. It's okay. It's going to happen. Second, this is my first time ever dungeon mastering. I have never DM'd before in my life. So, more learning, more figuring things out, more mistakes will be made. So, patience is asked and appreciated. Kindness and compassion is appreciated and asked for. As well as the fact that I'm not only doing this the first time, but I'm also streaming my first time. And I am, have all these fancy stuff, and I'm doing 6 players because I'm a madman, apparently, according to everybody. Apparently, I'm just a glutton for punishment. So, that being said, we're basically, it's like, you know what? If we're gonna go in, let's just go in all the way. We're literally just gonna dive into the deep end. So why not? So, a couple quick things. I want to thank a couple of individual systems that have helped me get this far. One, WorldSmith IO, I have used for so many things to set this up. A lot of my items, monsters, and whatnot were built using this program called WorldSmith IO. Highly recommend it. You might see it pop up in chat, like the most recent Geeksterbot thing is from WorldSmith. If you guys are dungeon masters as well, please go check them out. It's a very, very affordable... Oh, geez, what happened? Hold on. What happened? What happened? My mods are off tonight, so... who was that? TDIFRS28. Okay. TDI, apologies. I'm not sure what happened, but you've been untimed. Oh, it was a bot? Okay. Thanks, Barrymore. With 6 players would be fine. Appreciate you. But yeah, if you guys are not, if you guys are DMs, highly recommend checking out WorldSmith IO. It is a system of generators, and the generators are AI injected. So if you guys aren't against AI, I totally understand. But if you are needing help getting over some of those hurdles and whatnot, highly recommend checking out WorldSmith IO. Very cheap. They give you a 7-day free trial, which is great, and it has literally saved my bacon. I have been able to get so many things just right off the cuff made, and then it allows my creativity to just jump off of the cuff from there and keep going. So highly recommend checking it out. Second thing, no worries, Barrymore, no worries. Second thing I recommend, want you guys to check out is something called Pocket Bard. It's an app. It's free. It is awesome. We're going to be using it tonight for a lot of our background music. Not the stuff you're hearing right now. This is Spotify. But Pocket Bard, I need to give them a shout out because I'm using their stuff, so you're gonna hear a lot of their music tonight. Dude, Pocket Bard is awesome. They finally came out with a PC version of it, Noodle, like literally 2 days ago. And so I am 100% gonna be using the PC version of it tonight. I love it. I cannot wait to get more use out of it. And when I have a little extra money, I'm 100% getting a sub from them. So anyways, those are the two things I need. Like those, they're not sponsors, but I want to give a massive shout out to WorldSmith IO because I've become a tester in their community. They've been massively helpful. They're very wonderful people. They've been very kind and helpful to me as a DM. And then on top of that, Pocket Bard is just an awesome tool that I highly recommend. So check those things out if you have not already. And with that, let me go ahead and grab my players. Hello. Hello. Okay, I want to see if I can fix you guys here because everyone's just broken. Well, it was more because I set this up when not everybody was in Discord, so it obviously didn't work, and I was kind of just winging it, so. Yep. Yeah, exactly. We checked the other one, and I forgot to check this one because, hashtag pro streamer. Okay. All right, cool. Well, so tonight we're going to be playing with Monhold, Melon Rogue, Shadow Person, Pyro, Ice Dragon, and Mr. Jesse. So we have 6 players who have graciously agreed to not only be my players, but to bear with me as we struggle bus our way into the world of DMing. So I'm very excited to have them all here. We've been hyped for like the last, I don't know. We had our sessions here, what, 2 weeks ago? Yeah. Stream can't hear you. Why? All right, hold on. Please hold.
Really glad I didn't.
Okay, how about now? Can you hear him now?
Hello, chat.
Hello, chat.
Rawr.
Do we have success? I realized what the problem was. The problem also with this, okay, cool. The problem also with this is that normally, as a lot of you guys know, reroute the power through the multiplex regulator. I did reroute it through the multiplex regulator. That was what the problem was. No, the issue is that normally I stream from my stream machine and I game on my gaming machine. Duh. But for this to work with the system that you guys can see on screen where when they speak, they light up, in order for that to work, I had to swap the process. So I am gaming on the stream machine and I'm streaming on the game machine. It's a whole mess. So, what am I getting a weather alert for? Okay, severe thunderstorm. I can live with severe thunderstorms. It's tornadoes that scare me. So, yeah, I'm fine with thunder and lightning. It's when the wind starts going in circles that I'm like, I'm not about that. So, anyways,
lots of lightning, very, very.
I will take an airplane somewhere else.
I'm not taking an airplane because then you're up in the air with the wind going in circles. I'll just take a really fast car.
That works too.
Yeah, cool. All right, well, I don't want to delay us too long because I know that Tyrup has a pretty hard cutoff, so we will go ahead and get started here pretty quick. But I just wanted to say thank you to you guys for joining. I'm very excited. I cannot wait to do this, and hopefully you guys are as nice later as you are now. But okay, cool. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna head over to our game board, which is right here, and we're gonna stop our music, and we're gonna start our ambience. There we go. That is like way more somber than I expected it to be. I'm gonna be honest with you. Can you guys hear that?
Nap time. It's
Yes.
not nap time.
It's not nap time. No. It's not nap time. So, oh, okay, good to know, Tyrup. Okay, cool. Then that gives us some more wiggle room. Awesome.
Yeah, I don't work tomorrow, but I do usually work on Saturdays. So.
My
Noted.
D&D session.
Yes. Okay. So make sure you guys just confirming in Discord. You guys cannot see my screen with the notes, right? Just making sure.
I'm not looking, so.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not
I'm
paying
just
attention.
making sure
to
the
it.
Discord's not doing things it shouldn't.
No.
No, we can't.
no.
I see your
I see Spotify,
yeah.
Village, something.
Okay, cool.
With-
So it
with
means you can see the
weather
Pocket
or
Bard
whatever,
app.
and then
That's fine.
Discord.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So give me a second here and get my stuff situated. All right. You guys ready? Okay.
I'm a guinea pig.
We're all guinea pigs. This is 100% guinea
we're
pig
all
night.
guinea pigs here.
This is guinea pig night, like no doubt. Okay, all right. Let's see if we can do this because I don't know how to get started. So we're just gonna start it. All right. So, first things first. Where's my OBS? So, to chat and you guys, welcome to the world of Adalia, the lost continent to the southwest of the known continents of Exandria. The continent was thought to be long since abandoned and lost at the time of the calamity, many eons ago, but was sundered far to the southwest at the time of that calamity. This continent is full of all different kinds of biomes, such as the Strayhorn Mountains to the north that are snow-peaked and snow-capped, the Loda Delta to the west that is a marshy, swamp-like land with towering mountains and towering trees that usher in the waters from the River Tyne. And it's here in this general area on the western part of the continent, the city of Duruun is located. Duruun is a massive, sprawling city that is split right down the middle by the massive River Tyne. To the north, on the northern part of the shore, is North Duruun. North Duruun is a humble and quaint part of the region. It is more of a hamlet. It has lots of shops, fishmongerers, blacksmiths, things of this nature. On the south part of the river is the proper city of Duruun, or just Duruun. It is a massive city. It is made up of multiple districts, including Riverside, which is where a lot of commerce is done. A lot of travelers pass through this district. There are also areas further inland that are, if I can pull my maps up, where's my map? Oh my gosh, where's my map? Please hold. There it is. Yes. So Riverside, where a lot of commerce is done, and there are other districts that are further inland, such as the residential district, where a lot of the affluent people are call home. You have the Central Market, which is a massive 24/7 market full of all different kinds of shops and vendors. You have the arena that is known for... fair enough, Barrymore. The arena, which is full of massive sporting events that happen on a periodic occasion throughout the year. As we go back to the area of Riverside, this is where we begin our adventure. As I said, Riverside is right along the River Tyne. It is made up of a dock that runs east to west along the river's edge, and it is full of many different docks that are both for ships coming and going to drop off goods. It is also where ships are constructed. There are a lot of shipwrights in this area, and a lot of massive river and seagoing vessels will be constructed here. But we're not here for ships. As we come into Riverside, we find a young gentleman walking along the riverside. And Melon, would you please describe your character?
Hello. I am playing Basil Versk. He is sort of a medium tan, medium build, medium height, pretty average for all intents and purposes, yet a barbarian in spirit. So, I'm at a loss of what else to describe.
Can you tell us what he looks like?
Like I said, medium tan in tone. He's got darker but shorter, kind of wavy hair patterns, a very light beard across his face, kind of stubbly. He is very young adult, early 20s, early mid 20s. So, yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, young Basil here is walking along the riverfront, and off to your left, you actually do me a favor. We're going to have the first roll of the night. Can you roll me a perception check?
First roll, don't let us down.
Yep. Ooh,
18.
That's a solid perception check. Okay. So off to the corner, something immediately catches your eye. Like with that perception check, I mean, your neck snaps like a twig over to the left. And over to your left is an alleyway, and you see a small-ish object that is darting from spot to spot in this alleyway, and it has clearly gotten your attention. That is very clearly something is there.
Okay. Because of how darting it looks, I immediately think, is that a stray cat? Is that some sort of stray something falling?
With that
I'll
perception
take
check,
a peek.
yeah, okay. All right, what was I say? With that perception check, as you get closer, you would notice it is not a cat. And actually, Dragon, would you describe your character, please?
Well, 2-foot little creature, little hood and dark and blue cloak, hood up. Can't really see much about her until the hood falls off, and it's a little owl. Tan feathers, face lighter tan.
Okay. And so you found in this alleyway, you found this little burb, basically, essentially an owl that is darting around these alleyways. Othwin, you have been in these alleyways for about 10 or so minutes, and you have been looking for shinies. You have found already up to this point, you found a few pieces of copper, and you have just been going in and out of barrels and crates looking for shinies. And as you're doing this, you notice someone is approaching you, and you look over and you see coming from the riverfront, you see this young man that Melon just described walking towards you. And Basil, you'd see that Othwin had just come out of probably a crate or something, just very quickly going around through the alleyway.
Well, aren't you looking a little out of place?
He'll see my head tilt, just stare up at him with the big yellow eyes. Not saying much, just curious, staring.
Basil, do you have anything on your person that would be shiny or metallic or anything like that?
I have a very decent set of coins in my coin purse.
Okay, do me a favor, Dragon, Othwin, roll me, actually roll me a perception check as well, please.
Where is my perception?
We love navigating new overlays and stuff.
9.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, to you, he has nothing on him of value. You're like, oh, I don't care about you. So would Othwin interact with him anymore at this point? Or would she go back to looking for shinies?
She's going back to looking for shinies.
Okay. So at this point, then, Basil Othwin has turned around and just started scrummaging through stuff. But while that is happening, while you're watching this, we're going to go ahead and pan back out to the riverfront. And we're going to zip along the edge of the river, and we're going to continue west just a little bit further until we hear the sound of music. And it's here that we hear the subtle sound of a lyre playing coming out of a building. But before we get to the building, a youngish individual that definitely does not match the tone or the vibe of the city at all stands out, and everyone kind of is not like standing away from, but is definitely noticing this person. And Shadow, would you please describe your character?
So Daxori Silero is a tiefling of about, she's pretty tall, around 6'3"-ish, young, and she's got a left cyan eye and a right fiery orange eye. Her hair is a black and red color with the tips being red, and there's small flames that emanate off of them. And she's wearing leather clothes with gold pieces of gold armor kind of sewn into the clothing.
Cool. Sorry about that. I had to respond to Jesse's question. Fantastic. So, Daxori, you are walking along the riverfront as well, and you're basically trying to kind of stand off from people because while this area is very, there's a lot of people moving around, there's a lot of traffic happening, it's very clear that you stand out and you're just kind of trying to keep to yourself a little bit. But you hear the sound of music wafting in from a nearby tavern, and I need to check something. 1 second. Okay, I need... Oh, no, yep, that's it. Okay, I need you to roll me a wisdom check, please. A wisdom save. I'm sorry, not a wisdom check, a wisdom save. Oh, holy crap. Okay, then I'm going to give you the option here of the lyre music. The lyre music has a tinge to it that tickles the back of your brain, and it seeps into your mind, and you can kind of give into this music that's very pleasant, or you can kind of shrug it off. What would Daxori find this pleasant and kind of want to follow the music, or would she kind of pass it off and just keep and just kind of not be taken in by it?
She would follow the music, not necessarily because it's pleasant, but more out of curiosity.
Okay, very good. So you follow the music and you find yourself walking into this beautiful tavern it's a very unique tavern because it's on the riverfront. The entire side that faces the river is all open air. It has columns and pillars that support the roof, but the physical building itself is open air. Hold on 1 second. The physical building is open air, so when you walk in, hold on 1 second. Apparently oh no, I know what it's doing. There we go. Apologies. Thank you guys for catching that. I'm still trying to figure out the best way for this overlay, so I apologize that it's not working perfectly on the dice rolls. But anyways, as I was saying, so Daxori, as you're walking up to this building and you have these open air things that you walk in, the tavern doesn't have these walls, so you can see people sitting inside the tavern. You can see tables and chairs scattered around and people milling about and talking, and you can see barmaids walking through with big tankards of mead and beer. And as you walk in, the lyre music gets stronger and stronger. And you hear it, and it doesn't have this effect on you. Like, you can notice everybody else around you seems to be almost enamored by this music. Like, they can't look away from the performer. But you don't have the same thing, but you are out of curiosity. You walk in, and you would find a table. And as you walk into this, and next to this table with an open seat, right next to you is, and Jesse, would you please describe your character?
Okay. So you would see a black-haired man, black hair, black beard, kind of slicked back, very sort of posh, wearing robes atop of clothes that are clearly not cheap. Has a couple rings, has a necklace with a crystal hanging off of it. Yeah, just sitting, kind of enjoying himself, not really paying that much attention to anyone or anything around him. And yeah, there you go.
Okay. And something that would catch you to actually go ahead and let's see. Actually, Jesse, I need you to roll me a wisdom save as well, please. Ooh, okay. So you, however, unlike Dax, who is more here out of curiosity, you can't, like, you couldn't get up if you wanted to. You are enthralled with this music. You're not necessarily drooling on the table. You're not necessarily like you got to get up and clap and everything like that. You can't look away or turn away from this music. It's just this beautiful aroma of song that is coming from the performer on stage. And as we pan over to the performer on stage, Tyro, would you please describe your character?
Yes, on stage there is a small little stool with a drow lady sitting on it, a dark elf. She's got bright blue eyes darting across the audience between her, flinging this beautiful lyre with some really dark string, almost looks like it's made from fur. She's got these two, I'm gonna call them battle buns because I don't know what else to call them. Up and with her bright blue hair, and some streaks are going in front of her face, and she's wearing this almost extravagant, cyan-y, purpley outfit, and she's just playing the music and looking up at the audience every now and then.
So as Talina is playing this music, like I said, Dax, you're not. You notice that everyone around you is just like fixated on Talina and is just can't look away from her music. And to you, you find this odd because the music is good, but you're not like drawn in by it. So, do you interact further? Do you leave? Do you sit down at there's an empty chair right next to you that just so happens to be at the table with Alexander. Do you sit? Do you leave? What do you do?
I would go ahead and take a seat next to Alexander. Not only out of curiosity, but also having noticed he seems to be more of on the wealthy side, and seeing possibly if I get the chance to maybe swipe something.
Okay, noted. So while this is happening and Dax sits down at the table, Alexander, you're still enthralled by this. So at this point, you don't really notice her sit down next to you. But before we keep going with those two, we're going to pan back one more time. We're going to go back to the alleyway with Othwin and Basil. And at this point, Othwin, you've actually go ahead and roll me. Othwin, roll me an investigation check, please. Actually, just roll me a straight d20.
Nope.
Just roll me a straight d20. That's fine. You know what? That's
Damn
fine.
it.
That's fine. It's a +1, so that's fine. Okay, so you have actually scored. You have found some shinies. You have found a small little forgotten golden bobby pin that someone has dropped. It's pure gold. It's worth maybe 1 GP at most if you were able to go pawn it, but it is a perfect little shiny that you can fit in your beak. You have struck gold. And Basil, you've just watched this little owl that has just discovered a little shiny here in the alleyway.
So you're just running around for little glimmers in this alleyway, right? What are you doing in here, little one?
I'm gonna turn to you, stare at you one more time, and be like, shiny. Just shiny.
And the gold would
Okay.
glimmer in the sunlight, and sure as enough, she's holding a shiny in her beak.
That definitely is shiny.
Now,
Also, how can you?
go ahead.
What are you? I'm still confused at the fact that it's a little owl running around. It can talk. I'm not as confused because, that's typically a thing that can happen, but still, it's like,
You're just gonna hear little owl coos. Just happy little bird sounds.
So, real quick, with Basil with your back to the river, looking down at Othwin, and Othwin just kind of looking up at you with the shiny in the beak. I need both of you guys to roll a perception check for me real quick, please.
Okay.
Okay, 1 second. I'm having one other thing real quick. So you gotta... Let's see. Ooh, okay, so Othwin got a 2. Basil got a 19. Okay, awesome. Monhold, can you check your DMs for me, bud? Actually, forget it. Monhold, can you roll me a stealth check, please? I was trying to do it sneaky-like. Oh, snap. Okay, all right. So, as you guys are sitting there sort of conversing over this shiny in the alleyway, neither one of you realize that at this time, someone has been slowly walking up behind Basil. Even with that 19, it does not beat the 22. So at this point, out of nowhere, Basil, you would, literally out of nowhere, you would feel the cold tinge of metal resting on your upper left shoulder. And you just feel it's resting on your shoulder. You wouldn't have heard any noise. You would have seen nothing. All of a sudden, you realize that there is something that feels like a blade resting on your left shoulder. And Monhold, would you please describe your character for me, please?
You would see a lightly tanned man with short brown comb back hair and mustache and goatee. Wearing a leather vest over some clothes.
Can everyone hear Monhold okay? I did turn him up a little bit more in Discord.
I just turned him up as well.
Okay, gotcha. Hopefully that works. Okay, so yeah, so this man standing behind you, and Grigor, you have basically just found Basil and Othwin in your alleyway. You have found them in the alleyway that you have been employed to keep safe from pickpockets and thieves and you know, little street urchins that have come through and try to swipe things that belong to your very nice, humble employer. And to you, you have just found these two in the back alley, and they appear by all appearances to be stealing from your employer.
Now, what are you two doing back here?
All honesty, I was passing by until I saw something in here running all around.
That's so. And I look over his shoulder.
And you would see down over his shoulder, you'd see Othwin down at basically at his feet, looking up at him, holding like a gold bobby pin in her beak.
What's down your beak?
Shiny.
It seems to be a bit of a simple creature.
Yeah. Also quite small.
Can you please remove your blade from my shoulder?
I guess you don't seem to be stealing anything. And I
Like
noticed
I
you,
said,
put
I
my
was
rapier
passing.
in its sheath.
And you'd hear the of the very elegant looking rapier that he's holding going smoothly into his sheath on at his hip.
At this time when he moved it from my shoulder, I would actually have turned to view both of them at the same time.
Okay, and you'd get a very good look at the vestige that he seems to be wearing that you know, he just described as far as the vest and the goatee and all that. He looks like a very well put together gentleman. And we're going to pause here for a second, and we're going to pan back. So the three of you conversing in the alley over the shiny, we're going to go back over to the tavern where Dax and Alexander are sitting at the table, and then Talina is still playing. At this time, Alexander, go ahead and roll me another wisdom save. And Dax, I want you to roll me a wisdom save as well, please. Let's see. Oh, okay. You guys both succeed. Okay. So at this point, Alexander, you kind of feel yourself coming out of this, I don't want to call it a daze, but almost like a dream where you kind of realize all of a sudden where you become more self-aware of where you are and like what you're doing and the fact that you were just listening to music, and you feel strangely relaxed. You feel very at ease. You feel very at peace. But then you notice that the table that you sat down at by yourself is no longer occupied by just you, and you see Dexori sitting off to your left.
Okay, one thing I'm curious to do, see if I can do a roll.
Okay.
What kind of, like, would it feel like I literally just sat down and was kind of listening, enjoying the music, or would it feel like I was some sort of, like, enchanted by it?
Let's see. You being a sorcerer, you would probably recognize that there was some level of enchantment that had just happened. That it was not just as simple listening to music. Like, yes, you were listening to music, but it's very clear that you feel that there was something else at play there. Very mild and nothing nefarious. You don't feel like you were under threat, but you would definitely feel like something else was going on. Now, if you want to roll, I'm not even sure what roll that would be. If you want to roll,
Arcana.
If I could,
probably.
yes,
I would say Arcana.
Yes. If you want to roll an Arcana check, you might be able to discern more. Ooh, okay. I'd say with a 16, you probably would recognize that you had just been charmed. You don't know necessarily by what or how, but you would recognize that you probably were just under some sort of charm spell.
All right. And then I notice a tiefling sitting here as tiefling, and Merrick doesn't say anything. She just kind of gives you a look of like, are you lost?
And Dax, you'd see this young man sitting next to you that is giving you a very strange look.
Would I be able to tell if I would be able to tell that he's come out of it, correct?
You'd kind of, as he came out of it, and obviously you never were in it, so you would just be sitting here perusing the room, but you'd kind of notice he'd blink a few times and kind of look around a little bit and realize, and it kind of that moment when you watch someone who's zoning out because they're so tired and then they come out of it and they kind of snap back to reality, it's that kind of look.
Okay. I would kind of, I wouldn't turn my head to look at you, but I would kind of turn my eyes just to get a peek and take a look at you. Then I would go back to looking at the individual up on the stage before asking him the question of, do you know how long you've been here for?
Asking me?
Yes, she's asking you.
DM, how long have I been here for?
You.
If I've been charmed.
You know what? Give me a second.
Can I estimate?
Yeah, give me a second. You've been here wait, where's my D20?
It's about a roll of 20, so I've been here 20 hours.
I wasn't going to do hours. No. I did roll a 19, though, just for the record, so I got close. No, you've been here for, I would say, just under an hour. You kind of deduce based on, like, the movement outside, the sun's position in the sky and everything. You could probably guesstimate you've been here about an hour, maybe a little less.
Ads, by the way.
Yes, yeah, ads are up right now, which is just, so much fun.
I've been here longer than I planned to be. And then you're going to notice that Alexander's look towards is going to shift in sort of a bit of a curious. You're not affected by this, are you?
No, I'm not. I heard the sound and I was out of curiosity. I came in to see where I was coming from, and when I came in, everyone was almost hypnotized by them, but they were all concentrated on the person on the stage.
Almost. There's a bit of magic going on here. Apparently, I just heard music, and then next thing I know, you were here.
Interesting.
I will say.
I,
Oh,
oh.
go ahead.
I was gonna say, I would take a look at Tyrope's character. Would I be able to know? Would I be able to see like anything out of the ordinary with them?
So base level, just on your passive, being able to look around the room without any kind of roll, is you see exactly what he described of a drow playing a lyre. That's essentially all you can see. Now, if you want to roll for something, you might be able to find some more. Depends on what you want to dig in on.
I'm no expert in magic, so I'm not gonna dig too much further into it right now.
Okay. And so with that being said, Tyro, you are sitting up on the stage and you notice everyone in the room, for the most part, is fixated on you and your singing, as you're accustomed to at this point. Once you've been playing for a little while and you're playing this, your special lyre, you pretty much expect people that are listening to you to pretty much be, for lack of a better word, enraptured. But you notice these two over in the corner who are not super fixated on you, and they're talking to each other, and they seem a little perplexed. And obviously, you're still in the middle of your song, so it's up to you if you want to stop and do anything about it, or if you just want to continue playing. But you do notice this over in the corner of the room.
No, I'll keep playing, but I'll look at them and give them like a smile and a nod, like I've noticed them, and especially since they were looking kind of shifty. Also, I kind of want to point out that my lyre has black strings, which isn't super common. So
thank
if you
you.
were paying attention to that, you'd notice such things.
And I'd say without a roll that both of you would notice it has black strings, simply because that would be very out of the norm for a lyre. That you guys, having seen instruments before, would see that lyres' strings are typically like a very soft color, like a white or a cream or something. But a black stringed lyre definitely stands out.
Now, here's a question I'm curious about. So, bards are obviously a common thing, but is being enchanted by a bard a common thing? Do bards do that often, play with magic like that?
Let's. I was gonna say not typically, but But let's say for what Alexander would know. Remind me again how long you've been out on the road since you left home?
Oh man, a decade.
Okay.
About a decade,
I would say in your travels that you would know, that Alexander would know, that it is not a commonality for bards in this particular part of the country or land to have some sort of charming or enchanting ability on their listeners. This is definitely unique for you.
Okay.
So, with the conversation happening between Daxori and Alexander, Talina noticing this but still continuing to play, and the situation that was happening over in the alleyway between Othwin and Basil and Grigor, it is at this time that we pan back a little bit, and we're going to go over to the riverfront. And on the riverfront, this area is teeming with shipbuilders, fishmongers, fishermen, merchants, travelers, and all sorts. And there's a young couple that's sitting on a dock, not far from where all of you are at. Maybe, I don't know, maybe 50 feet from where you guys are. Maybe 100 feet. I'm really bad with judging distances, so apologies. But they're not far. They're within earshot of where you're at, if you were paying attention. And the two of them are just off, and they're talking, and they're just enjoying each other's each other's presence over on the water. And they notice something out in front of them, and they notice this water starts to kind of roil and gurgle in front of them a little bit. And it's at this time that, out of nowhere, seemingly out of nowhere, the water erupts, and a large, massive, bluish creature erupts from the water and grabs the two of them in one single bite and yanks them into the water. Out of nowhere, just literally grabs them and rips them in the water. You would all hear this. Like, this is not something that that would go without being noticed. Basil, Grigor, Othwin, this would happen almost within line of sight of you, like right behind Grigor. The three of you guys in the tavern, you guys would hear this basically kind of off kilter from where the tavern entrance is, and this would happen out in the water. And this creature, let me see if I can show you art for this. Give me a second. This was something I was going to work on last night, and I got busy, so I was trying to figure out, how do I show you guys art quickly? I'm going to put this in our Discord chat. This is the creature that has just erupted from the water and swallowed 2 individuals, basically whole.
Oh. It's
And
big.
I will say, I don't believe any of you would have seen this creature before. None of you would have prior engagement with this creature. For chat, let me see if I can show this to you guys. I gotta figure out a better way to do this.
If you
It's
make
a
it a
fish.
handout in Roll20, you can have it pop up.
Yes, that was actually something I wanted to do, and I didn't get a chance to get it done. I might be able to at least... All right, well, I'm going to have to figure this out, because I can do this real quick. I'm going to just do this. Hold on a second. Image. Once I actually get used to doing this, I'll be able to be a lot more faster at this. So, for those in chat, this is the creature that has just erupted from the water. Yeah, I'm not going to keep it up too long because I did not design that image, but I'm just giving you guys a visual representation. So, anyways, that's the creature that's just erupted from the water and swallowed 2 people whole. It slinks back down into the water, but the water is still roiling. So we're going to go ahead and pan back. And you guys have all noticed this. What do you guys do as the creature is slinking back into the water?
I would stop playing so the audience would immediately not be tranced.
Okay.
I would
Well,
have. Oh, go
be
ahead.
on the lookout for anything else that might be coming out of the water.
Okay. So I'm going to... Give me a second here. I'm going to actually give you guys something to look at here because I actually have some art for you guys. I just need to navigate Roll20 and get you guys on the board. So give me a second here. Oops.
Merrick just turns his head towards the door, doesn't say anything, but it's like annoyed expression. Like, I was enjoying myself in here and stuff going on outside.
Okay, so there's you guys. And then... So, no, you more be like right there. Alexander, you'd be there. And Selena, you'd be kind of like right there. Okay,
So it was Grigor and Athwin in the alleyway with Basil.
correct.
right?
Yep. And this will help you
not
guys
knowing
out.
names. Not knowing names. I would just kind of glance over to Grigor and be like, "So is that blade for show and taunting, or can you use it?"
I can use it. And I pull it out.
I would also say, as he's pulling his weapon, I would also grab one of my hand axes from my bag.
Okay.
Just having that in hand.
Okay, so you equipped a hand axe. Grigor, you've equipped your rapier. Othwin, you just seen these 2 equip their weapons. You just saw and heard this horrendous event happen not far from you. What are you doing?
Althwin, hearing the stress of people, will pull her stick out to prepare herself for, to help people.
So I'm just seeing the alleyway scene of like Basil and Grigor talking, both draw weapons, and then Owl look up, draw stick.
Yeah, that's exactly what just happened. Okay, so you 3 have done that. We're going back over to the tavern real quick. Dax, Alexander, Talina. Talina, you said you stopped playing your music, so everyone in the room that was charmed is all of a sudden not charmed, and then just kind of at the same time is seeing the aftermath of what just happened behind them, and so there's a little bit of murmuring starting to happen because the creature seems to be gone for the moment, but everyone's kind of on edge. What are you 3 doing? And for the reference, to give you guys some clarity, you guys would have basically seen the couple disappear from right about, it would have probably been right about here. So the end of that dock right there. So like right behind the alleyway, and then not too far away. Like the sound would have definitely traveled more to the tavern than physical viewing of it, but the creature was so big that everybody would have seen it when it jumped out and then came back down.
So Daxori, hearing the noise but not necessarily knowing what it was, would have stood up to try and get a better look at the commotion, but stayed a distance away as to not necessarily get involved, but see what's going on.
Okay, since we're not in any kind of turn order here right now, I will allow if you guys want to move your tokens at all to where you guys would possibly be. Right now, Dax, Alexander, and Talina, you are basically inside the tavern, which is why it looks like you're on the building. You are in. You can see that open air walls there. You guys are inside that building. If you guys can't see yourselves, Othwin, Basil, Grigor, you guys are just north of that in that alleyway. You guys are free to move up to, I'd say, maybe a max of whatever your. Go ahead and whatever your speed is. That's as far as you guys can move right now. Even though there's no turn order, I'll just say that's as far as you guys could move in the time that it took from the incident happening to now.
I would look at the staff
Be the
tavern.
front door of the shop I'm protecting, and tell the owner to stay inside.
Okay, so you've shouted into your owner, who you know is Elria, and what have you said to her?
Some monster just came out of the water and ate a couple. You best stay inside.
All right, dearie, I'll stay inside. You stay safe now, all right? And she scurries back inside. And real quick, Basil and Othwin, you would have caught a quick glimpse of a cute little, very elderly gnome wearing a nice little red cap and just like almost like a Christmas elf, just bright red puffy cheeks. And she just looks very old and frail, big smile on her face, and she nods to Grigor and just kind of scurries back inside.
As I was witnessing that happening, I also turned back, looking to the water. I would move basically out into the street, closer to the water's edge, to try and see if I can see over the dock lines a little bit more. So maybe I don't know if I have direct control of my thing yet.
You should be able to. You should be able to grab your token and move it.
Nope.
No?
Yep.
Oh, did I mess this up? I probably messed this up. Hold on.
No, I can move mine. Click on the arrow on the top left.
That's what I got. I had that selected.
Did you fix it then?
Yeah. I don't have control of Selena either.
Okay, hold on. Wait. Apologies. I'm
Second learn, so yeah.
still learning how to navigate Roll20.
It's fine.
We should have control if the token is assigned to the character.
That's the thing is you guys had it. Like I did that.
Is it because we changed the names?
No.
No.
No, because I would have control over mine, because my name never changed.
Also, it's a count to character sheet. So, display
Okay,
name
what's
doesn't matter.
interesting is I'm not seeing. Oh no, you have access. You can be edited and controlled by. Yeah, you should have access.
It's not letting
What
me
layer
go.
are they on?
They're on
Are
the
they
token.
on the map?
Yeah, they're on the token layer.
Stand by for technical difficulties.
Yeah. Cue elevator music while I figure out why it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing. Because so I'm looking at Talina's character sheet, which I just closed because I'm an idiot.
No,
there we go.
Not the sheet, the token itself. If you right-click the token,
Oh, gotcha. That may be my problem.
And-
Okay.
I forget what the option is, but it's like properties or something.
Let's see. Advanced group, ungroup drawing, force ping everyone to back to front, to undo, blah 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 blah. Yeah, it's on the token layer.
Wait, was it right-click? No, when you click on it, you get the bubbles, right? One of them should be the gear.
Oh, I know why. Hold on.
Ah, hey, look,
Yep,
Talina can move.
I know what the problem is. I got to do it to all you guys real quick. Okay, it's the gear, and then I didn't assign. Yeah, that's why Jesse's works, because I assigned his correctly. And then you are Daxori. Okay, so you can now move yours. We're learning. See, like I said at the beginning of stream, guys, we're learning. This is a learning stream.
I can move now. Yay.
Yep.
Okay. So I will move
Wait,
mine.
wait.
That
That's not-
30
Hold on, I messed up. There we go. Okay.
movement speed be 30 per round. So
Yeah, so right now we're not gonna do initiative yet, but you guys can move up to your max move speed right now in the time that this has happened.
Oh, just FYI, if you guys don't want to broadcast your measurements, you can turn that off.
You can?
Yeah, if you click it, you can. It says broadcast to
There's a
others.
broadcast to others.
Haha! So you can't see
I
me
didn't.
wiggling the
I
thingy.
can, but you can't.
But I want to spam the screen with flashy arrows.
How dare
What do
you?
mean?
How dare?
How?
Wait,
Math
so what
is
you're
universal.
saying is I can spam this to Neon and no one
Yeah,
else?
only to me on one of my screens here.
The power.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see. Basil, I see that you've moved about 30 feet to your left.
Out towards the water's edge.
Uh-huh.
Am I able to see the individual that's over here through this kiosky building?
Yeah,
or no?
that's like a little like hut thing. So you would be able to see through that and see that there is an individual on the end of that dock who right now is petrified. That dude is like, he is crapping his pants because he just watched two people about 10 feet to his right get consumed by a big greenish blue slug-like thing, and he is frozen stiff. He is frozen in fear.
I'm gonna try to call out to him and say, "Get away from the water."
He
If
is
he
like
even pays attention.
like he's shaking. He's like he's in shock. He can't hear you. Like you'd have to physically shake him to get his attention.
Okay.
So you've moved. Often I see that you're kind of following Basil. It looks like.
Did I even notice her following behind me?
I don't know. Often did he notice you?
No, she's too tiny.
Fair enough. Okay,
I was
so
gonna say with the commotion.
So Dax, I see that you've moved out of the tavern and you are moving up the street, kind of in the direction of Basil, Othwin, and Grigor. I see. Is that correct? I'm gonna take that as a yes.
Sorry, what's that to me?
No, I was asking. I said Dax. I saw that she left the tavern and was moving kind of along the river.
Yeah, sorry. I just realized I was talking on mute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So she would have exited the tavern, like I said, to get a little bit of a closer look to see what's going on, to see if she can try and see anything without, getting directly involved.
Okay. Alexander, Talina, are you guys staying in the tavern, or are you guys gonna get out and poke about as well?
I'm quickly hopping backstage to put on my armor.
Okay. All right. So in that case, because you
Doing
do
that
not
backstage.
because you currently do not have it prepared, I would say at this point you are, for lack of better term for rounds thinking, you are kind of out of commission for right now. So Alexander, what are you up to?
3, 4, 5, 6. Just very annoyed, but also walking out because his curiosity outweighs his anything else, and he wants to see what's going on.
Okay, fair enough. So you kind of following, like you and Dax both are kind of slowly and tentatively kind of moving eastward along the river, trying to get in the direction of where this just happened.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you guys preparing any weapons or anything? Or are you guys just still more inquisitive than prepared?
I have my hand on on my short sword, but I'm not drawing it. I'm more curious than anything.
Okay. All right. So at this point, things seem to have settled. That just happened, and everyone's like freaking out. But nothing else. Like you guys have had a couple seconds to move. There's not been another attack. From your position, Basil, you would notice the water's not bubbling or anything where that just happened. It seems to be water. It's river, so it's moving, but there's nothing like disturbing or anything. So I would give you guys one more round to position again, and then we'll see what happens after that.
The good, kind soul that Basil be.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to steady my hand axe back to my side
Okay.
and approach the man who is over at the water's edge to try and get him away from there.
Okay. How far are you from that gentleman on the end there?
In full measurement, 55 feet.
What's your
That's a
movement?
direct me in 30.
Okay. If you want, because you're not doing anything else, I'll say if you want, you could dash and you could kind of get over there with some haste.
I could at least get to basically the end of the pier.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's up to you. If you want, you can do that. You can also use your action to dash, and you can get to the end of that dock in this one essential quote-unquote round. And you could get to him because you're not doing anything else. So I will give you that. But you would, if something was to happen, you would only have a reaction at that point.
Yeah, being cautious about it, I'd get to the end of the dock and call out to him again. Sir, this way, please. We don't know what is going on. Probably best you get off the dock.
You see this gentleman kind of slowly turn to you, and his arms are kind of elbows kind of pinned at the hips. His hands are shaking back and forth. If you guys seen the Viva La Dirt League of the sobbing NPC, with his arms at his hips, he looks like that. He's kind of hunched over a bit. His hands are shaking. His arms are kind of shaking. He turns to you, and his face is just white, pale white. He's like, sea monster, sea monster, and he's just still standing there, and he's just like pale faced, looking at the pointing and shaking at the water, and he's just stumbling over his words, but he's not moving. He's still frozen in fear.
Not wanting to leave him there because it's super vulnerable in this spot, I would slowly approach, probably at half speed for the remainder of this.
Okay, so I will
just not to scare him even more. So instead of the
Okay.
30, I would take probably a 50.
Okay, so we'll count that as we'll count that in regards was to still be like your dash, so you're done, but you're about 10 feet from him, slowly approaching, trying not to spook him. Let's see, Othwin, Grigor, you guys are still over there. What are you guys doing? Are you guys going to get closer to this? Are you going to follow Basil? Are you going to stick further away? What are you guys doing?
What's the hut look like on the outside? Is it like
this guy right here?
Yeah.
It is. So it's kind of like a fruit stand. It basically has kind of for you, it's a very high like shelf-looking thing. But essentially, what it is for lack of better terms, it's a hollow center that has kind of a counter around it made of wood. It's about waist height. For an average, medium-sized humanoid. And there's like fruits and veggies and goods and things kind of sprouted along the side, but it's open air, so you can see straight through it if you are above about 4 foot. So for you, it's a wall.
Okay, so it is. That's what I was thinking. Do I notice any like openings other than the main opening?
Well, from your side, actually yes, because no, I'm sorry. The opening that people would get in to serve customers would be on the back side, so it's on Basil's side of the hut, so it'd be like right here. So this whole side on this side is just a solid front that has all the goods and everything displayed, because the main traffic is going to move like down through this center area here.
Okay. How do I ping?
Just click and hold.
What is
Use the
that?
select tool.
What is that? That is a. It's a great question.
I can't tell if it's a rock or.
I don't know. You know
shadow.
what? We're gonna say.
It looks like some bats.
I was gonna say, yeah, it looks like a net.
Yeah, we're
or
gonna say that
some
is a
sort of
fishing.
cage.
We're gonna say that's a scrap of a fishing net that is drying on top of like something.
Okay.
It's like maybe like a crate or a barrel, but it's kind of draped out and it's drying a bit. So
I'm gonna move to. Okay, if I can just grab my.
yeah, you make sure you're not on your measure tool. There you go.
Here.
Yeah. Okay.
Is she
Okay.
just watching the water?
Okay. So yeah, you come around the corner and you see Basil, who's approaching this terrified individual who, like I said, pale-faced, white, hands shaking. He looks terrified. But you see him on the end of the dock, and he and Basil kind of conversing. But you can't see anything in the water yet.
As she's sitting there watching the water, she doesn't care about them because she's like, okay, that stranger got that guy. I don't care. She's going to pull out her holy symbol that is hidden by the cloak and just hold it for comfort.
Okay. Can you describe your holy symbol to the rest of us?
Her holy symbol is I describe it as a bow peep hook. With
Like a shepherd's crook.
Yeah, shepherd's crook. It's small. Looks like it was crudely made by an unskilled hand. And a cute little flowery wreath wrapped around it on like a vine chain, like a vine rope.
Okay. And so you come around the corner, you see that. Grigor, you've seen Basil move to the end of the dock, conversing with the individual. You see Othman around the corner. What are you doing?
Will be moving toward the waterfront, but more stealthy.
Okay. If you want to go ahead and move your token to where it would be, while you're doing that real quick, because I realize I'm moving kind of slow here. Dax and Alexander, while Grigor and Basil and Othwin are moving up there, what are you two doing? Are you still moving down the causeway there towards the direction of the commotion, or are you guys hanging back? What are you guys doing?
Due to Daxori's cautious nature and how it outweighs her curiosity in certain points, she's going to stay back, but stay in an area where she can see the commotion. So she can. So if she was to where she is right now, she'd be able to see, Basil, right?
From
Or is her
yes,
block?
from it'd be obscured. You would have seen him walk on the dock towards the individual. And you'd probably have kind of a sort of glimpse of him because that greenery, that tree's right there, probably shifting a little bit with the wind. So you probably have sort of a slightly obscured view, but you would be able to see him on that dock.
Okay, so she'll step to her right a little bit, almost kind of by this guy,
Mm-hmm.
and just try and get a better view, just so she can kind of see what's going on with the dock. But she's not gonna get any closer.
Okay. So you're gonna stop there then. If that's the case, then Alexander, what are you doing?
America's gonna move a bit closer. He's gonna go boink, boink. Well, closer. More to get over view. 3, 4, 5, 6. Kind of.
Okay.
I assume here I can kind of see the docks and what's going on there.
Yeah, you would have a much better view from that angle. You'd be able to see clearly that the empty dock from where you presume, based on the crunched-in wood from where this creature slammed down and damaged the dock, which is right here. You'd clearly be able to see that that's where it was. And then you'd see on the dock next to it, Basil, or what you can see is this young man conversing with a very scared older gentleman on the end of that dock. And then last, Talina, you are, hang on. I have so many screens here. Tyro, did you see my thing? Can you roll me a d20, please?
I did not see it. Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm sorry, what?
16. 1-6.
Okay, cool. It was a 15. Perfect. So you have now gotten your armor on. You are ready to go. So you can take this turn to move if you'd want.
Gotcha. Well, in that case, I'm gonna go over there.
Okay, so you followed up with Dax. So Dax, you're sitting there kind of inching over to the side when you see the performer from the stage a few minutes ago is just showed up on your left and is walking. And Tyrop, are you kind of looking in the direction? Or are you looking at Dax? What are you doing?
I'm generally looking around at where the biggest commotion is. So clearly, it's the people / bird running across in front of me.
Okay.
Also, you'd notice that she now has a chain shirt thrown over her shoulders and a rapier on her side.
Okay. So with that, as you guys are kind of trying to see where the commotion is and see what's going on, roll 20, stop that.
I did.
As you guys are looking that direction, all of a sudden you hear, well, actually, let me get a very quick perception check from Talina, Dax, and I'd say Alexander.
Perception check.
Yes, perception check. We'll do a simple check for this one.
This is important for me. Is this
Should be-
daylight or is it nighttime?
No, this is broad daylight. This is like 11 or noon-ish, so sun's high in the sky, it's blue skies, like there is no visibility issues.
Hold on, that one might not count because I have disadvantage in sunlight.
Oh, you have disadvantage in sunlight. Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, jeez.
Being a dark elf.
Okay. Let's. Yeah. So Talina, you don't see or hear
I crit
anything.
failed.
Yeah. Oof. Yeah. Alexander, Alexander, you're too far away. Talina, you would just kind of come in, so your focus is very much further up the street, kind of to the east towards the other group. And Alexander, that's where your focus is as well. But Dax, because you're kind of more in a defensive standpoint, and you're kind of trying to gauge the situation, you realize that not in the direction you were just looking, but actually over in this direction, you hear the sound of like bubbling water, like boiling water.
Direction?
Right here. Oh my gosh, game. Hello. Right there. Did you see the ping off?
No.
Right. So
Okay, now I see.
Yep. Yeah, sorry, I'm dancing between multiple computers here. Yeah, so you hear right over there, and all of a sudden, that same sound and same everything that you were just hearing, all of a sudden you see this behemoth of a creature appear and leap out of the water. And it doesn't leap. It rises up out of the water like a snake that's recoiling on itself, so it kind of stands upright. And this mighty greenish, bluish, iridescent serpent-like creature rises up out of the water head first, rears back a little bit on its kind of central torso, and it roars out throughout the entire sound area here, which just reverberates through the area and shakes everything. And this poor woman who is right down here, who didn't know what was going on, looks up and just screams, which I'm not going to do because I'm in an apartment and I don't need the police called on me. And she just lets out this blood-curdling scream as this creature comes straight down and like a scene out of an old bad horror movie, just mouth straight down on the woman, one bite, and just eats her whole. And she is gone.
Does it like eat? Just out of curiosity, does it when it comes down? Does it go like straight down and not only eats her but destroys the deck below her, or does it just eat her and then lift its head back up?
It comes down and it literally like from your perspective, you watch it come straight down. She disappears into its mouth, and when it comes up with she's gone, and chunks of planks of the dock are gone as well, and you can see it, and it's very spiny, spindly teeth that are all kind of going in different directions. You can see splinters and chunks of wood still wedged in between the teeth as it comes back, and you watch it rear its head up, and you can see it swallow as it consumes her real quick. Like, well, not quick, but obviously it consumes her, and you watch the like the old cartoon of like, and you can see the like it go down, and you realize that she's gone. She's been consumed by this just massive sea serpent, and it's not going underwater this time. Now it's kind of sitting there and it's kind of swishing back and forth as it's very content with the fact it's now had a very hearty meal.
So would I be able to tell whether would that creature be able to see the other two individuals on the dock? So Basil and that terrified man.
From its position, it is moved, so it cannot see that other dock right now. So that other dock to it is obscured by that old shipwright building that's there with all the trees. That's basically, I think you guys can see that ping right there. This area right here is obscuring its view currently, but it's obviously it's just done that. So it does that. It's not going to move because it just had to swallow. So it's pretty content to just sit here. But however, it does notice. It kind of, you see its head kind of spin around a little bit and turn in the area, and he looks in the direction of this gentleman here, which presumably might be safe on land, but it's got its eye trained on him. So now at this point, before we go any further, I do want to go ahead and have us roll for initiative, because now that we've gotten to the point where the creature has revealed itself, everybody's kind of moved around a bit. Now we're going to actually roll for initiative, which I need to make sure I can actually track properly because of how we're doing this. So,
All right, ready?
Yeah, hold on a second. Okay, so turn order. I got to add you guys manually because of how we're going to do this. Okay, so...
Would this be also a good time for a break?
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. If you guys want to... So if you guys want to all roll for initiative real quick and then go to a break, I'll figure out how to set this up.
Okay. I just did my roll, so that's there. I'm going to hop up real quick.
Okay.
Me trying to find initiative.
That's at the very top. Between
yeah,
your
there
armor
it
and your
is.
weapon speed.
Oh, that's right. This is a different character. I used to have a really high initiative. Not anymore. There we go.
I rolled a 12, so I have a +4, so that's a 16. I'm rolling
Oh,
physical
wait,
dice in case
hold
Chad is
on.
wondering.
Oh.
What?
So
Wait, how
that
did-
So are you trying to keep track of our rolls in our initiative in
Well,
Roll20?
you can roll it in D&D Beyond, but as long... I've just got to figure out how to add you guys in Roll20. That's what I'm trying to figure out right now because...
I know how to do that. So if you
Okay.
select your token
Mhm.
and then you do initiative, look what it did for me. It automatically adds me to the
yes.
turn order.
Thank you. Yes.
Also, my initiative is not 20; it's 15. So I'm not sure if you can change that. Oh, I
Okay.
can.
Yep. Oh, I just changed it, but it's fine. It's gone now.
The character just got deleted. So
What?
you may want to hit Control C.
What that?
Don't know what you did, but he gone now.
I literally hit enter. Okay, well, go ahead.
Can you click Talena and Control U so she has a turn?
Oh wait, hold on. I can't even move my character anymore.
Uh-oh.
Hold on. You should be able to. Hold on.
So which thingy gives you the initiative bit?
So if you click on your character and then you go to D&D and Beyond and you do initiative and you roll, it automatically adds it to your turn order.
Okay, try to move Dax again. I don't know what happened there. That was weird.
I can't.
Are you on the right selection tool?
Yes. There's a yellow box around her.
What? What happened?
Don't know.
Box is to indicate it's their turn turn order if you hover over the turn order.
But she's not in the turn order anymore.
I know, that's the weird part.
All right, hold on. Let me do this. I'm going to see if I can remove all turns and clear. There we go. Okay. See if you can move her now.
Yeah, hold on. I don't know why, but I got pushed. Yeah, I can move her now.
You can move her now? Okay. All right, cool. So I'm going to go ahead and try this again. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and... So go ahead and do that thing again where you click your token, roll initiative.
Did you want to use my initiative that I rolled from Beyond, or
That's fine.
on-
What did you... What? Let me... Because he just
Holy
told me...
23.
Holy
initiative?
mother of poop.
Yeah, you rolled a nat 20 on your initiative. Well done.
Dang. Good roll.
I got a
Vassal, what did you...
16.
What? It was a what?
16.
Okay.
It's in the Beyond initiative roll.
There we go. Okay.
we go.
I got you at it. All right.
I rolled physical, so mine's a 16 as well.
Yours is a 16. Okay. Now, thank you for telling me the control you thing, because I did not know that.
How are we determining order if we get the same?
You guys are going to do rollies. So you guys need to each roll a d20 straight. And whoever gets
dexterity first.
the higher roll on the d20 will go first.
Ready?
Yep, I have my number here.
Mine
You
was
go first.
12.
I
rolled a
just
12.
rolled. I just rolled. I got an 18.
Yeah, I rolled a 12. You go first.
See, I get
So
all
you
my
just-
high rolls now before they count.
So if you just change your number to 16.1, that way you'll be sorted above me automatically.
I know, I got that 21 for my wisdom roll, and then after that, no more.
Okay, so I just did that 16.1 to do that. Okay.
Cool. Okay. Let's see. I see Othwin, Talina, Alexander, Basil, Grigor, Dax. I think it's all 6 of you guys. Now I just got to do the monsters real quick because I'm still learning how to do this. So if you guys need to take a break, go for it because I got to figure this part out. All right. So because I did these guys differently,
I swear, Neon, if you get a nat 20 for your monsters...
Lord, I hope not.
That would be shit, dude.
It's fine.
Okay.
This is fine.
So, Tyro, can you remind me of something real quick?
Sure can.
So when you
I was gonna
roll
wait for
for
a second.
initiative, what is the modifier for initiative? Because these are some homebrew monsters that I used off of base stuff as well as some AI stuff, and so I'm learning how to read this. So what do you apply the modifier to for that?
Initiative should be dexterity plus your... No, just straight dexterity, I believe.
Just straight dexterity? Okay, all right. So
But now I'm wondering because I have a +4 to initiative.
yeah,
and we have a
because
+3 to dexterity.
yeah, because this guy has a plus to initiative, but only under specific circumstances, and it didn't qualify this time because of the way that the way he revealed himself. So, make sure I'm just reading through this stuff real quick. So if he has a +2 modifier to his dex, that means that it's a d20 +2 for the initiative, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right. Then he did not roll that well, so you guys are good. All right, so there's that. And then... Okay. So, looks like... All right, and then...
And yeah, it's just a dexterity check.
Okay, cool. So, with that being the case, in Roll20, if I hit the right arrow to progress to round 1, it will shuffle everybody into the correct order, right?
No, you have the button, the sort button above the 0 of round. That'll sort everything by order.
Ah, okay. There we go.
But
Okay,
you need to
there we
get
go.
it
Yep.
yeah.
All right, cool. Awesome. Wait,
That's
why
why
do I
you
have...
should probably set round to 1. That way,
Yeah.
when it gets to the top, it'll be round 2.
Cool. All right, there we go. All right, is everybody back, or are we still taking breaks real quick? Baby
I'm
Owl
here.
wins all.
I'm here.
Everybody's here? Okay.
Hello.
I
All
am
right.
here.
Then I guess we're gonna dive right into some combat, y'all. So, with that being said, Grigor, you are up first, and Othwin, you are on deck. So just to clarify for you guys, let me go ahead and move this for everybody here. Your big baddie, the only person you have to fight right now that you can visibly see is the serpent creature that is on the dock down there. It has just consumed a person and is currently reared up on its kind of like tail that is down in the water. And it's a pretty tall creature, so it's probably about... Its head's probably about 20 feet above the water, which is about 15 feet above the deck there. Or probably more like 10 feet above that deck there. Is Monhold still gone?
Possibly.
If he is, that's...
I,
Oh, there he is.
grab the guy next to me and tell him to go grab the guard.
Okay, so you're telling this guy here to go fetch the city guards?
Yeah.
Okay, and he kind of looks a little scared, but he looks and says, all right, I'll do that. And he just scurries off, and he just kind of starts running. And you'll see him kind of run away. I'll have him move a little further here in a minute. The dude's not obviously the Flash.
Oh, I found a thing.
And I move further west toward the stream.
Okay. Yeah, you can absolutely move. So basically, you can you still have your... So I won't count you telling him that as an action because you can do that pretty quick, and he's just going to run off. So if you want to go ahead, you still have your action, your movement, and your bonus action if you've got one. But obviously, you are a pretty good distance away, so you have to close some distance here. Okay. Now you remember you can use your action to double your move speed. So if you want, you can dash and you can go another 30 feet that you've got.
Yep.
So if you want, you can do that. It's up to you. But you will forego your action if you wanted to try some sort of ranged thing, which I don't know if you have the ability to do actually, based on what you've got equipped.
I'd stay right there for the moment.
Okay. So are you gonna end your turn? Or are you gonna do anything else?
Yeah, I'm ending my turn.
Okay.
Just so I don't know if we have this in a rule set, there is a hold action.
Yes. Well,
And-
yes, correct.
I just wanted to make sure we're going about with that. And what exactly does that allow for again?
Yeah, so holding actions, in this particular case, if you're deciding to hold action, you can decide, I'm going to do this, whatever this is, when X happens. So in your particular case, if you wanted, you could say, okay, Grigor, I'm going to stand here, I'm going to hold my attack until something comes in, range of my attack, and then I'll go ahead and swing for it. But you have to declare what you're holding, and if something's going, like, what triggers it. It's kind of like calling your shot, essentially.
Oh, important rules question, because this can be ruled either way.
Sure.
If you're holding a spell for a trigger and that trigger never happens, do we still use the spell slot?
No, I will not punish you guys on that. If you're holding a spell, nothing triggers it, you technically never cast the spell, so you don't burn a spell slot.
Bet, thank you.
Yep. I've heard that before, and I always thought that was kind of silly. I'm like, well, you don't have that many to begin with, so... Cool. Okay, so are you holding in any action, or are you going to go ahead and to end your turn there?
Yeah, I'm ending my turn.
Okay, cool. Okay, just to confirm, Tyro, if I hit the arrow, that progresses to the next player, not the next round, correct?
The arrow at the bottom, yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, so next up, Othwin, it's your turn.
Okay. Just to clarify, right where I'm at, I don't have visual of the creature. Good enough visual.
No, but
okay.
you've definitely heard it, and you heard the sound of screaming. You heard the sound of a massive like his roar. You heard the crash, and you heard the snapping of wood because it's pretty distinct.
All right. So
I'm also recognizing I made this map a little bigger than I thought I should have. So apologies to you guys having to run very far distances.
I like large open places.
I do too.
Listen, I'm 2 feet tall.
options.
I'm running very long distances no matter what.
Yeah.
Trying to...
You'd rather have more options to work with than less.
Yeah, I'm the kind of person when it comes to combat maps, I don't like to squish people in. And it's like, you have 4 squares to work with. Like, that seems weird.
Oh God, I'm trying to keep in visual where I'm moving.
Yeah, and none of these
Cement
objects
blend.
here, like, I'm not going to say you need to go all the way around them because none of these objects are very big, and the way that this grid is laid out, if you want to go like straight through that thing, it's fine. I'll say that you just kind of skirt around it.
Could always do an acrobatics or athletics check too.
Yeah, if it's something I think is big enough, I'll have you do that. But for some of these little knickknacks and stuff that are in the street, I'm not gonna.
Is there anything in front of like the thing right here? Looks like a wagon almost.
Honestly, couldn't tell you what that is. So
I would say it's a wagon or a
It-
stack of crates.
yeah. So honestly, let's go with a wagon, and you could go right underneath it. Let's just say that because she's so tiny, you could just go whoop, right underneath it through the wheel well.
I gotta remember. I think right here's 25.
Okay. And then again, if you want, you can dash if you want to go further, or you can hold your action or do something else.
I still don't have visual, huh?
Actually, no. From this angle, you could probably see it because that tree right there is more of a canopy. It's not like a solid bush. So you'd be able to see under that canopy a little bit, and you would see kind of the side of that big greenish, like bluish greenish iridescent, scaly, slimy skin. That's and it's towering too. So it's high. So it's like you would be able to see it.
With my height, I probably can see right through those bushes anyway.
Yeah, you'd. Actually, yeah, you'd. I mean, it'd probably be a little obscured. Like you'd have to kind of like have to lean side to side to kind of see through the cracks in the leaves and stuff. But with how big this thing is, yeah, you'd see it.
Fuck it. I'm going to. She's gonna hold. She's gonna hold her. It's a holy symbol tightly.
Okay.
Close her eyes for a moment, but when she opens her eyes get super serious suddenly.
Okay.
Like she goes from this really cute face to this monster, hurt people. And she's going to cast Guiding Bolt.
Oh, snap. Okay, 1 second, because I just realized I thought I had a pen and paper here, and I don't, so 1 second.
Out of everything.
And suddenly we find out Small Owl is strong.
Small owl deadly.
Small owl. Don't
Both
get
good
people
and
hurt.
bad that I'm moving soon, because everything is in boxes, but all those boxes are right behind me.
Oh.
Okay. So you said you're casting Guiding Bolt?
Yes.
Okay. Now, for the newbie in the room, aka me, can you explain what this does and how you roll for it?
Well, it's a flash of light that streaks towards a creature, which has 120-foot radius.
Whoa, okay. Okay.
I could have. That's why I asked before I moved if
Yeah.
I could see it.
Yeah, no, I would say you could see it. I mean, I
Well,
might.
now I can, but back when I
in
was,
range.
Yeah, it's
'cause I was
100% in range.
measuring.
Yeah. Okay.
That's why you see me measuring.
Uh-huh.
So I was like, oh, I definitely, if I could see him from where I first stood, I could hit him from back there.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So
But
here.
on a hit, a target takes 4d6 of radiant damage, and the next attack roll made against this target before the end of your turn has advantage.
Okay. Sorry, I just pulled it up here to read it as well. Flash of licenses.
Guiding Bolt is awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Okay. So so you need to roll to attack. So you need to meet its AC. So yeah. So I'm
Well,
also
real
kind
quick question.
Uh-huh.
For Beyond, the numbers in front of the attack damage, that's the hit, right? Because I have like a +3. Is that the hit?
Yeah, +3 is the hit, and then the
And the
One
next
D
one is
something
the
is
hit,
the
the
damage.
damage. Okay, making sure before I.
Oh,
hit
there
that
it is.
button.
I was looking in the wrong spot. I'm like, where are you seeing this +3? Okay, I see it. Yes, that's the hit, and then the other thing's the damage. So you can click that one, and it should roll to attack if it does what it's supposed to.
Yeah, 7. I don't think it's gonna do shit.
Oh, no.
Oh, did you roll a 7? Sorry, I'm trying to make sure people can see things. Yeah, that's gonna. Oh no. So yeah, that definitely misses. So little Othwin clutches her holy symbol, and how do you just for the sake of me getting into the habit of this, how do you cast it? Like, what do you do? Like, does she just hold it up? Does she squawk? Does she say something?
What she does is she's one hand clasps her holy symbol, and she holds out her feathery winged arm, and as she casts the spell, her eyes glow this bright, beautiful, foresty, naturey color.
I love it. So any of those who are around, especially Alexander and Grigor, since you guys are right there, is you'd see little Othwin do this, and all of a sudden this electrified charge erupts from her and streaks towards the serpent. The serpent has enough time that he sees it, and it just kind of like leans aside, right off side and out into the ether, and it definitely misses. So anything else you want to do, or because you still have your bonus action if you've got one, and you already used your move and your action. So beyond that, if you don't have bonus action, you're probably done.
I don't know what would consider a bonus action for some of these spells.
Yeah, let me refresh my.
In D&D Beyond, there should be.
It should tell you, I think.
Yeah. I don't have any bonus actions, otherwise I'd tell you, but.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, in your actions, you can click on bonus action.
Ah, there we go.
There it is. Yes. Yeah.
To see which
So it
one.
looks like you have.
Oh, I could summon my
You
spiritual
could summon
weapon.
your spiritual weapon, which you told me you were very excited about. So you could do that.
Okay, so let's get this bad boy on the field.
Okay.
60 feet? Sweet.
Yeah, which is definitely in
Um,
range. Barely. It's
Five
right.
in
It's right
space,
there.
yeah.
Actually,
it's
I
right
could throw
there.
it right on top of the damn thing
You
if
could.
I wanted to.
You could absolutely throw it right on top of him. Watch little
That's what
Othwin just tank
No.
this massive behemoth all by
So-
herself.
What everyone will see, because everyone in visual range of this creature. Othwin, again, takes both hands this time, holding her holy symbol, and as her eyes glow above the sea creature, a giant cookie spawns on top of it. That is the first sweet thing she's ever had in this world.
Okay, hold on. I gotta see if I can add a token to the board. I
That's
don't have
just
an
a
image of a cookie, but I will find something that I can add. Hold on.
I love that. Just a giant cookie.
I will tell you this though. By next session, if your spiritual weapon's going to be a cookie, I will 100% make you a cookie. Okay, this is gonna have to work.
Oh, that's very transparent.
I know I'm fixing that. Hold on.
That's...
Is it still pretty transparent?
No, but it's massive.
Yeah, I made it too big.
It's
I made
huge.
it too big.
Isn't
That's
the
not gonna
spiritual weapon one by one?
Yeah, it blends into that.
Yeah, I was trying to see if it's because it's hollow in the center. Come on, there's got to be something in here I can use as a cookie. Oh, come on, give something.
I was gonna say like a circle.
I'm trying to find a circle. Believe it or not, it's a lot harder than you think. I didn't think it'd be this hard.
The more you know.
It's true, man, because it's just the free assets in Roll20. Actually, okay. Well,
Barrel.
while you're doing that, I'll see if I'll check my folder de la items because I've got tons of them now.
You're welcome.
The fish contracts diabetes. Okay, so you've cast your spiritual weapon, which you do. You don't need to roll for that, but you do need to roll to see if the spiritual weapon hits the thing. So you do need to roll. Okay, cool. You do.
Now-
need to, yeah, go ahead.
Summoning it is not the action for the bonus. right?
Okay, Tyrope can correct me. My understanding is summoning it just summons, but then when you summon it, you have to then roll again to attack it. But I think you do it in the same turn, right? It just happens like at once.
Let me read the spell description real quick.
Okay, because
Spiritual weapon.
I've never played with those either. So, where the heck is
Well,
my
they're-
folder of stuff here?
When you cast a spell, you can make a melee spell attack against the creature within 5 feet of the weapon.
Okay, so there you go.
As
So
a
it
bonus
happens.
action on your turn, you can move it and repeat the attack against the creature within 5 feet.
There you
So
go.
yeah,
Okay, so it can. Alright. Please be a better fucking roll.
Okay,
11, really?
I have a.
oh, you're rolling in Roll20. That's why I'm not seeing it in Beyond. Unless it should be seeing it in Beyond.
So
That'll
you
work.
should be seeing it in both.
If you hit the right button, yeah. Okay.
Oh, it only shows them on the main
Yeah, I noticed that too.
abilities thing, bitch.
Okay. I have your spiritual weapon. It's a little coin with a hand. That's what we're gonna have to roll with.
Yep, that works.
All right, cool. Make sure that everybody's seeing stuff. Okay. All right, so did you roll for the? You rolled.
Yes,
oh, is
it
that,
was 11.
unfortunately, it misses too. So it's So okay, so this giant cookie, how does it hit or attack things? What am I working with here?
For this one, it was just gonna fall.
Just gonna fall? Okay, so the cookie, this massive cookie apparates above this beast, and it just drops. And when the beast was like shimmying back and forth, it just shimmies just right, and it goes whoop, bloop, and falls in the water, and you see a splash, which actually sounds something like that.
That'll be my turn.
Yeah. So the cookie's not gone; it's just in the water. Okay, so that's your turn. All right, Dax, Daxor, your turn.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead. I would have clear line of sight of it, correct?
From you? Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and almost as like a test shot, pull out my bow or my short bow and
Okay.
string an arrow. And I'm going to go ahead and take a shot just to see A, if it gets hurt, and B, if it's it sticks in the fish, or whether or not the fish bleeds a lot.
Okay. So go ahead and roll to see if you hit it.
Oh, I forgot how long range bows were.
Yeah, it falls off
Yep.
after a while, doesn't it?
Ooh, I don't think I did the right one.
No, that's the attack.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
It's 80 feet, and then you can fire up to 320 feet with disadvantage.
Yeah. So you're definitely fine where you're at right now
Yeah.
without the disadvantage.
That's the +4 thing, right?
I
Yes.
believe. Let me look at your sheet here. I think so.
It's
Yes.
to
Click
the left of
Yeah.
damage.
Yeah. Click the +4.
Yeah, okay.
And
That's
it will,
what I meant to hit.
Yep. Is that a 13?
Yes,
Mhm.
13.
Okay, I clearly made this AC a lot higher than I should have. I didn't realize I made it so high. So yeah, unfortunately, that arrow does miss as well. It careens off the side of the beast. What's the word I'm looking for? Oh my gosh, what's the word? Ricochets. There it goes. Ricochets off of one of his scales. You hit it just the wrong angle, and it hit him, and it flies off out into the river. And the beast kind of recognizes that something hit him, and he kind of looks in the direction, but he doesn't see where it came from.
Okay. Seeing that I have, completely missed my shot and need to sharpen up on my archer skills, I go ahead and use my bonus action of hiding, and I kind of just retreat out and try and get out of its eyesight.
Okay. So what are you doing to hide? Because right now, from where you're standing, you're kind of in the middle of the street. Not the middle of the street, but you are on the edge of the street. What are you doing to hide?
Yep, I'm going to go ahead and trying to see if those are big enough. I can't tell if those piles would be big enough.
Which piles? Can you think of for me?
The ones that are right behind me.
Oh, behind you? Those really wouldn't be anything to obscure you, but the crates that are up in front of you, like right here, like you could 100% duck down behind these, because those are about, I'd say, waist height.
Okay.
Like actually, the ones right here are waist height. These ones are about, I'd say, 3/4 humanoid height.
Okay. I would go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and basically dive, or not dive, but get behind this and kind of kneel down so I'm hidden from the creature's eyesight.
Okay. And is that your turn?
Yes.
Okay. Next up is Basil. Your turn, bud.
Judging by all of these events are happening within 6 seconds, I am now heck. So this is the weird part. I listen, I look, I see all the explosions, the streaking lights, the loud noises. Old man, we don't have time for this. I want to try and just pick him up fireman carry.
Okay.
Pick him up bridal.
I don't know if he's going to resist.
Pick
is
him
why
up
I'm
bridal
asking.
style.
Okay. All right, so you fireman carry, like you're picking him up over your shoulder, or you can bridle
Yes.
like over your shoulder?
Fireman
Okay.
carry. I'm just gonna like grab the scruff of his collar
Okay.
and like drag him up
So,
over my shoulders.
I want you to roll me a roll me a save. It'd be a check, I think. So I want you to roll me a strength.
Yes.
Yeah, strength check. It will not be contested only because he is still like the dude clearly hasn't gotten out much, and the sight
Ow.
of this beast has just broken him. Okay.
I'm surprised. I
So-
told you, my rolls matter.
No, I'm not. It's
Not
not.
when they
It's
count.
not contested. It just means that because you rolled a 5, that in my head the DC was 10. Because you rolled a 5, you will be able to pick him up, but you're only gonna be able. That's your whole action now. Like you cannot.
Okay.
Like your action, and you'll be able to move half of your movement. You won't be able to do everything that you wanted to do.
That's fine.
So-
That's literally what I wanted to do at this round was to get him picked up and get him off of the dock.
Okay, so he is basically on your shoulder now. I'm not gonna put him in the same space, but he is on your shoulder.
Yep. And did
And-
you say half speed, or is that it?
So your whole action is now gone because of the low roll, and you can move. I would say max of your half speed with that as well, because you are carrying him.
Okay, so that would get me literally at the end of the dock.
Okay, go ahead
Yep.
and move where you'd go, and I'll follow. There you go. Okay, so he's with you.
Yep.
Okay, so unless you
He's at least
have
not out at the open, and
Yeah.
that is
now, the other thing you have to remember is because you're holding him over your shoulder, you only have one
Mhm.
hand free, unless you're using the other hand to hold him up or something. But if you're just having him slung over your shoulder, fireman carry, your right or your left arm, I'll leave it up to you, is holding him. So your other arm is the only thing you have available to you right now.
I've got him up over my left shoulder.
Okay, so your right arm is available, your left arm is not. So just keep that in mind.
At least at the moment.
At the moment, yes, until you put him down.
So, and that would probably be all of my potential actions for this round.
Correct.
Unless- Yes. Okay.
Somebody just followed. Ah, thank you for the follow, Matt. Appreciate you. Okay. So in that case, Talina. Aha, the bard's turn. Sing us a song, oh wise one.
Much a song as just a single strum and a phrase. And as she speaks the following words, a magical energy forms around her lips and kind of just floats as like a musical tune towards her. As he says, "I'm glad you're tall. It means there's more of you I can despise."
Did you just cast Vicious Mockery?
Yes.
The grand vicious.
I
Mockery.
rolled
I
a 1
love
on the
it.
damage.
Okay, so for
It
Vicious...
needs to roll a DC 13 Wisdom save.
Okay, DC 13. Okay, I'm just gonna do a physical roll to make my life easier. Ooh, he rolled a 5. He did not hit it, so he failed.
Alright, so it.
You said it was wisdom, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so he rolled a 6.
It takes 1 psychic damage and has disadvantage on the next attack roll it makes before the end of its next turn.
Okay, so it takes 1 psychic damage, and then what was the other thing?
It has disadvantage on the first attack.
Okay, cool. So, all right, noted. All right, anything else you want to do?
And I'm just take cover here so that the people can,
Okay. So as Talina utters this phrase, and the energy swirls, and she says the insult, and you hear some snickers from the people next to her. The creature kind of reels back a little bit and kind of like shakes his head, and you can see the multiple eyes on his head. He's got about 4 eyes on each side, and all of them squint shut tightly, and it kind of shakes his head back and forth, and then it kind of groans and looks in Talina's direction, and doesn't do anything yet, obviously.
Apparently my mic's not that loud.
Yeah, you're loud to me. I can turn them up
You're
on this
fine.
end. Yeah, hold on.
I can't
Is
on-
Discord quiet to Twitch chat? Because I can definitely turn them up. That is not a problem. I'm still figuring out audio levels here, so. There we go. Let's see if that works. Okay. So Talina, you're done?
I am done. I have no bonus actions.
Okay.
Well,
so, all right. So it's the serpent's turn. So the serpent is going to move. Okay, I can't move very far. Actually, no, I take that back. It's in water. I'm an idiot. It is going to move. Yeah. So it's going to move over here. The spiritual weapon did not move with it, correct? I just want to confirm that it's not attached to him in any way, right? It just
No,
Yeah,
I
not
have to move it.
Okay, just want to make sure. So it moves over here to the edge of the dock, and you think, oh, this thing just kind of sleeks through the water. It doesn't like get down and crawl like through like a snake. It just kind of like it's still upright with its like elongated snake-like torso sticking up out of the water, and you can see the sort of whatever's underwater is propelling it forward. And when it gets to the edge of the dock, you think, oh, okay, well, it can't go any further. But then all of a sudden, it flops down on the brick, and it moves a little bit up onto land, and that is as far as it can move. And unfortunately, it's too far. Actually, hold on a second. How far would that technically be? I can move. Let's see how I moved. 30. Actually, Ty, you can help me. So he can swim 60 feet and move 20. So if he only swam 30 feet, how much?
Well, he started here, right?
He started right there.
Hold on, let me.
Yeah. So he swam half his distance.
He swam there.
Yes. So 35 feet. Excuse me. Yeah.
35. So that would be about half. So he could walk 10-ish.
He walked 10. Okay.
You always round up, yeah.
Okay, that's what
So
I
he
thought.
could
So
get
in that case, he could get. Oh yeah, so just a little bit further. Okay, so I was almost there. There you go. So yeah, that's as far as he can get. So, but anyway, so this massive bluish creature just kind of slams down on the dock and starts kind of slithering forward very slowly. Like obviously he's not as fast on land as he is on in the water, and he looks. How do I put this? He looks kind of out of place. Like he looks like he's not comfortable being on land, but he's okay doing it. Like he looks kind of like it's kind of awkward movement. He doesn't look like this nice sleek movement that you'd see in the water, and that's as far as he can get at this point. So that's his turn for now. Let me just make sure I didn't miss anything here.
But just out of curiosity,
Mhm.
when it was in the water, its head was 20 feet above the water. How high is its head above ground now that it's
Well,
fully
now it's
exposed?
flat on the ground because he's slithering like a snake. In order for him to move on land, he has to flop down and act like a snake. In the water, he can kind of hold himself up with his lower body and almost like tail and kind of project himself forward. But on the ground, he literally just goes and falls down like a snake.
In that case, how long is it?
Right where he's
gauge
at.
size.
So now that he's all stretched out, oh man, how long is he? He's a big boy. So I'm thinking he's probably about. Because right now, it's still part of his body's in the water because he's not fully out yet. So I'd say he's probably... He's at least 20 feet long because when he's coiled up and can hold himself up, but he's probably closer to 30 feet long, all said and done.
That's scary.
Yeah, he's a big boy. Okay, so Alexander, it's your turn, bud.
Things to do.
Things to do.
Okay, well, a bunch of shit already happened. Evidently, so Mary just got out of the tavern curious, and now there's a big
Now there's a
water
beast
snake.
yeah. And it's behind him because he thought it was going to be further up the dock.
Yeah. I think at this point he would have had enough time to like actually turn around and see what everyone in front of him was attacking.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. Not as quickly as he would have wanted, but just spurring to actually me. I'm gonna move boink, 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 boink. From here, so this crate that's I don't know how to ping stuff. Oh, ping.
Yeah, there you go. Yep.
Can I shoot over this? Do you think?
That one. Yes, that one you can. That one's probably about your waist height.
So I can see the snake, and I have a clear line of sight on it.
Yes, you
despite
do.
the crate.
Yep. Mhm.
Okay.
I just realized that chat can still not see, so I'm gonna turn on the Roll20 chat because that one seems to be working. Go ahead, do your thing.
So yeah, because I'll keep rolling on Beyond.
It should link through if you have Beyond 20 installed.
Yeah.
Okay, so grabbing the crystal from his necklace.
Okay.
Merrick sort of begins actually, I take that back. Apparently I don't need the crystal for that. Okay, not grabbing the crystal from his necklace. Just chanting some sort of magical words and hand gestures, I guess. How the spells are performed. You would see 3 rays of fire, kind of 3 rays shoot out of Merrick's hands towards the snake, and I am gonna roll Scorching Ray.
Ooh. Okay. Wait, where is your Scorching Ray? Oh, okay. So you're casting. Okay. Dope.
Let's see. So I need to make this roll 3 times.
Okay, so
it's 3 rays.
You're gonna click the 7 on your D&D sheet. The +7.
Yep.
And yeah, all right. Let's see if you can hit this thing.
I just made 2. Oh, these are not appearing on roll 20
it's
because I
being
just rolled them on the.
Okay, hold on. It's being so weird. Like
I rolled a 13, an 18, and a 26.
Okay, your first one that you cast, this ray, this fiery ray, whips past the thing, and as it's falling, it goes right over the top of it. So you kind of see this beast lumber down and flop on the ground, and the ray goes above it. But you have enough time and enough foresight to adjust, and your 2 other ones smack into its face at full force. Boom, boom! And go ahead and roll 2 of those for attack.
Okay, so I'm going to roll. So one of them is 2d6. I'm going to roll 4d6.
Okay, yep, that's
I'll
fine.
just do it in this thing.
So
11.
11, okay.
11.
So that would be... I hate math so much, and yet this game is all math!
Let me look at something because I might have a special thing in here.
Okay.
While you're looking that up, Neon, do you have his HP in roll 20?
I do not. No, I didn't get a chance to move that all in. I got too busy this week, so I'm having to do it manually. I'm monitoring it here on a scratch pad.
And I was just gonna say because you can just put -11 in the bubble
Oh wait.
and it doesn't.
Oh, I did do. No, I did do his HP in here.
There you go.
Look at me. Look at me doing things. Hold on. Where do I do? That's right. So. I love you. Thank you. I forgot I actually put that in there. Look at me. I did things.
Okay, so I can do a special thing as a sorcerer, which is called.
Real quick, was that
Yeah?
was that just what kind of was that fire damage?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
Which is not done yet. We're gonna recalculate a bit of that.
You're gonna okay.
As a sorcerer, I have meta magic, which allows me to alter my spells in some way.
Okay.
So I'm gonna spend one of my sorcery points on that, and I'm going to apply empowered spell meta magic, which allows me to re-roll up to 5 damage dice.
Okay.
So I'm going to keep the 6, and I'm going to re-roll 2, 2, and 1.
Okay.
And use the new result.
Okay. So you got enough.
So it's gonna be total 12. I increased my damage by 1. 12 fire damage.
Well done, buddy.
Yep.
All right. Well, yeah. You know what? You found that it can take damage. The thing, I mean, these powerful fire bolts hit this thing, and you hear it scream and roar as it kind of reels back a bit. But it's still on the ground slithering, but its head kind of recoils into itself and kind of reaches back a bit as these singe marks kind of create steam off the cold water that's still dripping off of it. This steam starts rising from the head of the beast as it was kind of looking towards Talina in that direction. Now it kind of shifts its head and looks towards where Alexander's at.
Okay. Question about the mechanics because I don't remember. Is movement split or not? So like, can I move now because I haven't used all of my movement?
Did you use your full movement?
I did not.
If you did not use your full movement, you can finish your movement, is my understanding.
I believe I moved. Yeah, I have 10 more feet.
Okay, so you can move 2 more squares.
So after firing, I'm gonna move back. Let's say I'm gonna move back 1.
Okay.
And that will be the end of my turn.
Okay. Round 2. So, we are back to Grigor. It is your turn, sir. Also, I want to just real quick say thank you to everybody who is being patient. I know these are long turns. We're still figuring this out. There's 6 of us, so thank you very, very much for being patient.
I move up toward the same set of crates and whatnot that Daxori is at.
Okay. Can you move your guy? Is it working? Okay, cool. Okay. All right. So you still have your action and your bonus action if you'd like.
I take a dagger out of a hidden pocket and throw it at the giant eel.
Okay. Go ahead and click that +5 to roll for the attack on that. See if this is going to work. Oh, there we go. Okay. I take it you rolled a 5? Yeah, you rolled a 5. Okay. So you pull this dagger out, and you watch Grigor. Or those of you around, you see Grigor whip this dagger out with just precision and just utter. What's the word I'm looking for? Grace, I guess is the word. Like he's very comfortable around this weapon, and it comes out really quick, flips it into his fingers, and throws it, and it just goes right past the beast. It's just the dagger caught a gust of air or something, and goes whoop out, and it. I won't say that it goes into the water because of how his aim was. You actually see it stick into one of these barrels right here. It goes, and just sticks into the barrel right there.
Nice aim.
Does Dax say that to Grigor?
Yeah. She likes making smarky comments.
Oh, understandable. I was just curious.
That's for stubbing my toe. The
I did
other
not mean to do that.
It's okay. All right, so Grigor, what else do you want to do?
And that's pretty much it for my turn.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and move on to Othwin. Your turn. And Dax, you're on deck.
Alright.
Trying to see if I. Alright, Othwin's gonna. She's seen the fire already happening, the rays. She's like, okay, my light didn't work. Let's try to dry this worm out. She's gonna cast Sacred Flame on it.
Ooh. All right.
I need a dex save from Mr. Giant Worm Snake thing.
Dex save. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. 24.
Yep, it beats it.
Okay.
So it does nothing.
Wait, that was a dex save, you said?
That was a dex save. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Big high AC and high dex. Well, that makes sense. Dex has come off. AC's come off.
Mm-hmm.
So the Sacred Flame didn't work.
So with this
No.
sacred flame, actually, no, never mind. We'll just keep going. That way we can expedite process here. Go ahead.
We are gonna move the cookie.
I don't know why.
I love that.
Move the cookie. All right, where's the cookie moving?
Alright, she wants it to, because it's already laying flat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
She
like
wants
floating on
to
the water.
Spin it,
Okay.
kind of like a saw blade would,
Okay.
and straight towards the serpent.
Okay. What's the range on the sacred weapon?
60.
60. Okay. Yeah.
No, that's to cast it out. It can move 20 feet a turn. I'm sorry.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Can it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I had to pull that up again.
So okay. So we can,
Alright,
you can still
so-
move it. So where do you want to move it? Right there, where the pink one is. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So yeah,
And
this.
and it's just gonna sit there and spin and wait.
Okay. So yeah, you could hear this sound, and it sounds like a medieval saw blade. There's out, and it's like picking up water and splashing around a bit, and it just starts kind of like hovering its way out of the water in the direction of the serpent. It makes about halfway there.
Was it still underwater?
No.
You
It was
said
like it was.
It hovered.
did-
It was hovering over.
It was yeah. It fell into the water, went bloop, and then it was like floating on the surface. So
Okay.
yeah, but so now that it's picked back, it obviously because it was just falling before because you wanted it to hit it. Now that it's no longer falling, it's hovering and it's making its way towards the serpent.
All right. She's comfortable where she is, so I'm done.
Okay.
That's it.
Dax, you are up with Basil on deck.
Alrighty. Seeing it having got on land, I am going to retreat backwards away from it.
Probably a smart move, to be honest.
Hold on, I need to measure how far I can go. Oh, I'm gonna retreat the maximum distance I'm allowed. And I am going to kind of hide behind. Yeah, I'd say I'm about. I'd say I'm about there.
Okay.
I'm gonna hide like behind the corner of this building
Okay.
and kind of just poke my head out. I'm gonna have my head, not my head. I'm gonna have my hand on my short sword still, but I'm not gonna engage with the monster yet.
Okay. So you're just gonna move. That's your turn. No holding action. No nothing else.
Nope.
Okay. So then we're gonna move on to Basil with Talina on deck.
Okay. So, to make things simple and knowing that stuff is hitting the fan so much harder, I'm going to, as gently as possible and in the quickest fashion, set this gentleman down onto the ground, be it standing or he flails and is on his knees or something, and be like, run, pointing towards this direction.
Okay. You put him down, and he immediately goes into the fetal position and just starts rocking back and forth.
I don't have time for this, old man. I gave his directions.
Yeah, you did. You did your job.
I gave his directions, and
Task-
then
task
I have
complete.
not seen this beast at all since then.
Yeah, you've
so
just
I'm
been
gonna
hearing
move-
this horrendous sound coming from the west of you, because technically the bottom of the screen is west. And you just hear this different, you hear roars and screams and fire bolts and all these different sounds. You can't see a damn thing.
Yeah, so I would run and get basically right to the front of Athwin, which is the furthest I can move, and witness the serpent in its entirety now.
Yep, you see it, and you come around the corner, and now it's on its belly. So you see this sea serpent snake-like creature that is flat on its belly, and by the time you arrive, you can still see the steam coming off of its head from where Alexander hit it with his fire bolts, and it's just like I said, you see this slimy, green, scaly, iridescent, bluish creature that is just all these spindly teeth, and it's just roaring, and it just looks terrifying when you come around the corner.
That's definitely not good. Is there any way I can draw my sling and prepare one of the little rocks or sling bullets that I have to make an attack within this amount of time, because I have already moved the movement?
All right, so quick question, Tyro. Mechanical question. I know that usually equipping or sheathing weapons is usually considered an action, correct?
Yeah, so if you're sheathing the weapons, it takes an action. If you're dropping them, it doesn't.
Okay, I'm gonna do
What
something
about
a little.
drawing?
Well, I'm gonna do something a little different
Drawing
here.
is part of your attack.
Yeah, it's part of your attack. Okay, then never mind. So then
Okay.
yes, you can absolutely pull your sling out and prepare to. You can pull sling out and launch a projectile at it. I'll let you do that.
Okay.
Because we can
Then
easily
I
say that
will-
you were doing it while you were running, because it's a sling. It's not like a
Yep.
big heavy weapon.
So I will take my shot.
Okay.
David versus Goliath moment right now.
Yeah, 100%. Yep.
And rolling to hit.
Okay, let's see if you can hit the thing.
16.
Yeah, it hits.
All right.
Yeah.
Bitter.
Damage.
See what this little stone can do.
5.
Hey, you know what? 5 is more than I had. It's more than you had a second ago.
So, yeah.
Okay, so
I'll
Basil comes
get
right
up there,
Go ahead. Yeah, tell me how you do this.
go in there, drawing the little sling, which is, fancy cloth, basically, and getting around, getting in front of Athwin and Merrick to the side. I'm like, oh, well, that's not good, as I'm loading the sling, and then whack. Just launching it.
So for those of you there, see Basil come in. He flips the sling like this sling. He looks like he's just swinging something around his head, and all of a sudden you see a projectile leave it as he flicks his wrist, and this stone hurtles through the air and hits the serpent, and you just see him kind of shake his head like, what? And he looks over in the direction of Basil, and you swear that you see him kind of cock his head to the side like, huh? And yeah, there you go. And is that your whole turn?
That would be my turn.
Okay. All right. So Talina, you are up next.
I am a very simple man.
Hey, you know what? Yeah, you did damage. That's all that matters.
Firstly, I'm gonna tell to the two next to me just to run inward. are inland
Yeah.
now.
And they quickly nod. Hey, oh, okay. And the two of them just bolt into this alleyway. Like I mean, full on sprint. They could not have. Yeah, like they're gone.
All right, and then I'm going to look at. I'm bad at names. Who is the guy on the other side of
Here?
Who's that one? Yeah,
That's Grigor. That is Monhol's
Grigor.
character. Yep.
I'm gonna look at Grigor, and you're the one who threw the dagger, right?
Oh, that's correct. He did.
Right. For all the good I did.
No, you threw it. You just didn't hit him, but you threw it. You threw it really well.
I'm gonna strum the lyre and say, try better next time, and I'll give you a 1d6 bardic inspiration.
Ooh. Okay. Nice. Can you explain? Go ahead.
Yeah. So I have 3 of these for long rest. I can give that to any creature within 60 feet that can hear me. For the next 10 minutes, so 100 rounds, don't really worry about it expiring. You can use it for an ability check, attack roll, saving throw, damage die, or to raise your AC if you get hit.
Wow, I didn't know you could raise your AC. That's pretty cool.
Sorry, you can raise your AC against that attack after seeing the roll, but before knowing whether it hits or misses.
There you go. So make sure you note that, Monhold, that you have that bardic inspiration. Okay. So, Talina, you've done that. What else are you going to do?
That is a bonus action, and then I'm going to cast Dissonant Whispers at 2nd level.
Okay.
At the creature. It needs to make a DC 13 Wisdom save.
Wisdom? Okay. Check my modifier here.
While I grab my 46.
Okay, what did it need to be?
13.
Okay, he rolled a 16.
Alright, so
I'm rolling really well tonight, jeez.
It takes half as much damage and doesn't have to move away. Okay. It's not deafened, right? It can hear?
It can hear, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
So in its mind, head, whatever it has up there, it can hear a melody that is very offbeat and off tune, and it sounds horrible. And he takes 13 divided by 2 is 7. Yeah, because you round up. It takes 7 psychic damage.
Okay.
And that's it, unfortunately.
Okay. So you see Talina strum her lyre, and then as she casts this spell, and the beast just kind of like, he was looking over at Basil a second ago with his cocked head sideways, and then he looks over in the direction of kind of towards Talina, and his head is just, he kind of like, you can see one half of his eyes are squinting, and he's kind of rocking his head back and forth, and he was like, he's not liking what he's hearing in his head. And is that your whole turn?
Yeah, that I'll take a couple of steps back.
Probably not a bad idea. Yeah, because you guys have, I will say, you guys could very easily tell that once he hit land, his entire movement seemed to slow. Like everything suddenly was like just clunky. Like it's clearly this beast is proficient in water and not outside of it. So speaking of which, it is now the serpent's turn. So the serpent is going to move. What did we say? Is 20? So he can move 20 feet. So he is going to move. He's probably going to move because he's going to go ahead and move this way, but he's only going to be able to move 15 feet because, or actually it's more like, come on, hello, yeah, that's cool. That'll work. Because he can't move any further because he's like basically crushing these crates as he moves through them. He basically can kind of like he slithers on up, huh?
Oh, just
Yeah, he slithers on up, and instead of like, oh, the crates got me covered, and he just wood, so he just kind of goes straight through and over it, and you see all of them just kind of explode and crunch and crush underneath him as he starts slithering towards it. But again, you guys are faster moving than he is on land, so he can't do much right now. So yeah, he's slithered up. However, he is going to use his action to dash, and so he is actually going to slither another, I guess because he's going to have to go through some more boxes, 15 feet. Actually, I guess, no, he's actually only going to be able to go right there. Actually, more like right there. And he is now right up on you, Talina. He can't attack you because he just used his action, but he is right up on you. And as it gets up on you, he starts to kind of rear his head back a little bit. So his head comes up off the ground, kind of like a snake that's getting ready to strike. And his body kind of curls up underneath him a bit, and it kind of has that S shape to him, like you see in the movies with the snake and kind of coming out of a basket or whatever. And it's kind of starting to kind of lumber up above you. And he doesn't use his full height as he was out in the water, but his head's probably about 10 feet above you. I'd say pretty easily 10 feet above you at this point, but that's as far as he can get right now. So now it is Alexander's turn.
Yay. Do I still have a line of sight on it?
Oh yeah, you can still see him. These boxes aren't that high.
I can still see it.
Yeah,
Okay.
because now, especially now that he's kind of reared up, and because you saw him basically kind of go behind these crates where Grigor's hiding, and then because those ones are pretty high, and you could basically kind of see the spine on the back of his body where he kind of had fins and stuff. Not fins, but like what are they called? Yeah, fins, I guess. And then when he reared back up a bit, he's now lumbering up above those crates, and you can see him kind of raising up. And like I said, his head's about 10 feet off the ground.
Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna move again. I'm gonna go. This rubble that's on the right of me, I can just run through it, right? It's not
Right
like
here? Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can ignore that. You can almost
Okay,
pretend that's not there.
so
Yeah, that's just part of the painting.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
And I'll do a 5. Why not?
Okay. So you are in direct line of sight of it for sure, and Talina is basically directly in front of you, and you can see her standing beneath the. How tall is Talina?
Barely under 6, I believe. Let me check.
Okay, so the monster's
Yeah,
only about 4 feet above you, because it's about 10 feet off the ground. So basically, you see her, and then about 4 or 5 feet above her, you see the monster's head just staring down at her, and the water's dripping off him, steam still coming off of his head, and his mouth's kind of about half open, and you can kind of, from your distance, you can almost smell the horrific breath that he's protruding out into this area. Just smells like,
Ugh.
yeah. Oh, yeah, because he just ate 3 people, so it does not smell pleasant. It's definitely the smell of decay and death coming out of his mouth, mixed with salt, brine, water, and dead fish. So, just lovely.
So your average sushi restaurant, okay.
Yeah, like a sushi restaurant that should have gone out of business about 2 years ago.
Gonna go with a simpler spell. At a level 1, I will cast Magic Missile,
Ooh, that's a good one.
which is 3d4 plus 3. And
That one I don't think
It
you
will
have to roll to
be-
hit, right?
Nope.
no,
Magic missile
it
hit.
just automatically hits.
Okay, I have to roll.
It's just for a bit of flavor. The way we're gonna do it is all the same stuff as before, casting a spell and verbal chanting. It is not a critical component, but seeing as there is an ally standing close to a creature, Merrick makes sure that that the arrows initially are gonna sort of travel outwards and around
Sure, yeah.
the person, and they're gonna hit the creature. And I'm gonna roll the
And
damage.
and just to confirm, because
there
I'm
we
just
go.
checking, I don't roll any kind of save or dodge or anything, correct, Ty? Like,
No,
there's
it
nothing
literally just takes
No,
force
it just
damage.
it just goes.
Cool. That's why I just want to make sure. So, is that for one of the missiles, or is that for all 3?
Oh, that's all of them.
Okay, so you do a total of 10
10 force
damage.
damage.
Okay. So, all right, cool. Let me.
And that's force damage, I believe.
Yes.
In case it has resistances, which I doubt, given its.
It does have resistances, but nothing here that is applicable, so you're good.
Yeah.
So, okay, so you hit it. And so, these 3 missiles rocket out of your hands, and they swirl up and out to the sides and left and right, and then they come down with great force kind of on top of and in front of his face, kind of near his eyes and his mouth, and he boom, 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 all 3 hit him, and he kind of recoils back a little bit. You hear that soft grumbling roar as he kind of reels back a bit in pain, and he's looking like he's taking some damage, like he's hurting. I mean, he's obviously not, like, he's still very much up and at him and ready to do some horrific damage to y'all, but he's clearly injured.
Okay, and I believe that will be my turn.
Okay, so that is the end of this round. And, okay, so at the beginning of this next round, so real quick, all of you guys. So here, and here. For those of you that are in those areas, you would start to hear and see gurgling water, and you'd start to hear the river would start to have some of that roiling noise, like there's something out in the water. I mean, it's nothing there yet, but you would definitely notice that something is being disturbed out in the water at this time. But with that being said, Grigor, it is your turn, buddy.
Sure, just real quick, it was here,
Mm-hmm.
here, and where?
And right there at the end of the dock.
Okay, in the middle.
Uh-huh. Yep.
around the traits to the current deal's side,
Okay.
and I stab at it with my rapier.
Okay. So go ahead and roll your rapier attack for me. Which is a nice, good +5. So let's give me a good number here. Roll high, roll high. I believe. Damn. Unfortunately, that one does not hit. So you go to stab at it, and as you would you be slashing or stabbing out of curiosity, just for flavor?
I would be thrusting that.
A thrusting? Okay, so you go to thrust into it, and you just happen to catch one of its slimy scales on the side at the wrong angle, and fink, and it kind of slides off of it and kind of slips behind part of its body, and it does not penetrate the rough, but kind of, it kind of has its own little natural, for lack of a better word, armor, and it doesn't penetrate. I can't remember. Do you have multi-attack? Do you have the ability to attack twice with your rapier as a rogue?
I don't think rogues.
No?
I
Okay.
think multi-attack is a later level.
I think so. I wasn't
on
sure. Okay.
something
I just couldn't
else.
remember with a rogue. Okay. So yeah, you go to strike it, and it does not penetrate the armor.
Do you have a offhand weapon? Because you can use that as a bonus action.
You do have some daggers if you want to go ahead and use your other one.
Yeah. Use my offhand to grab my other dagger and
Okay.
also stab at the heel.
Okay. So go ahead and roll the same thing on one of those daggers, whatever the melee one is. Feel bad.
Worth a
Well, it
shot.
obviously does not
Don't
penetrate
forget
either.
your inspiration.
Oh, that's right. Hold up. Back up. That's right. Okay, so you had your bardic inspiration. Remind me again what that does, because we can go back to the rapier and we can
It's,
retcon the dagger.
Well, it's a 1d6 that they can roll to a d20, but before they know whether or not the result is good or bad. So you can't do it on the rapier, but you could do
Okay.
it on the dagger,
Okay.
knowing it's not going to hit. Granted, with a d6, it's likely not going to hit anyway.
Yeah, he
but-
would need to roll.
Well, AC 13 is missed in the past, so even with the 6, that won't work.
Yeah. Yeah. 6. You'd need to roll pretty high, which is not going to work. So. And these digital dice are not being kind to us tonight, guys. So is that your turn, Grigor? Or you want to move anymore, or anything else you want to do for flavor?
I end my turn.
You want to end your turn there? Okay, cool. All right, so Othman, your turn, and Dax, you are on deck.
Alrighty. Alright. Definitely doesn't like how close this creature is to these two companions you can see.
Mm-hmm.
So, who's in front of me again?
That's Basil, who's standing right in
Basil.
front of you. Yep.
She's going to move slightly in front of him so she doesn't accidentally somehow hit him. That's what her fear is. 'cause
I'm
he's
gonna
so-
assume she just scurries between my
Yes.
legs.
She's like, I don't want to hit nobody else.
I'm picturing. And he's like, "What the?" This little like owl just comes
Just-
between his legs, like, "Where the
Basil
heck did you
just
come
looks
from?"
down. Why are you still here?
Remember, also, just as like a note, you guys, just remember, you guys have not all met each other really yet, and so like, but you can all recognize you're all fighting this creature together. So like, by all means, please feel free to like RP flavor interactions with each other, whatever. Like, by all means, I'm here for that. Just for the reminder, you don't have to. I'm just saying, you absolutely can.
Yeah.
Roleplay in a roleplay game? Blasphemy.
Shocking.
Yeah. Otherwise, she doesn't notice. Like, she notices people around her, but she's fixated on the creature
Oh, of
causing
course, 100%.
hurt. So, for anyone that happens to look towards her right now, they would notice her hands. One moves off of it, points towards the creature. Her eyes, instead of a beautiful color, turn pitch black as she casts Toll of the Dead.
Oh, excuse me.
Huh?
I have to look that one up.
I know. Hold on. I'm looking. I'm looking up.
Oh no, it's not in roll.
I'm just glad Basil gets a front row seat to this.
Oh.
No. Neon has to roll a wisdom saving throw, though.
Okay. All right, let's start with that. You said wisdom saving?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, that one's cocked.
Hoping for a really low number here.
Oh.
Yes, he rolls a 6.
Yes! Now, because this bitch is taking damage,
Uh-huh.
I get to roll 1d12.
Oh, okay, okay. I see you. I see you.
All because it's missing hit points.
It's good because the cocked roll was a 16, so, you know, I'm glad.
Oh, yeah, good thing I was cocked.
Yeah, it was cocked. It fell off my my
No.
mat here.
Is there a way for me to turn my dice, like my effects, into that dice, or do I just roll it from the sidebar?
What do you mean?
Because the spell itself says it takes 1d8, or if it's the creature is missing hit points, 1d12.
Roll a 1d12.
So just
Yeah.
with the
Yeah.
just hit the sidebar one.
Yeah. We'll just play it safe.
1.
You rolled a nat 1.
I rolled a 1 for the hit your damage.
Okay.
But
It would not be a
little
it
bit
would
of
not,
damage.
it would not be a campaign I'm involved with if the combat was garbage rolls and the role play was top tier.
I have a feeling we're gonna go that route, but okay. So,
But-
oh, go ahead.
So the creature, even with the 1 damage, is surrounded by these bells of forlorn and despair, much like a funeral procession. You know, funeral bells.
Okay.
Sad.
Does that have any sort of effect on him, or does it do anything to him?
The damage for the thing is neurotic.
Necrotic.
Necrotic.
Listen,
We all may be a little
English.
neurotic, but I don't think neurotic has an effect in D&D. I could be
No, that's
wrong.
called psychic damage.
yeah, it's necrotic. So
Necrotic damage. Okay, which actually
whatever that damage does.
It's just kind of damage, and so if my creature had like an effect or something against that, then it would. But okay, so you said he's surrounded by like these bells.
Yeah, like.
All right, I have something that kind of looks like that. So there we go. He's got these bells around him, but except the game's wanting
Well,
to
it's just
snap
the
it.
sound. So.
I know. I'm just
it
doing
just
it for flavor
fills
because I like
air.
messing with it. All right. Well, it's being dumb anyways. Okay, cool. So is that your turn?
Bonus action moving the cookie.
Moving the cookie. All right, and you can move it what, 20 feet?
Yes.
Show me where you want to move it.
Where's 20 feet?
Right there.
Yeah.
All right. The cookie moves, and again, you guys, and now it's above the dock. So Grigor, you hear this sound behind you that sounds like it sounds like you're in a lumber mill. It sounds like a medieval massive spinning saw blade, and you can kind of glance over your shoulder and you see this cookie rise up from the water level, and it comes up over the dock, and it's spinning just spinning around at super fast speed, and it's just slowly hovering up over the dock and headed basically towards you and the creature.
That's my turn.
Okay, Dax, you're up. Basil, you're on deck.
That's a great sign. Okay.
I love the cookie. Move the cookie.
Move the cookie. Okay. So for my turn, I'm gonna go ahead and Daxori's just watching all this happen from behind the corner. And she's gonna decide to take a step out from behind the corner of the building, draw her bow again, and see if she can hit
Okay,
the thing actually for once.
let's see if she can get a hit.
No.
Oh, oh no.
How bad? How
What
bad?
are these rolls
Oh,
tonight?
no.
Yeah, so she comes out, and it's just this moment of heroism where Dax is like, no, I'm going to fight this beast. It will not vanquish these people. And she steps out, pulls her bow, and you watch this arrow sail through the air. It goes right over Alexander, goes right over Talina, and you watch it goes, it just goes way off, and it hits a rafter up here on the building, and sticks in the wall.
So she's going to go ahead and now go back around the corner, and this time an embarrassment.
I'm just gonna point out, having witnessed it, Basil will just give a slight side eye
Yeah, so
and
you would,
confusion and concern.
as you step around the corner and you kind of turn, your eyes would catch Basil's for a brief moment, and you see that look of like, like,
She's gonna hang her head low and just go back around the corner, and this time in embarrassment.
Okay.
Oh man. Okay. Okay. So is that your turn? You done? Dax. Is that your
Yes,
turn?
that's
okay.
my turn.
Okay. Cool. Basil, you're up. Talina, you're on deck.
Okay. So I'm gonna look down at the small being in front of me and say, "Hang on to this," as I drop my sling next to them, and I will run straight up at the thing.
Okay. So
Okay.
Basil
Barbarian
just
go
completely
range.
just Leroy Jenkins out of nowhere.
And as
bum rushes
I'm
the thing.
running, because it's just going to get in my way. I didn't describe Basil's clothing, but it's literally just like a very loose vest and some cargo-y worky pants and boots. He's gonna just throw the vest off as he's running,
Okay. So
and then
he's
get
just.
right up to the creature.
Oh, so he's not only Leroy Jenkinsing this, he's also Dwayne the Rock Johnsoning this as well.
Yes.
Okay, because you
And,
gotta be shirtless for this, because you can't fight a beast if you got a shirt on.
I have a general question for you.
Okay, what's up?
Do you consider each one of my hands
Mhm.
as a weapon for two-weapon fighting? This is a general question term.
Sure. I guess I'm not understanding. So wait, so you have a weapon
So
in each hand,
basically-
or
I do have the option of two-weapon fighting.
okay?
It is one of my actions I can take within combat.
Okay, yeah, I see that there. Okay. So you're asking if each of your hands counts as
Each of my if each fist would count independently, or since it's an unarmed strike.
Oh no,
Yada, yada.
you would basically. I wouldn't count it that way. I would say you get to do 2 unarmed strikes. So if you're for flavor, like you're hitting it with both fists and one strike, that's one attack. If you want to hit him with one fist, then it's up to you. But either way, you're doing 1 unarmed strike per action. So if you're using 2-weapon fighting, you get 2 unarmed strikes.
Yes, and that is
Yeah.
what I want to try to do.
Okay.
As I send the first, basically the first punching grasp.
Okay. Go ahead and
15.
correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't it meets it beats it, right?
Meets it, beats it.
Okay, you just hit it. Like you just find that sweet spot and you just feel it connect. Like you feel it in your knuckles.
Now, as a tavern brawler,
Mm-hmm.
because I'm hitting with an unarmed strike,
Mm-hmm.
I have the ability to use a bonus action to attempt to grapple the target.
Okay, you can certainly try. This thing's massive, dude. Like
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I understand.
Okay.
It's 3x3. It's classified as a huge.
Yeah. Yeah.
I understand.
It's a big
Now-
boy.
As a sea serpent, does it have some sort of whiskery style tentacle thing off of it? Just as flavor.
No, it does not have any. It is long and sleek like a snake. It has no appendages at all.
Okay.
It had fins. You mentioned.
I
Well,
am
it's
letting-
not fins.
Yep.
It's like it's like when you have a fish and you have the fins on the top. It's like the spine.
Okay.
Like those kind of fins are on. It's not like flipper fins.
Now, that's 4 to the damage on the first strike, and to do the grapple check, how would I run that?
Let me get rid of that.
It is
silly.
the grappler's athletics versus
Yes.
the grapplee's athletics or acrobatics, whichever is higher.
Yeah. So you need. So is it? It's not. It's a straight roll basically. And then obviously any modifiers that you may or not have. And
That's my athletics.
And it's versus my what? I'm sorry. What is it?
Athletics or acrobatics, whichever is higher.
Gotcha. Okay.
That
I'm not actually sure based on this sheet which of that would be. Was that?
strength or dex, whichever is higher.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with
If it
Dex
doesn't
because
matter,
because my monsters don't have a full build out that way. So okay, so is it? Am I rolling for that, or is it just what my Dex is?
No, it's a d20 plus your dex modifier.
Okay, so then it's a 16. You rolled a 17, so you actually beat it by 1.
And I
So-
still have my my second attack
Okay.
with my fist.
So explain to me. Okay, so hold on.
So-
Explain to me how you grapple this massive sea serpent who is it's a
Am I able
3x3.
to?
We don't question it, Neon.
So
I just wanted to
as
explain it.
as I'm running up. I throw down the sling. I throw off the vest. I get right up in its face. I basically punch what would be considered the gut of the snake as it reels downwards, grappling onto its fangs
Ooh.
and pulling down.
Ooh. Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
And
I
then
see
taking
you.
my other strike against it.
Okay.
That being definitely
Oh, 100% hits. Yeah, no question. Yeah, you hit it for sure.
for another 4.
Okay. All right.
So it is now grappled.
Okay, and you have it by its teeth. So and remind me about how heavy set is Basil? How big is he?
Oh, he is the average human size, but
Okay. Is he pretty lean?
surprisingly, he is very toned.
Okay,
and kind of, he is the unassuming strong.
Okay. Is he like does he weigh a pretty good like is like what? Like 150, 160, 170?
I'm gonna say, basically, for his form,
Mhm.
he is surprisingly 200 pounds.
Okay, so he's all muscle. Okay. So so this beast is now basically being dragged down to the ground slightly from his mouth with Basil hanging on to his. Are you holding with both hands, like grabbing 2 teeth and holding on for
Yeah,
your life?
as soon as that second strike went down, I basically ripped him to the ground to hold him
Jeez.
down.
Okay, so basically, Talina and Grigor, you guys are right there. You watch Basil come out of nowhere. He comes up, just gut punches this beast with a right hook, and you feel it like this thud you can feel in your chest hit. He then jumps up, grabs the teeth, and now the head is being dragged down with this 200-pound shrimp. Basically, just ran out of nowhere. Grabs him, is holding his teeth, and with his away hand, just second hand comes up and just left hooks him right in the jaw, and you feel the crunch of the bones on the inside of this thing as it takes a hit. And now he's just hanging there about. You're probably about, when you jumped up to get that, and he's kind of like dragging down. You're probably only about a foot off the ground because of the distance here, but obviously he's just kind of letting you hang there while he's trying to hold you up. And is that I take it that's your turn, right?
That would be my turn.
All right, Talina, you're up, and then the monster is after that.
Plan, but the creature being grappled means it can't move. Therefore,
Correct.
rip plan.
Hey,
Because I was gonna cast suggestion and tell it to go away.
Oh, that would have been spicy. Okay, all right. Well, we can't do that.
But instead, I'm gonna yell at the random guy who's in the middle of the fight, who should be there to, run inland after those 3. Heavily suggesting that those other 3 should also keep moving.
These ones over here.
Yeah, the 3.
Yeah.
I was gonna say behind the tavern, but that's.
Yeah, you see them. They go in this building, and all of them. You see them vanish inside the building. What was the other one that you were instructing to go
the
away?
one to
Over
the
here?
left. The left,
Yeah, you see
He
him. He was tucked in
Get
behind
out
a
of here
crate,
somehow.
and he runs over this way behind Othwin, and he just disappears up the road, running away.
No more collateral damage.
Yep.
Do I dissonant whisper it, or am I just gonna stab a bitch? I think I'm gonna just stab a bitch.
Okay.
So she grabs her rapier,
Okay.
and I'm gonna regret this. But I get a +5 to attack, so this should be fine.
Keyword
Or
should
not.
be. Keyword should
I rolled a
be
2,
fetch.
so that makes a 7, which I'm
Oof.
assuming is not hitting.
Not quite, unfortunately.
Hey, join the club.
So as I step past it, I'm gonna look at. I'm bad at names. The barbarian dude next to me,
Basil.
Vassal. I'm go. Don't do this. Do better. As another streak of cyany purpley magic leaves her lips and goes towards him, and you also have an inspiration die. D6.
yay! I'll need to know how that works.
It's a 1d6 for what was it?
You basically any d20 you roll or any damage, or if you get hit, you can add it to your AC.
Okay.
Just don't forget that you have it, because I'll try to remember that you guys
Yeah.
have it. Because at this point, I know Grigor still has it, and Basil has
If you
it.
guys click on your own token,
There's
there's
a
a little bubble at the
inspiration?
bottom. Yeah, it's a bardic inspiration. But if you click on your token at the little mirror thingy on the bottom, you can add reminders to your tokens if you want.
There
Why
is
is-
also
Oops, hold on. Oh,
a little.
And you just disappeared.
I hit the wrong button. Hold on. There you go. You're back. Why Why you have an X over your head? What happened?
That means I'm dead.
You're not dead.
That you hit the X and that's the status thing that I was just talking about.
No, it wasn't me.
I don't have it.
How do I fix you? Hold on.
Click
I
on that
didn't do
token.
it.
Well, so in a shocking turn of events, Pastel's now dead.
As
Knocked
he's
out.
struggling, one of the
Dead.
teeth goes straight through his head, and he's just no, I'm kidding.
No.
How do you? Because I don't have you guys'
undead
HP
me?
in here on Roll20 on purpose, so I don't know why it thinks you're dead.
So if you click on the token and on the
There we go. I fixed it. There we go.
bottom of it,
Okay, so yeah, so Melon, the way that you did that is if you click the circle on the bottom, it's the far right X, I think is what you did. But
Oh, I might have accidentally. I don't know.
yeah, don't use the red X. That's dead. Use literally anything.
yeah,
Okay.
you have Bardic Inspiration, right? So I'll give you a little status here.
You could just do the purple one, because they're magically just purple.
Works for me. Yep. So you have that. Yep. Works. Oh, wait,
Cool.
wait. And Melon, Monhold has one too.
Yeah, on hold has the sleepy icon.
Here we go. I'm swapping for
Amazing.
purple to keep things consistent. Okay, so you guys both have Bardic Inspiration.
Kill.
All right. So
Do I back off? No, I'm not going to back off, but I am going to position myself so that it random rocks around me. Okay.
no, I just ignore it. I was messing with something
Okay.
earlier and I was being dumb.
I'm going to position myself here
Okay.
so that if it tries to go toward those civilians, I can kind of be in between.
Okay.
Actually, that makes more sense.
Is that your turn?
And that, yeah.
All right, so the Serpent's now going to go. Okay, so Serpent is currently grappled. He cannot move, and he is obviously very occupied with Basil. Tyra, you're going to have to remind me. To get out of a grapple, I have to roll because I can't move. And...
Yeah, you need to roll your athletics as your action versus... Oh, sorry, your athletics or acrobatics versus his
Okay,
athletics.
I need to see...
Is it another one of mine, or is he trying to just beat the first roll?
I think what's...
No, it's a re-roll every time.
Yeah, it's a contested
Okay.
roll. Okay, yeah, these
Because you're
monster
actively
sheets
resistant.
don't have that, so it's
If
probably
they
just my
don't
dex.
mention either athletics or acrobatics, they're
Mhm.
not proficient in it, so you just use either strength or dex.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and go with strength then.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go ahead and roll. Actually, you roll first since you're the one grappling me, and then I'll roll against it.
Ooh, being hung off the ground is a little harder.
Oh, you're so lucky. He rolled a natural 1.
Oh,
Yeah, he rolled a natural
wait,
1.
wait.
So
What
And that's
happened
its
because
action,
of his
by the way.
natural one?
I'm sorry. Say again, Ty.
It's action to break free.
Yeah, that was his action to try to break free. So he just used his action to break free. He failed miserably, and he failed so much so that because it was a natural 1, I'll say that when he went to try to like whip you off of him, he actually, so like all these crates that are over here. Oh my gosh, my mouse! It's like all these crates that are right here. Like he's kind of like bent over where you're at, and he's trying to whip you around, and he snaps his neck in such a way he smashes his head into the box and takes 1 bludgeoning damage.
Nice.
Oh, that's not what I wanted.
Oh, I love the little soldier owl.
Yeah. So so he and then he and he kind of is upset, but you're still clinging to dear life on those teeth, and that's it. He can't move. You still grappled him. You weigh too much for him to be able to pull you around beyond just kind of shaking you around a bit. And you obviously were able to hang on. So actually, let's do. Well, never mind. That's it. So yeah. So that's his turn. Merrick, Alexander, you're up. And by the way, he's looking, like I said, he's looking a little rough. Like he's looking like he's been pretty beat up a little bit.
Oh man, it's been beat up. I'm gonna go with an even simpler spell. Let's see. So the way he's grappled from my positioning.
So you're right here.
Like, is there still enough of the creature for me to
Yes.
like see
100%.
to blast?
Yeah, because
Okay,
his
cool.
face is essentially aiming this way. Like his his head's like kind of like right there. Oh, it's more like right there. And he's kind of his neck is kind of arced over with Basil kind of underneath his face, hanging onto his teeth. And Basil's kind of flailing about a foot to 2 feet off the ground as the creature's kind of trying to shake him loose. But you can clearly see this, like the right side of his head all the way down the side of his body to where it's kind of coiled up underneath him that's holding him upright.
Okay.
Also, we established the thing is 30 plus.
The thing is what? I'm sorry?
The thing is like 30 feet plus long. The
Yeah.
snake.
Yeah, he's about
So-
30 or so feet long. Yeah, he's a big boy.
Merrick takes a single step closer. He's gonna kind of wind up his right hand as if he's about to throw a ball. And he kind of is, because out of it comes a fireball. Well, firebolt, not the bigger
you.
version of it.
I was gonna
but
say,
clarifying.
excuse me.
it's a ball of fire that's
Okay.
flying towards the creature now, and I'm gonna roll attack.
Okay, and you're casting, what is it, Firebolt? Okay, cool.
I rolled a 1, and we got an 8.
Wait, 1 and an 8?
No, it's an 8 total.
Oh, okay.
Rolled an 8.
Yeah, it doesn't hit. Not even close. So, yeah, so he tries to cast this Firebolt, and he whips it up in his hand, and boom! And it just basically flies over the top of the beast as he's moving around and trying to shake Basil loose, and it just kind of flutters out and dissipates out over the water.
Oh, man.
And these
I'm gonna
rolls
take
have
another
been
one.
rough.
Oh, very much so. I'm gonna
Yeah.
It wouldn't be
get
a
a
session.
bit closer.
It wouldn't
It
be a
would not
session
be
if we didn't have rough rows.
It's true. It's true. Okay. And do you have any bonus actions that you want to? I don't think that you do.
I don't really have bonus actions to do except converting sorcery points into spell
Yeah.
slots, which I don't yet have to
You-
do.
Yeah, you don't need to do that. So, okay, cool. All right,
And
then
that'll
in
be
that
it.
case, that is the end of that round. Okay, so with that, so at the start of the next round, those gurgling water that you guys saw and heard out in the water has now shifted and moved. One of them is still here, out here in the corner. So you still see water gurgling right there. The one that was over here has now moved, and it is right here at the end of the dock. The one that was up here has now moved quite considerably, actually, and is well, actually, no, you guys actually, the third one's gone. It's not there anymore. You're not actually sure where that one went. But yeah, so with that, start of the round is Grigor's turn.
My bardic inspiration on my attack of my rapier.
You get to roll the d20 first, just in case you roll a crit or anything, so you don't spend it. You just have to use it before it's declared a hit or miss.
Yeah, I'll try to use my bardic inspiration on this.
Okay. So are you adding the Bardic Inspiration to that 8? Is that what I understand? Okay. So go ahead and roll a 1d6. Now I want to remove that purple from you since you're using your inspiration.
Ouch.
Every little bit helps.
It's true, yeah. What is this?
A 1.
Oh, no!
That's a 1 on the inspiration damage.
No, you can also use it to hit.
Yeah, he was trying to use it
Oh,
to increase his
never
hit.
mind.
Yeah.
Never
So,
mind.
I forgot.
Wait, that would have maxed out at 14,
There you
wouldn't it?
go. Wait.
No, you got an 8. Wait, what's it saying? Hang on.
Yeah, it is now 9, but it could have at max been 14.
Oh.
Okay. Well, either way, if it was a 14, it still would have missed. So again, the rapier, you take another swing, and it hits one of the scales at just the wrong angle again, and just you hear it sink, and it just slides right off again. Do you want to try to attack again with your dagger?
No, I need to disengage.
Want to disengage? Okay. So all right, cool. So in that case, where are you going to move to?
I'll move up to the left of the crate.
Okay.
Well, what's left of them?
Go ahead and move your guy. No problem. Okay, and yeah, so disengage allows you to get away, but it wouldn't have mattered. He's grappled anyway, so he couldn't have done anything. So you're backed up. And is that the end of your turn?
Yep, that's the end of my turn.
Okay, all right. Othwin, you are up. Dax, you are next.
All right.
Did little Burb actually hang on to the sling, or did she just?
She
let
hasn't picked it
fall?
up yet.
I will say, for flavor, since of what happened, you do not have to use an action to pick that up. Because it's just a piece of cloth. So if she wants to grab it as she moves, she can do it, and I won't make you use an action for it.
All right. She is gonna pick it up because she knows that it's cloth, and she's like, it's gonna blow away. So she takes a moment to wrap it around her stick, so it doesn't. It's not in her way.
I love this. I love this stick so much.
But
Stick in the
so she notices that she's not doing great attacking. So she has visual on all 4 of the people in front of her, right? Is anyone blocked?
Yeah, she'd be able to see Grigor and Bassil's kind of flailing around in the air, and she'd be able to see from her. Actually, you'd be able to see everybody. Grigor's off to the side right there from your front. Bassil's basically directly in front of you. Dax is immediately off to your left, and the other 2 are over kind of outside of that alleyway.
Good, because I'm going to use my last second spell slot and cast Bless on all 4 of them.
Okay, I gotta remember what Bless is.
Hmm?
Oh, that's also a buff, isn't it?
Yeah.
It gives them a D4 to an attack or a saving throw
Okay,
before
you
my spell
can only
ends.
cast it on 3 of them. So who?
Nope. Level spell. If I use my spell, second level,
Mm.
Oh,
I can
upcasting it,
cast-
Yeah.
Okay.
I can cast it up to 1 extra person.
So 4. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So out of the 5 in front of you, which 4 are getting it?
Which 5?
Well, Dax is over. Or, so are you just not
No.
casting on Dax? You're just casting on
No,
these 4?
Dax is off to the side, so
Okay.
Osmond doesn't see
Okay, cool.
Dax.
Just making sure.
just the 4 in front where she can see.
Okay.
Yeah, she's gonna, and instead of moving, she's just gonna plop down and sit while she holds her holy symbol, closes her eyes, and just concentrates on hopefully helping the
Okay.
people fighting this creature in front of her.
Okay. I'm gonna give you guys. So all of these guys got blessed. You said, right?
Yes.
Okay. Oh wait, Kalina's already using blue. Hold on.
No, I just added it for bless.
Oh, cool. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, so you guys all have bless. Which let me refresh my memory here.
One D4 to an attack or a save.
Okay, and then they basically keep that until concentration is broken, right?
Which is 1 minute.
Okay. Cool. So 1 minute.
Or it's broken.
Yeah. So 1 minute equates. That's what?
10
1
rounds.
minute
10
is
rounds.
10 rounds.
10 rounds. That's right. Yeah. Okay. So. Sorry, I'm just trying to make all my notes here.
It's starting on round 3, if that helps.
Correct. Yeah. So it would be. Or actually, we're on round 4 right now. So.
No. You're
Yeah, we
technically round 3, aren't we?
No, look
Well,
at the
yeah,
turn order.
because you started at 0, but
Oh, yes, you're right.
Oh.
You're correct. You're correct. You're correct. Oh no, I increased it to 1 before you guys started.
Okay.
yeah,
It's
no,
fine.
this is round 4. Hey, you're right.
Yep. We're good.
Now, dumb question.
Mm-hmm.
Probably not that dumb. If I move my spiritual weapon, does that break the concentration?
I don't think so. I think that's. Let me double check that. I don't believe
Is
it.
spiritual weapon a concentration spell?
I don't think so. 1 second.
How many rounds does it last, though?
I think it.
A minute.
That's the minute.
Okay.
It's not concentration, so nope, it doesn't. It just takes a bonus action.
Okay. So yeah, you can move it again.
I will move
And
it
flash.
its full
Oh, you can hit it.
right. Nope.
Oh,
To
no,
hit
you
it, it'd be
can't.
25.
Yeah.
It'd be right
Wait.
behind it.
It can hit from there.
Does
It's
it?
taking up all those spaces.
So then, yeah, because
Oh,
yeah,
so it
that's correct.
does.
Yeah, because it's a
It's
circle,
three by
but yeah,
three.
you'd be able to hit it. Yeah, that's what I thought.
What? Let me.
So you get to roll for attack on your spiritual weapon.
Which is a 6, I want to say. No, 8.
8.
No, it gets up next to it, and I'll say that as it's getting up to it, the beast, because it's kind of whipping around a bit, it was going for like its tail, kind of like its lower midsection, and it moves just enough that the cookie misses. It doesn't hit anything else; it just misses it, and then it's hovering there.
All right, that's it.
Dax, is your turn. Basil, you're on deck.
Trying to figure out what to do because I missed my last couple hits. Dax is going to try one more time before she just gives up.
Come on. She can hit one of these arrows. I believe in her.
She's going to go ahead and step out from behind the corner.
Okay.
And she draws one more bow, or not one more bow, one more arrow.
Okay.
And with a sigh and muttering, "Please hit," underneath her breath, she draws it and shoots it at
Come
the
on.
monster.
You can do this.
Fine.
She hits! Dax steps out in the alleyway. She lets that arrow go, and everybody kind of like glances and goes, man, especially Basil, who's like just saw this happen. And that arrow sails through the air.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm focused on the monster.
Yeah, and that arrow sails through the air, and all of a sudden, Basil, out of nowhere, you see an arrow fly in and stick into the eye of one of the many eyes on the face right next to you. So you see it,
Ouch.
and just right in one of the eyes, and it just reels back and roars. Go ahead and roll for damage.
I'll
You're
just do
supposed
like
to
a one.
loose the arrow, not the bow.
Ooh.
7, all right.
Ooh.
After seeing that she finally, hits the creature.
Yeah. Good hit. It roars and it screams in pain.
She doesn't retreat back behind the building, but she does take a step or two back just in case.
Okay.
And that's gonna end my turn.
All right. Good job. I knew she could do it. Basil, you're up. Talina on deck.
Finally.
All right. So, I have a plan.
Mind
We're
you,
gonna
just
see
for
if it
your record,
works.
since you're hanging
Yes.
onto this mouth, there is now a fresh arrow stuck into the eye right above where your hands are at. It's lodged deep inside the head of this thing.
Yeah.
And there's blood trickling down from its eye, and it's getting all over your hands.
Okay. Well, how difficult? And I want to know what you would want me to do for this.
Ooh, okay.
The fangs I'm hanging on to.
Uh-huh.
If I'm able to swing my legs up and hold its jaw open a ways,
Okay.
can I either rip or break off one of the fangs?
You know what I'm going to say, right?
Roll for it.
You could certainly try.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So, all right. So, hold on. So, all right, explain to me again what you're wanting to do here.
So, as I'm hanging there, my legs
Okay.
are kind of free, but I'm also trying to get them kicked to a
Yeah.
position where I can, like, firmly plant myself
Sure.
on this creature, while grappling and holding it steady.
Okay.
I then want to try and either rip out or break off one of the fangs with one of the ones I'm hanging on to,
Mm-hmm.
so that I technically have a improvised weapon of the tooth in my hand.
Oh my gosh, I love this. Okay, so while you're hanging there, you want to basically just brute force yank one of these out
Yes.
and then use it as a weapon. What are you doing with your legs? You're trying to like brace yourself or
just
something?
I'm basically just getting myself, instead of hanging there
Mhm.
and just holding and basically
Okay.
tug.
Okay.
I want to be planted either
Yes.
firmly on something or just
Okay,
there.
I
so
can
have the
visualize exactly what
leverage.
this is. We're gonna go ahead and let me pick a DC here for this because this is gonna be interesting. So we're gonna go. All right, so I have a DC. What we're gonna do is I want you to roll your athletics. Yeah, roll me an athletic check.
Okay.
Roll me athletics. That'll work. Or actually, no. That'd be athletics or acrobatics. I forget the difference.
Okay. Well, either way,
Athletics-
athletics takes
Wrong.
strength. Acrobatics takes dex. With my athletics check, I have got an 8 in the attempt to do this.
Okay, yeah, that was not enough for what I was wanting you to hit.
Okay.
Because that's a pretty tricky maneuver to do.
Mhm.
But what I will say is with that is you don't rip the. Actually, here's what we'll do. You don't rip the tooth out, the fang out, as much as you'd like. You do dislodge it, and it's now cocked at an angle, and you hear it roar in pain as you just dislodge one of its very long, spindly teeth. And it's now kind of cocked at an angle. You still can have it in your hand. You're still grappled to it. and unless you want to disengage from the grapple, but you weren't able to dislodge the tooth. However, I will say that it's loose now. So if you want to try again next time, the DC will go down because you did dislodge it.
Okay. And with the remaining bit,
Actually,
I'm trying to think
so tire up question for
what I
you.
could hold. Okay.
Yes.
So define a bonus action for me. Like, what's the definition of a bonus action?
I don't think there's a specific
Okay.
definition.
So then I'm going
Bonus
to
Mostly-
bonus action, I believe, is just an additional action that does not require a move or the standard action phase
Okay.
or piece
Yeah.
to
So then-
actually perform.
Okay.
But what I will say, I just recalled this. Do you want me to roll to sustain the grapple?
No,
I don't know
I
if
was
that's
going to
actually
No, no.
something I need to do. Okay.
I was going
It
no.
needs to break.
Yeah, no, it
Okay.
needs to break the grapple. That's on the beast to break off. I was actually going to say, based on the fact of what you didn't require any movement, and it didn't require anything else other than basically just yanking really hard. If you want to roll one more time as a bonus action, I'll let you do it one more time. Now, you won't be able to attack it after that once you have
That's
the weapon
fine.
in hand, but if you want to go ahead and try to break the tooth free again, I'll let you do it again.
That's fine.
And like I
will
said,
take this
because you
attempt.
dislodged it, the DC has gone down.
All right.
Yeah, usually skill checks like this are actions, but yeah.
I think
continue.
I got it this time.
Oh yeah. So okay. So yep. This time you did get it. So yeah. So Basil, what you did is the first go around, you're sitting there yanking, and you just kind of give a good tug. Like you don't have your feet planted yet, and you feel one of the teeth like you hear, it, and you realize it's not out, but it's not in either. And you look up, it's screaming and it's roiling in pain. It's drooling all over you now because it's right on top of you. You're covered in spit and blood and drool, and you realize that tooth's going to come out. And so with all your strength, you grip tight on the two teeth and you hoist your legs up and you plant your feet on the underside of the jaw of this thing, and you just give a great big tug, and one of those fangs rips right out of the mouth. It's in your hand. It's still perfectly, it's long. Like this thing's probably about 10 inches long. And it's
good.
and the base of that you've got is the pointy part, but you could easily flip it around and have the thicker part in your hand like a dagger if you wanted. But you rips out, so your left arm has now whoop, and it's come out. So now you're holding onto this thing with one arm, and you've got the other fang in your hand, but you're still technically grappled onto that one fang above you if you still want. But you did
Fair
it. You were
enough.
able to rip it out. And so I will say, because you've just done physical damage to it, I will go ahead and say you did 2 points of just damage to it because you just ripped a tooth out of his head.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah. Cool. So yeah, you now have an improvised weapon in your left hand. If you want to like spin it around or whatever, that's fine, but you can't do anything else with it, and you are technically still grappled to it.
Yeah. So basically, I would just move it into holding it like a dagger
Okay.
style, and then be done with it.
Well done. Very impressive. Okay, cool. Is that your turn?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see if I can. That little symbol there means you have an improvised weapon. Cool. All right. It is
Sweet.
now Talina's turn with the monster up next.
Dab it, or attempt to anyway.
Okay.
21 total.
You got a
16
20.
plus 5.
You got a 21 to hit.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that definitely hits. Go ahead and roll for damage. This is with your rapier.
Yeah, with my rapier.
Okay. All right.
That's max damage. 8 plus 3 is 11.
11 damage. All right.
Piercing in case that matters.
Okay. So yeah. So you run up to this thing with your rapier, and you just thrust into it, just try to stab it, or do you try to slash at it?
Yeah, and I'm trying to stab it like behind the jaw, like where the jaw
Okay.
verges. Sorry.
Okay, so you run up, and just for the sake of flair, this is not going to be there's nothing negative here, but go ahead and just roll me an acrobatics check for me real quick, just for fun.
Acrobatics. What's my acrobatics? That's a plus
When the
4,
GM tells you roll something for fun and then you die.
It's not going to die. It's for flair only.
15.
15?
Mhm.
Perfect. All right, it was a DC 12, so that's perfect. So you run up, and Talina plants her left foot on the beast's fleshy but like scaly, slimy skin, and digs her heel in, and then hoists herself up like spring jumps with her left, and just juts the blade of her rapier up behind the right part of the jaw of the creature. And Basil, you actually see the rapier come through the mouth from where you're at. You see it poke out like near the tongue, and
Ignore
it just,
that.
and then it recoils back, and you just hear it scream in pain as the blade goes shink, shink, and comes out, and then Talina lands, just completely planting her feet on the ground right next to the base of the creature, and there's blood just covered all over the rapier.
I'm just gonna say this right now. Basil is gonna need a bath after this.
Oh yeah, you're right now, dude. You are covered in a mixture of like this greasy, grimy, greenish, brackish color blood. You've got slobber all over you. You had water from the river, and whatever else come out of this mouth. But yeah, you're gross right now, flat out. Talina, what else are you doing?
Smells like old
I
sushi.
completely forgot that as a dark elf in sunlight, I have disadvantage on all my attacks.
Oh.
So we might have to retcon this depending on what this dice is gonna do.
We'll go ahead and ignore everything up to this point,
Right.
but yeah, for this
Fair.
one,
Yeah.
go ahead and let's do this.
Well,
Let's say we're gonna do this because I'm gonna be nice. Let's say because of the angle you're at, you were in shade because of the size of the monster, so you were not technically in direct sunlight on that particular attack. However, moving forward, because he's moved, you're now in direct sunlight. So I'm gonna be really nice.
Yeah, well, I mean, my only bonus action is another bardic inspiration, but kind of want to hold on to the last one. And if
Actually,
I move,
I'm gonna
it's
do this
going
to remind
bite.
myself here.
Yeah, I should
I'm gonna
probably
put
have to-
that red there that you're at disadvantage, just to remind me. And technically speaking, my monster's still at disadvantage too because he hasn't gotten a single attack in. And he's had
Yeah.
that thing on him. I forget even. I think it was from Othwin that he gets disadvantage on his next attack roll, and he's not gotten an attack in yet because he's been grappled. The one time he had the opportunity to attack, he was grappled by this scrawny little kid who's grabbed his teeth.
No, it was from my vicious mockery.
That's what it was.
In
That's what
round
it was.
one?
Yes. Yes.
I still just love the fact that scrawny little average build
Yes.
dude runs up and RKOs the guy.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so yeah, so did you want to do anything else on your bonus action? I'm sorry, I heard a cough. Was that a no?
No, I'm looking for
Okay.
other civilians, but they're all far enough away that you
Yeah,
wouldn't.
you guys have cleared the immediate area of civilians. The one that was down here, he's backed off. The people in the ship, they're cowering like under a net or something, and everybody else has cleared the general area. They've all since run, or are in buildings and are basically watching you through windows and rafters and stuff. Except obviously the one guy who has not moved. He is still in the fetal position. He is just like muttering to himself and rocking himself back and forth, and he is just trying to not go insane.
Gosh dang it, old man.
I want to yell at him, grow up and be a man.
You could if you wanted. I mean, I don't know if he's gonna hear you.
Alright, and that is it.
Okay, so in that case, it's the serpent's turn, and all he can do right now is try to break this grapple, which I need to. What was it? I need the strength check, right?
Whichever one is higher between your strength or your dexterity.
Okay. Definitely the strength is higher, so yeah, so we're gonna roll a strength.
And I will get my athletics as the...
Oh my
Oh,
god, it doesn't matter. I rolled a nat 1.
Oh boy.
Oh, you rolled a 22? Okay, so again, all right. Oh my gosh. Okay, I got it. Okay, so he tries to he is pissed, right? He is not looking good. He's bleeding from multiple spots. He's looking a little ragged and worn, and he is sick and tired of this scrawny human hanging off of his tooth, and so he goes to shake you off, right? And you are just holding on tight for dear life with that right hand and that right arm, and he again shakes you around. But as he does so, because he rolled a nat 1, he shakes and he actually dislodges his other tooth. It doesn't come off because you're still grappled. It's not going to ungrapple you. But you hear that tooth go pop out of its jaw, and it's still in, like you can still hold on to it, and it just recoils in pain, and he takes another point of damage from the fact that he just dislodged his own tooth because he was trying to shake you off. And unfortunately, he can't do anything else because he's still grappled by this scrawny kid. So it's on to Alexander again. Man, I thought this beast was going to be like super hard, and all its problems has been crappy rolls. You guys have been just destroying this thing. I was worried he was going to be too hard.
Probably only
Hello.
because it started far away.
Honestly,
Yeah,
that's just
hello.
because I made the
Welcome
map
to-
the wrong size. But
Welcome to my play style.
I love this. Okay, Alexander, what are you going to do? Remember, you do have that bardic inspiration with that little blue dot there.
Bardic inspiration.
Alright, the blue. That was bless.
Oh, bless.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
no,
bless, that's
wasn't
right.
it blessed?
Yes,
Yeah, I was
purple's
like,
bardic inspiration. Technically, Basil still has it. Blue is blessed to all 4 of you, and then red is disadvantage on the 2 that have it.
I'm sorry, can you remind me again what does bless do?
Yes.
D4 to your attack rolls or saving throws.
Yes.
1d4.
And it stays with you.
And
You don't have to
yes,
worry
they
about
can
using
stack.
it or losing it, because as long as she maintains concentration for the next 10 rounds, you get to keep it.
Okay, let me check. I should have looked at this before it was my turn. I apologize, but here we are. I believe I'm either about to finish this or I'm about not to. It's one or the other.
I'd say
but,
you'd have to
let's
do a
see.
pretty good chunk of damage to do it, but he is looking rough.
I am going to walk up. Let's see, boink. And then it's very fun. I haven't seen this spell used, so I'm gonna describe it in a
Okay.
interesting way, I guess. But as all this is going on, Merrick kind of just cautiously walks up to the creature, and as he's chanting another incantation, he basically just he so it's all like sporadic, and he's trying to cautiously walk up to it and put his hand on it.
Oh no!
That's what he's trying to do.
Are you doing what I think you're doing? You are.
Possibly.
You
and
are, yeah.
just for a good measure, I'm gonna. Actually, no. I'm gonna do it level 1. That's fine. I'm gonna roll inflict wounds,
Okay.
which I get +7, and then I get a +4 as well. So, see, I roll 1 d20 plus, so 7 plus 4 is gonna be 11.
No, it's the bless is a 1d4, not
Yeah.
just
No,
a
you have to.
+1.
Yeah, you have to.
Oh, 1d4.
Yeah,
Sorry.
1d4,
Okay.
yeah.
So this is gonna be subtract 4 from this is gonna be 22.
So 22 is your total. That's your hit, correct?
And then, well, I said I was going to do it, so 24. There we go.
24 to hit.
Yep.
Okay, and 100% hits. Yeah.
Okay, now I'm going to roll 3d10 for damage.
Wait,
Yeah, I keep messing it up. It's like, is it like 1d4? Does it add 4? I don't know why I keep doing that.
Yeah. No, 1d4
Okay,
means you
let's
roll you roll a d4, and whatever you get is what you add to it. So 15 points of damage.
That's a perfectly average amount of damage.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Radiant, right?
I don't know. Should I? Not?
Should what?
I'm tempted to try and re-roll the 2.
Go for it. Why not?
Fuck it, we ball. So I just roll a 1d10, so 6 plus 7, 13. And it's another 2. That's
Nailed
fine.
it.
So 15 necrotic damage.
So 15 necrotic damage.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, you inflict these 15 damage, and it so explain to me how the inflict wounds injures the creature, because you walk up and you touch it. What happens?
Okay, let's see. So from my imagination, the way the spell would work is the place where I put my hand on it, the area around it would start very quickly decaying and sort of tearing up, as if both like decaying matter, like old flesh,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like lacerations start appearing on it.
Ooh, okay, so you touch this thing and
the
oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, and so basically from that point on, it's how much you want it to be. Like from the amount of damage is the creature dead, whether it's spread throughout all of it or just that small area or whatever.
So
Yeah, that's all I was gonna say.
You lay your hands on this creature and you inflict the wounds, and this rotten, decayed flesh effect starts to take over, and lacerations start to appear all over it. And this effect continues to spread all over the entire creature, all the way down to the tip of its tail, all the way up to the head, to the point where there's only a few patches on its head that are left exposed to regular flesh, and it looks like it's about ready to keel over. This thing looks like you could breathe on it, and it's going to just wither away with how much of this decayed matter is all over it. It starts to take from this beautiful greenish-blue iridescent look to this sickly, disgusting brownish-green, and that iridescence is just gone, and the lacerations are all over it, and it's bleeding profusely from all of these just magical wounds that just appeared. It looks like it should be dead. And yeah, so anything else you want to do?
No, that'll be it. And you can remove the bless thingy because I've used that.
Okay. So you have used your bless. Okay. And-
Bless isn't used.
oh, that's right.
Oh,
That's
is
right.
it
That's right.
concentration?
Yeah, yep, that's right.
Mhm.
As long as
sorry.
off one maintains no, you're good. You're good. I forgot to. Okay, cool. So that moves on to round 4, or sorry, round 5. And so at this time, those gurgling water that you guys saw out in the river, suddenly you guys see these 3 creatures appear out in the water. And from where you guys are, these creatures look like, how do I put this? Actually, let me see if I can show you the art, because they're kind of horrifying.
Oh, they smaller creatures. I worried for a second.
No, they're
I
small.
know. I also got worried for
They're
a
small.
second.
They're small. They are humanoid size.
I'm still worried, but
Yeah, they look like that.
Oh.
Ugh.
Yeah, these are
Siren-looking
basically
things.
these are
looks like
basically
something out of date.
yeah. Let me put these on screen. This one I can actually show on screen because this was an AI image I helped make. So, where is it? Where's my image layer? That's right. One second.
Ouch.
Yeah, so that is essentially the creature these guys have just seen pop out of the water. And it, right there. And so these creatures rise up out of the water, and from what you can see, they have a very humanoid-like torso from the water level up. They are very, like, they almost look skeletal. Like, their waist is almost non-existent. Their rib cage looks very protruded and exposed. They have skin. They look like they have some kind of flesh, but it's covered in algae and greenery and moss, and just they look like they live on the river bottom. Long, just grossly, not silk, but almost like wiry hair that just flows down behind them. Their eyes are literally glowing green, even though they're outside in the daytime. You can see the green glow from a distance. They have jagged, sharp, razor-like teeth, and their hands come out of the water with them on either side. And they have super long, spindly fingers with like these claw-like nails coming off the end. And you hear this screech that they emit. Not like a siren yell that's going to shatter any sort of glass or anything, but they just let out this like screech. And the 3 of them rise up out of the water. And I need to add them real quick to the thing because they rolled really bad on initiative. So control you, control you, control you. They're going to operate as they're all going to operate together. So they're not going to take 3 individual turns. They're going to operate under 1 turn. So just for the record. But with that being said, Grigor, it is your turn, buddy. You're up.
For ease of use, you can just give them 1 turn instead of 3.
Yeah, I probably should. Actually, I'll fix that right now.
I take my remaining dagger and throw it at the big serpent.
Okay. Oh, it hits! Perfect!
And that's not even including the bless.
Yeah, that's just a straight roll. All right, go ahead and roll for damage.
Oh,
We just
how the
needed some
turns have
time.
guided.
We just needed some time to snowball.
So, Grigor, how do you want to do this?
Take the dagger and toss it.
Uh-huh.
Add
Some flair.
torso area.
Okay. Is that it? You just throw it at the torso?
Yep.
Okay, so you throw this dagger and it lands, and you just have the precision and aim of a marksman, and it lands and strikes right where the heart would be of this creature, and it just the amount of force you're able to throw, just all this frustration of missing all of these different strikes throughout the course of this encounter, and just you just throw it with all the strength you've got. It goes so far in that it goes all the way up to the hilt of the dagger. This blade is fully engulfed inside this creature, and all of a sudden you hear it writhe back and scream in pain. It throws its head back. At this point, Basil, it just whips its head back, that you slide right off that last tooth, and you fall to the ground on your back. No damage or anything. It's not that far off the ground, but it writhes back. It screams. It utters all these guttural sounds, and then it just kind of like slithers down to the ground, and you just hear and it just thuds to the ground. And it's lifeless. It's gone. And that dagger is protruding from its torso area. And you've killed it. You've slain the beast with that 1 dagger throw. Well done.
I did nothing compared to it.
Turn around because looks like you heard that screech from the visitors.
Mm-hmm.
Mm, That's my turn.
It's like, man, I should have
Okay.
led with that spell.
Yeah, I'll be honest. That's so. I'll be straight up. You had it at 2 hit points when you hit that. I was half tempted to just give it to you because it was so many points. Where I'm like, no, I'm gonna leave it. But okay.
Yeah, I was thinking I should have cast it at level 2, so that because I was pretty sure that I was gonna do it, but it is what it is.
Well, I mean, honestly, when you re-rolled that 2, had it gone a little bit higher, you all you needed was 2 points and you would have had it. And I was really hoping you'd get
Yeah.
higher than a 2. But anyways, Othwin, it is your turn. So at this point, you've just watched the sea serpent. You saw Grigor throw his dagger. It lands, it strikes. You see him whip back. You see Basil fall and thud to the ground, and you see this thing just slither and blah, down on the ground. And it's just kind of sprawled out on the ground, half coiled, half not, and it's just dead. You did hear this screech come from the water, but from where you're at, you can't see them because they're at water level, and because of where you're at and you're in your height, you just heard it come from the water, but you can't see them yet.
All right. So she's going to, get up from her little standing spot, or sitting because she was using that to concentrate. We're gonna move. I'm gonna move her down a little bit, about here-ish.
Okay.
I'm going to, let's see. I'm gonna hold a spell for when I see when one of them get in my view. So I'm gonna hold guiding bolt.
You're gonna hold guiding bolt. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and give you this so we know you're holding something. Okay. Okay.
And it'll just be for whichever one she sees first.
Okay. Do you want to move your spiritual weapon, or do you want to? Oh, actually, no. I need you to roll a concentration check. I need you to make sure that you're maintaining concentration on the bless.
Right. What do I roll for that again? Just
You would ask me that,
concentration.
and I should know that as the DM. Hold on.
It's just concentration, Constitution, Intelligence.
It's not
Wisdom.
I think it's wisdom, but hang on.
It's
So
whatever your
concentration is only when
spellcasting.
you take damage, and yeah, it's your spellcasting modifier.
Okay, gotcha.
So
and
as
it's-
a cleric, it would be wisdom.
I believe
right?
so. Yeah, because I think sorcerers
Yeah.
are dex.
No,
Yeah,
sorry,
it'd be-
charisma.
Charisma. Sorry. I literally was reading. I was reading dex in front of me when I said that, and my brain swapped the two.
Hey, if I
And-
could do
Like, I'm
magic
so
with my
nimble.
fists and my strength, that'd be great.
Right?
And to finish up that information package, the DC for a concentration check is 10 or half the damage, whichever is higher.
Okay. And with bless, there's no damage, so it would just be 10.
No, the damage that you take when you get hit. Because you only roll
Oh,
concentration when you're hit.
gotcha. Wait, I thought you had to. I thought every time your turn came around, you had to roll for concentration when you're maintaining concentration.
No, it's only when something takes you out of concentration, like taking damage. Or...
Oh, okay. My apologies. I misunderstood that then. Don't roll concentration. My bad. I misunderstood that roll. Never mind. So you're holding guiding bolt. Were you gonna do anything else?
Well, because
You can still move your spiritual weapon, I believe.
Yes, because that's a bonus action.
Mm-hmm.
the only thing is I don't know. Because she don't see anybody. She doesn't know where to move it.
Well, you do know where the sound came from. You know it came from the water because you could hear it echoing off the water and the direction. It was very like you could very much tell where it came from. It was not a distant sound.
All right, so I'm gonna move it. It can go 20 feet, so yeah, I'm gonna move it closer to the water, about here-ish.
Okie dokie. There you go. And that your turn?
Yep, that's it.
All right, Dax, you're up. Basil, you're on deck.
Okay. So, I doubt it, but would Dax be able to see any of these creatures from where she is?
You probably would not, because they're humanoid, so they're only like 5.5 feet tall, and only about half of them is out of the water because of they have to obviously maintain their uprightness, and because that water is down below the dock, you probably wouldn't be able to see them either. I think the only one who can physically see them would be Grigor, because of his angle. And Basil, because I will say, Basil, technically, I know for Flare, I said you're on your back. I'm not going to make you be prone and have to stand back up. I'd say like you land on your back and you kind of sat up on your butt during the course of all this. But once you're once you're like fully stood up, if you were over near Basil, near Grigor, you could probably see them as well. And I would say that Alexander and Talina can also not see them because of the crates. There's just too much. It's not a lot of things covering it, but there's enough that you just can't see them from this angle.
Okay.
Actually, I take that back. I'm sorry. Alexander and Talina, you guys would be able to see the two that are down here. You would be able to see those. But you wouldn't be able to see this one.
The crates you said were destroyed when the snake was moving through them. It's more like how much does the snake
Yes,
block?
the edge of that one, yes. And the one that's under him right here, absolutely destroyed. But this section of the crates are still upright. They're just kind of damaged, but they're still there. Yeah.
Wait, would they be able to see them over the serpent's body, though?
The serpent's body when he's all laid out flat. He's not like he's tall when he's standing on end, but his body is only probably about. Now that it's all flat and kind of like not, it's like lifeless, where everything kind of like sinks like a little bit and kind of settles. They could probably see over the top of it. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, not by much. They'd be able to see basically like the faces of these weird creatures that are out in the water, but that'd be about all they could see. So yeah, it's Dax, it's your turn.
I think I would. Okay. I think. So Dax is gonna have an arrow ready to be fired, and she's just gonna cautiously approach.
Okay.
And I measured this out, but let me double check. All right, so she's going to cautiously approach, and kind of is going to stand right about here-ish. There we go. Right about there. With her walking to there, would she? I assume this one would still be out of sight, and would these two also be out of sight still?
No, at this point where you're at, you'd start to be able to see all three of them. You probably be able to see their heads from where you're at.
Okay. Are they just standing there, or do they look like they're getting ready to attack? Can I tell what they're doing?
They've just all three almost in unison risen out of the water. They look very angry. And they have all kind of almost in unison screeched that very loud sound that was very like nails on a chalkboard. It doesn't have any effect or anything, but obviously they just kind of shrieked. This was right before the monster was killed, before this big serpent was killed. So they came out of the water right before the serpent was slain. So as of right now, they're all looking at where the serpent is, and they're kind of like looking at each other like, well, what do we do? Because the serpent, you can tell there's some sort of connection between them and the serpent is what I'm trying to say.
Okay. So Dextery would suspect them to attack, but she doesn't want to provoke them, so she's just gonna have her bow or her short bow drawn and ready. And that's where I'm just gonna end my turn.
Okay. Basil, you're up. Talina, you're on deck. Oh, I can go ahead and remove. How do you remove a creature from the turn order, Ty?
I mean, you could just ignore it and just.
Okay, I mean, I can. I was just curious if I could remove it.
Should be able to delete it.
I should unmute when I talk. When you hover over them in the turn order, doesn't they show a red trash thingy? I can't do it.
Yes, it does. It's not red. It's like the contrast was barely even there. But yeah, I did just pull them. Thank you. That works.
Okay, so covered in brine, bile, guts, and slobber, holding two ripped teeth from the serpent, would I actually see at least these two trying to climb up?
I'm sorry, say that again.
These two, would I at least see them climbing up?
They're not climbing. They're just sitting in the water right now.
Or at least just sitting right there.
Yep. Yeah, from where you're at, yeah, because the corner of those crates are probably crushed in, so you could, at the very minimum, see this one and maybe that one, like part of it. Like maybe you can see like the right arm, the right hand of that one there.
Gotcha.
So you can tell there's two, but you can only really see one.
How tall is the wall here?
The dock is about 5 to, depending on what section of the dock, is anywhere from 5 to 10 feet off the ground. That section there is about 5 feet off the ground. It's a little bit lower.
Okay. So it would take them a second to kind of climb up. Yeah, I'm just gonna go stand on top of the broken crate, and I will hold an attack action
Okay.
if either of them climb their way up over the dock, because I will ready one of these teeth to be like a throwing dagger.
Okay. So you're standing here ready with a weapon. Dax, you're here ready with a weapon. Grigor is standing here with his rapier in hand. Othwin's here readied with a spell. So you guys are all kind of holding your actions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. And then you said you're ending your turn, Basil?
Yes.
Okay,
I'm
cool.
in,
Yep.
Yes. I blanked for a second.
No, you're
sorry.
good. Okay. So, Talina, you're up with Alexander on deck.
And I have line of sight on.
You have line of sight
These
on
guys?
that one, and I'd say from where you're at, yeah, you could probably see her, see that one as well.
We'll take the top left of those two,
Okay.
because Vicious Mockery only needs me to see them, so it's fine. Actually, yeah, they can that I can see within range, and they need to hear me, but not necessarily understand me. Right. So while I look through my list of insults, I need a Wisdom saving throw DC.
I'm
13.
sorry. 1 second. I got to text my dad back. I forgot to text him earlier.
How rude.
I know, right?
Oh.
Yes. So you guys see Telena's lips
Okay.
again.
All right. Go ahead and say that again. I'm sorry. Back up. And you said you're going to do what now?
Yeah. So Telena's lips get that purplish cyany magic again, and
Mhm.
as she speaks toward, as she points at that one, she says, "Ah, the hell's all that over your face? Oh, it's just your face. I need a Wisdom saving throw from it."
On this one here?
Yeah.
Okay. They do not have advantage on that, so it's just going to be... Oh my gosh, I rolled a 17.
Dang.
Yeah, I don't know where that roll came from.
Alright, then nothing.
Nothing? Okay. All right.
It shrugs it
So,
off.
yeah, like you say this horrible insult, and it can understand you, and it just kind of like you can almost from that distance you can't really tell this, but you swear that it raises its eyebrow and cocks its head at you like, what'd you just say, bitch? Like what?
Why you say that to me?
Yeah, like you trying to fight me right now?
It's not full movement, but it's close enough. And that'll do.
Okay, that's your turn.
Yeah.
Okay. And you moved over there, and you remind me, Selena has a weapon in her hand, right?
Yes.
Okay.
With a rapier and her shield.
Does she still have disadvantage? Oh, that's right. That's right. She's out in sunlight. That's right. Okay.
Yes.
Yep. All right. So Alexander, you're up, and the harpies are up next.
Harpies, you say?
Well, technically they're sea harpies, but
Well, technically.
yeah, because actual harpies are bird-like creatures, and that's not them.
Let's see. At this point, I think all I'm going to do is I'm going to unsheath my dagger because I have a dagger. And
Okay.
I'm going to walk around these to about... Yeah, I guess I'm going to stay here. It's kind of, because everyone's kind of looking in that direction now. We've heard some shit from there, and now we hear screeching from there. So I
Yeah.
walk up. I have a dagger in my, it's going to be right hand, and I'm just going to stand. I'm not going to
Mhm.
ready any actions.
Okay. All
Actually,
right.
no. What?
Oh, go ahead.
Technically, I guess it's 2 actions if I draw 2 weapons, but just in case, Merrick's going to finally actually take the crystal from his necklace. So he's going to have the crystal in the left hand and the dagger in the right hand.
I'm sorry. What does he have from his necklace? I'm sorry. What was it?
Crystal, which is his
crystal.
spellcasting focus.
Apologies. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. So we're gonna do something a little different here. So you guys are all lined up, basically in a battlement line. There's a spinning cookie of death floating above the dock, and there's a dead sea serpent over here that looks like it's just been rotted away at the touch of a person. These 3 sea harpies see all of you guys. I want you guys to roll me a group intimidation check. So I want you guys to each roll me a d20, and oh my gosh, what's an intimidation modifier? I know this.
Intimidation is just a skill.
Just a skill. Okay, so yeah, so whatever your modifier is for that, roll that. But roll me each of you want roll me a d20, and I want to hear what everybody's is. And we'll do it in. Let's start with Jesse, since it's your turn. What's your what was just your turn?
Sorry, do we roll with modifier or just a?
If you
just
have a
D20?
modifier for it, like if you have anything to intimidation, because if it's just a skill, you should have it or you don't. But just unless I'm mistaken, I'm still.
Yeah, I have a +5 bonus to it. Yeah.
You do? Okay, then yeah. So whatever you roll +5, and we'll start with you.
11.
Okay.
I don't know why it doesn't translate to roll 20 because it did when we started this and now it doesn't. But I'm rolling these on Beyond.
That's fine. Whatever you want. That's whatever works. And if you need to refresh your page, make sure the plugin's working. That's fine too. Okay. Next up, let's go with. We'll just do this. We'll go. Basil, what's yours?
Natural 20.
Hey, do you have a modifier?
A +1.
Okay, so for a 21. Okay. Okay.
The one that's covered in all the bile.
The one
and
that's
gore.
covered in all the bile from the creature. Yeah, that's on point. All right. Let's see. Next, Talina, what's yours?
I rolled a 19. Well, 15 + 4.
Okay. All right. So 19. Okay. I'll go back up to the top. Dax, what's yours? Nine plus 5, or is it just or is that the total?
No, that's total.
That's
That's
the total.
4 +
Okay.
That's total.
Ooh. Okay. All right. And then off.
I'm not getting two good rolls tonight.
No, really not. I hope you're getting them all out now. So the rest of the adventure, you get better rolls, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So Alphen, what's yours?
15.
Ooh, Burb is scary. All right, and then Grigor, what's yours, bud? Okay. Okay. All right. Let me do the math here. Let's see how you guys did. That nat 20 really helped you out. I'll put it that way.
Can I try and talk? Can I try talking them out of here? I've got a good charisma.
Oh my.
Well, actually, no. You guys succeeded. So basically, you guys as a group have just basically climbed over this destroyed stuff. There's a dead sea serpent. Basil is just dripping in what's left of the beast. There's a burb that's holding something that looks terrifying. Apparently, there's a spinning cookie of death. Like, there's all this stuff. And these three harpies rose out of the water, saw their beast friend die. They see all this, they look at each other, and they just screech, and they all dive back in the water, and they all disappear under the waves. And they flee.
I love it. I love it.
You guys just scared
Did we
them
actually
shitless.
see them? Like, see them? I'm
Like, yeah.
curious if, like, I caught enough of a glimpse to do a roll to figure out what the fuck they are and why they're here.
Go ahead and roll me a... What? Okay, so wait, what are you trying to figure out? I'm sorry?
So let me see if I can articulate this.
Sure.
So you mentioned before that something's like common knowledge enough that the serpent thing is not supposed to be here. And
Well,
I
I don't believe I mentioned that. I said no. We were no. I was talking about that was way back when we were talking about the lyre and the charming with the harp.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's like way back then. It's like when we heard this thing.
Yeah, the
Like, I
sound.
might
The
be
sounds that it was,
misremembering, but you said something along the lines of like.
I mean,
it's unusual or it's something about it.
not with this guy, but I mean, okay, I'll put it this way. So the creature that you're literally standing next to, this creature is not native to these specific waters around this area. You would know that much. Now, if you want to know more, if you want to roll me I'm trying to decide between a history and an intelligence check. I feel
Yeah,
like
basically, my intention is to roll to figure out what
Yeah.
they are, what might have drawn them here.
okay, I like that.
It'd probably be nature.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Let's go. Let's do that. Let's for based on that then. With that change, go ahead and roll me a nature check. And since you're standing next to the dead beast, I will give you that at an advantage because you're literally
Okay,
like right
good.
next to that one. Now that's specific for the big guy. If you want to roll a second one for the harpies that just fled, I'll let you do that. That one will be just a straight roll because you
Okay,
just
so
barely
rolling
outwit them.
for. I rolled a 4, so if it's an advantage, I'm rolling another one.
Yeah, roll another one.
And a 3. Okay.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
I know,
you
still have
I
your
know
bardic
jack shit about the
inspiration?
serpent.
Yeah, you still technically have bless if you want to use it.
No, bless works only on attack rolls.
Oh,
and
does it?
saves.
Okay, then you're good. So never mind.
Bardic inspiration is for any d20.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
but
Which
I'm not sure.
yeah, which he doesn't
do
have
that.
right now. So
Yeah.
Okay, so for
okay,
the
so you said a separate roll for the harpies?
yeah, roll a separate roll for the harpies because you barely got it. You did get a look at them when you moved up next to Basil. You did see them from what you could see out of the water, but that's only from like the waist up, like the torso up.
And a 17. So I know jack shit about the creature, but I might know something
But
about
you
the
got
harpies.
eagle
So-
eyes and you can see those harpies. Yeah, okay. So you would know these, like I said, these are sea harpies. You'd be able to tell that from the torso up. You'd know that these are traditionally found either out in the delta or up north in the swamp. These are not known to be in this river, so the fact that they're down here is abnormal. You wouldn't necessarily know why they're down here, but you know that it is not normal or common to see them down here, much less this close to civilization. That is not normal.
Okay.
It is definitely an oddity, especially them like coming up to the waterline. Like these creatures are typically like, these are hunters. So these are the kind of creatures that are going to go after weak prey that they can get to quickly and easily and then scurry away to eat it. They're not the kind they're going to go and try to like grab a human off a dock. Now, they are harpies, so you do know that these are known to, you know, lure their prey in through song, but they're not going to do it in an area where they are vastly, as you just saw, they're not the kind to go after prey that outnumbers them. You know, they're gonna try to go after prey that they have the advantage on.
Okay, cool.
The snake still has a dagger in it, right?
The snake still has a dagger stuffed in its chest. Yeah, and actually, sorry, give me one second. I'm just taking a note. Okay.
Yeah, as they jump back in and evidently scurry away, Merrick's gonna relax a bit and he'll just say, "Oh, that was easy."
Yeah.
Yeah,
Looks back at the decaying creature.
Yeah.
You say that was easy as Basil's standing in the rubble covered in blood holding two teeth as daggers.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
He
I
just
didn't mean
turns
that.
over to you.
I'm gonna go ahead and shut this off. Okay, so yeah, you guys. So we're out of turn order now, so you guys can do what you'd like because at this point, you guys have obviously defeated the beast, and the harpies have fled. So at this point, Othwin, I believe your spiritual weapon probably fade at this point, more than likely.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of that.
I could stop holding my my weapon. My
Yeah.
attack now.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So yeah, we'll go ahead and get rid of your holding attack so that I'm not lost here.
and I'm gonna assume that bless is gonna expire before we do attack rolls or saving throws. So.
Yes, correct. So that all goes away.
So. Delena has seen the sea serpent swallow someone whole, right?
Yes, Talena saw the sea serpent eat an entire human in one gulp. Basically, it's big enough that it can do that. Yeah, it just came down, went grabbed it, and then it like a Godzilla basically came down, grabbed it, came up, and the person was gone.
So for the sake of being polite, while she reaches for the dagger, asks, "Can I borrow this?" And before even waiting for a response, she starts cutting the thing open to see if the people inside are still alive.
Okay, go ahead and roll me just a straight strength roll. Because this creature's got very tough skin.
We're
As,
having sashimi tonight.
As
Dax is-
Talina is cutting, Daxori's just gonna go, rest against this wall.
Okay. Just
Lean
Merrick
against
is
it, and
walking away from all the eels.
Lean against it and just kind of watch what Talina does.
I rolled an 11.
Okay, so as you're trying with this blade, because it's not serrated, this is a straight edge blade, right? And so you're trying to carve through this very tough skin and scales, and it's just not moving. Like you're poking it basically, and you're kind of cutting it, but you're not able to like carve through it. You're not really able to really tear open the flesh to try to get on the inside.
Might I try?
A hand? And she just leaves the dagger where it is, lets go, and just looks at whoever's offering to help.
How serrated or whatever are the teeth?
So
By the way.
the teeth that you got, so if you look at that image that's in there, you can kind of get an idea for it. They are like, they look like porcupine quills. Like they're long and sharp and jagged on the front. Like they're designed to like bite in. They're not like serrated teeth.
Okay.
So yeah,
So
they're
I'm
very
just
much
going
piercing.
I'm just going to place my hand on the dagger as it's still in there, and also give it a nice tug.
So you're gonna try the same thing?
Down the belly, down the belly.
Okay, I want you to go ahead and roll me a strength check as well, or just straight strength roll. We won't do a check. We'll just do a straight strength roll.
That's the same thing.
Whatever.
13.
Okay, so that actually works, just barely. But yeah, so you are able to do it, not by
Already
much.
Covered in blood.
Yeah.
I don't care.
And so you grab it and you start yanking and pulling on it starts to give way because I guess Talina was able to kind of weaken that area a bit, and you're able to just kind of shred it a little bit more, and you're able to tear open a spot of his side of his torso.
Daxori is probably just to be kind of a little smart. Is just gonna yell out that they're probably
Oh
not
my gosh.
alive and you're wasting your time.
Monhole just reminded me, I totally forgot. The entire beast is rotted from the inflicting wounds, so the DC should have been lower on that. So I'm sorry, both of you guys. I'm going to back up a little bit. You were both able to carve a pretty good entry point, or I guess you could call it, along the side of this
Exit
creature.
wound, yeah.
Yeah, it's basically an
in
exit
that
wound.
case,
Yeah.
in that case, I'll just use the
tooth. Okay, so yeah, so you two with the
And-
tooth, and then Selena using the dagger are able to cut a nice, good, long carving spot into the side of this creature. But with that, remember, this thing smells like a fish, so it doesn't smell great to begin with. It just died, and on top of that, because of the inflict wounds, this entire thing is rotted flesh now. This thing smells atrocious, and you just cut it open. So
Yeah.
actually, so you know what? With that, hold on, I want
Daxori's still gonna yell that they're not alive.
Yeah,
I would-
I want
I
you.
would like
Like a
to
constitution
remind you as to what
Yes.
Basil's
Oh
background
no,
was.
I remember. So actually, what I was about to say is, I want you guys both to roll me a,
If it's not to blow chunks, it'd be Constitution.
yeah, I was gonna say Constitution. I was just trying to make sure in my head. So I want you guys each roll me a Constitution check, but you get an advantage, Basil, because of your background and you were comfortable around fish.
Okay.
Yeah.
So roll 2,
And
take
that's
the
a
higher.
Constitution save, right?
Yeah, we'll do a Constitution save, and so Basil, you're gonna go ahead and roll an advantage. Means you roll a D20 twice, and you take the higher number. Talina, you just do a straight roll. You're not gonna do it at a disadvantage.
So
You rolled a
what's the difference
17.
between the save and just?
It's just a modifier. I'm still learning this stuff. I think it's just a modifier.
When it comes to saves, there is two, I believe, one or two abilities that actually get a bonus to a save throw specifically.
Yeah.
So if you
Yeah,
have that
yeah.
bonus to whatever you're rolling right now, then you should
Oh, there
add
it is.
it.
Yeah. So on your sheet, you should have a saving throws area. Yeah, there you
I
go.
got a 14.
But you get to roll a second one because you have advantage.
And 19.
Perfect, because the DC was 15. So you guys both avoid blowing chunks all over the ground as this putrid smell erupts from this wound you just carved into it. And Basil, you kind of twinge your nose a bit. You're like, oh, I've smelled worse. And Talina, you catch like a soft gag, a soft little involuntary reflex, but you steel yourself. You're like, no, I'm better than this. I got this. And you continue to carve. And as you do, stuff just spills out. I mean, it's a dead creature, so its guts and stuff kind of start to out, like very like Luke Skywalker-esque from Episode 5, where it's like the tauntaun with all the hoses, right?
Mm-hmm.
Very much like that. And it smells horrible, and it's not great. But there's nobody inside of it. It looks like whatever it ate either is somewhere else inside of it or is fully digested. But whatever you just carved into it, there's nobody here. It's just a dead sea serpent.
Well, it was worth a shot.
Yeah, the smell kind of reminds me of home.
If you want,
I'm sorry, what?
if you,
Ironically, same.
What?
Bonding moment.
You've never been to the Underdark?
I've dealt with a lot of dead fish.
Yeah, fair.
So as these two are having this awkward bonding moment over dead serpents and dead fish, I will say real quick, if you two want, you can think about this while we jump over the other characters. If you want, you can dig deeper into it, literally, because all you've done is cut it open. You haven't actually dug into it. All you're doing is release the side of it, and some of its guts have spilled out on its own. If you want to dig deeper, you can. You can roll me an investigation check, but that would be it. But before you guys do that, what is everybody else doing? Dax, you're over in the corner kind of watching from a distance at this grotesque scene in front of you. Grigor, I noticed that you've moved over towards the dock. What are you doing over there?
To retrieve the dagger that
Oh, yes, of
went
course.
into the barrel.
Yep, you find it. It's lodged perfectly into the barrel. The blade looks completely unharmed, and it looks like it's in perfect condition. Very much unlike the blade that your newfound compatriots just used to carve open this thing like a turkey.
I did ask if I could use it. I didn't wait for a
You
response.
didn't wait for a response, but you did ask.
I
Um,
just used
Glad you
what
weren't.
I just used what I found on the road, aka the creature's mouth.
mm,
Same.
Glad
It
you
was
weren't
there.
using my dagger.
yeah.
You found just the mouth, nothing else.
Othwin, what are you doing over here perched on a crate?
Oh, she had hopped her way on top of the crate. and is looking at the serpent, trying to see if it's shiny or not.
Just trying to see what's shiny on the. I'm sorry, say that again on the serpent.
She's trying to see if there's anything shiny on it.
Oh, on it.
Like if its scales are
Ooh,
still
okay.
slightly
I
shiny.
So-
do remember you saying something about that.
I did. So I want you. Actually, no, I'm not gonna make you roll for this. So you would notice that most of the creature, the shininess of it is gone because of the inflicting wounds that Alexander inflicted on it with his touch, and it's mostly rotted, and a lot of that very shiny iridescent color has faded, except up near the head. As I mentioned earlier, there were a few patches that had remained, iridescent, had remained with a sort of glimmer to them. And you would see there are a few patchy areas on the face and neck area that are still, the scales are still have maintained their color and their vibrancy. And because it's dead on the ground, you could very easily, with your height, reach them if you wanted to.
Yeah, she's going to hop, do a little flutter and land on top of the head.
Okay.
And with her little hands, try to pull some of the scales loose.
Okay.
And she's very desperate to get these.
I can tell. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and have you roll a strength check to see if you can remove any of these scales.
Oh nope, that did not go well.
Oh yeah, nope, nope. Yeah, you little Othwin flutters and gets over on top of it, and you guys watch as this little 2-foot owl lands on top of this dead sea serpent, finds the one patch that still has some shine, and she grips it with her. She has wings, right? She has hands or her little.
They're little wings, but they have like
little like hands on
they're
the end of
wing
them,
hands.
right? Okay, yeah. So you see her wings move down, and you can see she actually does have some little appendages of fingers, and she grabs on with all her might onto this big old scale, and you just see her. And she's like leaning back, trying so hard, and it's not. It doesn't even budge. It doesn't even move.
And just to clarify, her appendages, like her fingers, are feathers.
Yeah, like
So-
and it's yeah,
Like Owl from Winnie the Pooh.
Yes.
yeah. There you go.
Okay.
So yeah, so she's over on top of this thing, yanking and pulling on these scales, and it's just not going off.
She's trying her little hardest.
So yeah.
Did you guys want to keep digging around inside of it, or you guys want to
I'm
call it there?
looking.
Yeah.
I want to look for what would possibly be the stomach cavity, like the actual stomach lining and stomach thing.
Okay.
I rolled trash.
Is that a 3 that you just rolled?
I rolled a 2, and I have a +1 modifier to both investigation and medicine, so whichever one you want to use, I guess.
Well, either one. You start digging around inside this behemoth, and you don't make it very far before your constitution just gives out, and you're like, nope, I can't go any further, and you back out.
21
However,
investigation.
Basil over here, who has no qualms about diving headlong into a fish, he's already covered in most of it anyway, so he basically just, all right, and he's not wearing a shirt, he just, both arms, boom, right into this thing, and just basically, he looks like
ripping and tearing with the...
you look like a mechanic that's working on the front end of a vehicle. Like all you can see is his legs kind of kicking around as his body's inside of this thing, just digging for stuff. And with a 21, you find something. You're grasping around, and you feel what feels like a hand in your hand,
Okay.
out in front of you. Obviously, you can't see anything because you're inside of this thing. But deep somewhere in front of you, you do feel a human hand. It does not grab you back.
I try to find what wrist it is, and I give it a quick tug.
Okay, you can tell that it's the what would be left, because it's your right hand, so it's their left wrist that you've got. And you say give it a tug. It moves,
I'll
but
give
it
it
doesn't
a tug
move far.
to try and pull out.
Pull out. Okay, go ahead and roll strength for me.
Okay. Nice 17.
I'd say that you get it. You give it a nice tug. You come out of the creature, and now Talina, who's next to you, and if Othwin's watching from nearby, actually no, she's busy with a scale. Talina would also see as you come out, and you are pulling the wrist and then an arm, and you see it stop right above what would be the elbow. But you have basically the arm out of the body, and you can't see anything else yet. But it doesn't look like it's not attached to anything. You just haven't gotten it out yet.
I go back in, round 2.
You want to go back in, or you want to keep pulling?
Well,
'Cause
I
you-
want to go up, so I'm not just yanking from the wrist the entire time.
Okay, so you want to find the rest of the body. Okay, so with the arm kind of flopping out, because it's not like holding itself up, so it flops out, and this arm flops out of the body, and you go in again. You said?
I basically go in to grab higher up the arm.
Oh, I got you. Okay,
keep
okay, I got you.
pulling.
Okay, so you move up the arm and pull, and you do find the rest of the
Mhm.
arm, and you pull, and I'll with a 17, I'll let you keep that, and you pull, and you do get one of the bodies. It's not the woman that was eaten first, obviously, or eaten last. It is one of the two couple, one of the couple from the first part on the dock when it first struck. And you find the young man has just flopped out, and he's still in his very common clothes. They look disgusting, and he's covered in everything. And he's got some cuts and bruises and scrapes from the teeth and whatnot. He's got some puncture wounds, but it doesn't. And he's got some like caustic sort of burns on him from what would presumably be the stomach acid. But he doesn't have anything else like wrong with him. He just kind of looks gross.
Signs of life.
He is out. Like he's not breathing. So if you want to try to see if he's got anything else going on, you can.
I would basically just turn to
Whoops.
the dark elf next to me and say, check him. There's more. And I dive right back in to try and find another two.
So
I'm gonna be
the very
okay.
first.
Go ahead.
So the very first thing I do upon seeing this person being safe is I cast prestidigitation to clean it.
Okay.
As much as I can.
So now he is a very clean, unconscious, smelly gentleman because, prestidigitation doesn't help with smell, does it?
It does.
Okay, so never mind. He doesn't smell anymore. He doesn't
It
look
cleans,
bad.
Though.
Yeah, but he still has a couple of wounds that are still bleeding. He still has the burns on him from presumably the acid, and he's still unconscious. He's not breathing.
Medicine check to stabilize, I guess.
Okay, go ahead and roll for that.
Unless, yeah.
I mean, you can't. I'm going to let you guys roll for whatever you want at this point.
Upon hearing
Mm-hmm.
them say, check him, that immediately snaps Othwin out of her shiny, grabby phase.
Okay.
And she hops off the head to see what they're doing.
Okay.
And upon seeing the unconscious hurt man, she walks up to where they are. And she'll be like, right.
I would say the guy was pulled and set about right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's gonna like go in between you guys, like the
Yeah.
two. Well,
Right where you are is basically
Yeah.
where the body is.
and she has a look of concern. And
Makes two of us.
with her hand clasps her holy symbol, and she reaches out to touch the man.
Okay. As you're doing this, Dax, Alexander, and Grigor, you guys at this point, Grigor, you've collected your blade. Dax, you've caught your breath. You're still leaning over there, I presume. And Alexander, you.
He's dry heaving now. Watch at the scene.
Oh, okay. All right. So Dax is basically vomiting in the alley like a drunk.
She's dry heaving, and she has already muttered under her breath multiple times that she would rather have smelled the ashes coming from the lake of fire than this.
Okay, noted. So Dax is not doing good. Alexander, what are you doing while this is happening? Maintaining distance.
Alexander
at the smell, or
is I mean, if you want me to roll for Constitution and save the smell, I can.
I'll
But
say
he's
this.
basically, I'm gonna put him here, just kind of leaning against this wall and just kind of
Okay, so
looking
then-
at them because he doesn't really care about saving anyone.
Sure, well, that's okay. That's fair. Since you are going to close distance, I do want you to go ahead and roll a Constitution save, just a straight roll.
All right, let's see.
See if you dry heave.
Con save. I rolled a 20.
Oh yeah, you're fine. You have a small little because of the smell, but you're fine. You're not in any kind of issue there. Grigor,
You're not like a dragon.
you're not over in the alley about to lose your lunch. Like you're, especially considering she's 3 times the distance away and she's still not having it.
Yeah, that's just the scene. The scene's
sure.
just the thing that I like it that she's not liking.
Oh yeah, this scene is grody. Like
Technically-
there are serpent fish guts all over the ground. It smells. There's blood everywhere. There's drool everywhere. Of course, the serpent has rotting flesh, so that's a whole other situation. Like this is not a pretty scene at all. Like this is nasty.
I was gonna say, technically, I would have been the first to smell it in the first place because I caused it. I was right there for it.
This was a classic Thursday for Basil a few
Clearly.
years back.
During her dry heaving, in between her dry heaving though, she would ask if any of them got any valuables on them.
Like on them?
Yeah, if so, she would have seen that they pulled a body out.
Oh, I see
So
what you
she was
mean.
asked if they had if he had valuables on him.
So you guys, while dealing with this, you guys hear off in the distance, and then you hear her say these things like in between dry heaves.
Not the time, nor the place, nor yours to
He doesn't
take.
care.
Basil's
You're
not
not that
even
desperate,
like
are
hearing
you?
it. Basil doesn't hear it. He's waist deep in the guts of this thing.
Well,
No,
Alexander
she'll
just
do it, she'll-
Alexander just asked Dax. What was it that you asked her?
You're not that desperate, are you?
No, but I'll take, and even if it's covered in fish guts, I'll take any valuables.
Fair.
They can always be cleaned. But
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not touching it. I'm not going near it, so let me know if you find anything.
So while that's happening, Grigor, you've gotten your blade back. You've turned around and seen all this. What are you doing? Are you going to approach? Are you going to keep your distance?
Keep my distance and ask for my other dagger back.
Okay. So Grigor, you turn because you're at that distance. I do want you to roll a con save, but this time you're going to have advantage because of the distance that you're at.
Just for my. Do I still have your dagger? Or your dagger? Or
You,
does...
unless you dropped it, the dagger that you used to open it, you still have it.
Okay.
Unless you put it down or left it stuck in the beast, you still have it.
Yeah, I don't know if
Ooh.
the other surgeon wanted the scalpel.
Man, okay, so Grigor, you do actually
Ooh.
oh man, yeah. You vomit. You basically turn around, see this, and you just can't hold it in, and you puke all over the ground. And you are not you're not doing you're feeling pretty sick. I'm not gonna give you any conditions, but you definitely just puked all over the ground.
Lost your lunch.
Yeah.
Blade's here when you want it, and I just put it down.
And the blade is covered in rotted fish gut flesh, fish guts, and whatever other gooey, grimy stuff came out of the inside of this thing. It's just
That's
covered in it.
Grigor's blade, right?
Yeah, it's Grigor's
I'm
dagger.
feeling
Yeah,
nice.
yeah,
I
it's the
snap my
dagger that
finger
killed
at
it too. It's the dagger
dagger's blade.
Grigor threw and killed the beast with it. So, anyways, now we go back.
You want your trophy back? Sorry, I said you want your trophy back.
Yeah.
As a joke, just out of character.
Oh,
there.
okay. I thought that was to Grigor. Okay, gotcha.
No. That was out of character. That was just a joke.
Gotcha. So Grigor is puking behind you. You do hear him. Alexander is keeping his distance. He's not puking, thankfully. Dax is still dry heaving over in the corner, and then you guys have just pulled this poor individual out. Basil, correct me if I'm wrong. You dove back in to try to find other people?
I dove back in to try and find his sweetheart and the other person.
Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. Go ahead and roll another investigation at disadvantage because you're going to have to go further in than you already have. And even with how steely you are towards these sort of creatures and stuff, like, let's be honest, this is still absolutely disgusting.
Eventually.
Yeah, it's like sooner or later, your nose hairs are going to singe themselves right off and you're going to have problems.
Okay, so investigation at disadvantage?
Yes.
Well, let's
Well,
not
we know- we-
even roll the next
Oh.
one.
Well, we know.
Let's not
no,
even roll
yeah,
the next one.
No, because it could be
It's
lower.
either 3 or 4.
Yeah, it could still be a 1, 2, 3, or 4. Okay, yep, so it's a 4. So yeah, you dive back in and you dig around and you can't do it anymore. It's too pungent. You already went pretty far in and you're already covered in this, like, you literally basically are this thing now from about head to about your knees. And you climb back out and just
I gasp for breath and be like,
yeah.
I think the others are not to be accounted for.
I kind of figured that was going to be the case.
I'll walk over to the water's edge just to get some fresh air.
Okay. And mind you, that dock is about 5 feet above the water. It's about your height, like 6 feet
Yeah.
above the water. So it's not like you can just like scoop in or anything.
No, I'm just going over there to get
for
some fresh air.
Okay, cool. All right, so Othwin, you're with the incapacitated gentleman, right? The unconscious guy?
Mhm.
Okay, what are
Yep.
you doing?
I am going to cast Spare of the Dying,
Okay, which
which is pretty much just stabilizes them.
Okay, so go ahead and let's do this. So you're casting that. Let me. All right, let's do this.
Oh yeah, they just stopped
Ooh.
bleeding out.
Yeah, so he stops bleeding.
Disable that spell.
Yeah, he stops bleeding. He's still not breathing. Yeah, like he's not bleeding anymore, and he's clean from the prestidigitation, but there's no breath coming from him. He doesn't seem to be responsive of any kind.
So once she knows that, he's mostly safe from the bleeding out parts,
Mm-hmm.
she's gonna hop onto his chest and start hopping up and down.
Trying to give CPR.
Yes.
Okay, roll me a medicine check with advantage because that's adorable.
I love that.
Yes, you get advantage on that only because of how adorable that is.
Yay, roleplay bonuses.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Holy crap. All right.
Should I roll again?
No,
Roll
I
again.
mean you can, but
I
that's
mean,
a
it could
stupid
still
good,
crit.
That's a stupid good roll. Yeah,
You
'cause-
basically,
Is
you
it
basically have saved his
No,
life.
okay. The first one's
yeah,
better.
first one's for
Yeah,
okay,
first
yeah.
one's way
So you see, so Talina from your angle and Alexander kind of from your angle, and Grigor, well, if you're done throwing up, can see Othwin. You see her hold her little winged hand out. She casts a spell, and you see the magic kind of swirl around the incapacitated gentleman, and all his wounds close up, and he's been prestidigitized by Talina, so he looks perfectly fine, but he's not breathing. And so Othwin, in her frustration, just flutters on and just starts hopping up and down on his chest, just boop, 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 boop. And somehow, through her size, her weight, and her just sheer determination, is able to conduct CPR on this seemingly dead guy, and you hear from the guy, and he starts that actually hurt. He starts coughing and gasping for air, and he kind of rolls on his own, rolls over to his side, and starts coughing, and just water and bile and fish stuff like goo and stuff is coming out of his mouth as he's coughing and gasping for air. As Othwin, are you still jumping up and down on his chest,
Oh,
or
if he rolls,
Okay.
she's gonna hop off of
okay?
him,
So
and she's just gonna go to his head real quick and just in a cute little childlike manner and pat his head.
so he's over on the ground, and all of a sudden this little owl comes up and just tap 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 on his head, and he just kind of stops, and and he looks at this little owl right next to his face, like you're right there face to face, and he just kind of looks at you and blinks a couple of times, and you can see on his face he's so confused,
Oh, good morning, sunshine.
and he looks up towards Talina. What happened?
Basil turns around at this stage and, like, rolling his shoulder from, finally relaxing his muscles, and just sees the guy on the ground breathing. At least you're still moving.
I don't even where, and he's like looking around. He is very disoriented, discombobulated. He doesn't understand where he is or what's going on, but he looks around, and and then he starts to kind of you start to see him kind of piece the things together, and he sees the beast, he sees the gaping hole, he sees the position that he's in, and he kind of looks around. Last thing I remember, I was sitting on the water's edge with. And he starts to look around, and you see him kind of he starts to hoist himself up with his hands, and he's kind of sitting on his butt, so he's kind of hoisting himself up, so he's in a sitting position. And he's craning his neck, and he's trying to look around, and you can see him scanning the area pretty extensively, and he yells out, Tosca? Tosca, where are you? And he
Elena
looks
just
very
looks at him
concerned.
and points at the beast's belly, like the
at-
big guts.
And Basil's just gonna hang his head a little bit and lean against this pillar next to him, like shaking his head a little bit.
And the man slowly turns towards the gaping wound in the side of this creature, and his face turns more. It's already kind of pale from everything going on, but turns a little more pale, and all emotion just drains from it, and he just kind of zones out, staring at the creature, and it suddenly starts to come back to him of what happened, and you can and Othwin, since you're right there in his face, you can kind of see him reliving what brought him to this point. He all of a sudden starts to it all starts kind of flooding back to him, and he looks like all of a sudden like he's been hit by a train, and he just kind of falls back a bit on his elbows, and just kind of like all the air kind of just escapes him. We were supposed to be married, and that's the last he says that, and he just kind of sits there, and he kind of zones out, and he just kind of he just doesn't move or anything. He just kind of says that.
Can I try to lift him up, like put my shoulder underneath his,
Sure.
and try to like walk him to the tavern just to have a
He
slightly
won't
less
resist.
horrific place to sit?
Yeah, he won't resist. He's not lifeless. He's just kind of in shock, and so he basically will do whatever you kind of want him to do. But he is not going to really do it on his own. You kind of have to guide him.
I'm going to assume, just real quick, that the wind and the initial opening of the creature has subsided some of the stench.
It's a little bit kind of subsided. I mean, it's if you're right next to it, like where Othwin and Selena and you originally were, it's very pungent. But as you get away from it, it just kind of starts to smell like a bunch of dead fish that's kind of off in the distance.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're fine. So yeah, so Talina, you're kind of bringing him over towards the tavern.
Yeah, as we approach the door, I just yell, Durham, get this guy whatever he wants on my pay.
So
1 round only.
So you hear Talina shout into the tavern, and from behind the bar, you see this head start to peek up. You see these two very meaty hands go throop, throop on the bar and kind of hoist up, and you see this head rise up from behind the bar, and it's this dwarf who's got has got a very big mustache and beard that's braided in a couple spots on the bottom with a very big, rich head of like brownish red hair. It was, Talina, what the hell happened? What's going on out there?
Hazard pay is what happened.
Hazard
Now,
pay, man.
get this guy a drink?
Sure, I suppose. And so he's now standing upright, and behind the bar's kind of a little bit shorter, but you only really see his head, and you kind of see him lumber around, and he gets the tankard, and he fills it up with mead, and he comes down and stands it on the bar and slides it down to Talina. There you go. I'll put it on your tab. And he kind of steps back a bit and starts just methodically washing a tankard that really didn't need to be washed, but he's just kind of, everything was so wild he didn't really know what was going on. But yeah, you were able to get him into the tavern. You sit him down, and you put the tankard in front of him. You hand it to him.
Yeah, I'll just have him have one of whatever he wants.
Okay, so yeah,
I guess the tankard.
Yeah, I mean, because Duruun just handed you what was like, he just grabbed something and handed it to you. So he just put down this tankard of mead, and this guy that you just hoisted out of this serpent kind of just slowly grabs it. It looks like just motor functions are taking over, muscle memory. He grabs it, and he just slowly starts drinking from it, and he's just zoned out directly in front of him. It's very clear he is in a very emotional state right now. So while Talina has escorted him in there, it sounds like Basil's followed. What are the rest of you four doing? Are you guys going to stay behind? You guys going to follow into the tavern? What are you going to do?
Before that started,
Back to the curio shop to let the owner know that the danger's passed.
Okay. So Grigor runs at a pretty good. I'm gonna say not runs, but goes at a pretty good clip back up to the shop that he went at. And as he walks in, you can see a sign on the front that's very ornate and carved, and it says Glimmer's Curio Emporium. And he walks inside, and as you walk in, you survey the shop that you're very accustomed to and used to, but you don't see your employer yet. And then you hear, and into the shop walks Elria, and she comes in and says,
"Oh, hello, dear. Is everything all right out there?"
Can you say it again? You were a little quiet.
It is now.
Oh, that's good to hear. Is anyone injured? Is everyone all right?
At least one survivor.
Oh, that's very good to hear. Does anyone need anything from me, or can I? Do I need to do anything?
No, just letting you know that the danger is gone.
Ah, very good, very good. I thank you, Grigor. I really appreciate it. Do you need to stay around, or you've got to go off again?
I'll head back out.
All right, very good. Don't feel like you have to come back on my account. We should be fine. I can't imagine any ruffians or gremlins would come messing around the shop after a monstrosity like that, so it's probably fine. But thank you. I appreciate you coming to tell me.
And she nods very politely, smiles this very bright, warm smile, and she scurries back off into the back corner, and you can hear ruffling and shuffling, and like she's moving things around and going right back to what she was doing. And so Grigor heads back out, probably headed back towards the tavern. Dax, what are you doing? How is the dry heaving coming along?
So she's done. She's been done for about a minute or so.
Okay. Thank God. I was getting worried.
Yeah, no, so she's done, and she kind of like sidesteps, just trying to stay as far away from the creature as possible, and kind of doesn't head into the tavern fully,
Mm-hmm.
but kind of stands like in the doorway to be able to look both inside and out.
Just letting you know that Basil is in the doorway as well, covered
Oh.
in all of the grime. And what I was going to do was knock on the door to get Talina's attention and be like, "You want to do that trick for me too, maybe?" Just kind of motioning over himself being covered in filth.
Okay, well then, as Drax is heading there and sees Basil in the doorway covered in filth, she kind of takes a step back, and kind of just leans on the wall, waiting for you to either go in or leave.
That's hilarious.
Muttering under her breath, don't stand in the doorway where everyone walks.
To be
I was just giving her attention.
To be fair, from a clarity's aspect, there is nobody around. With that whole situation, everyone has like they're still not out yet. Like you can hear murmurings from some of the buildings of people who are watching, but no one has dared come out yet because they did see those sea harpies flee, but they didn't see them come back yet. So as of right now, the street's basically just you guys and a dead sea serpent. Othwin, what are you doing after rescuing the young gentleman?
She is going to take off her cloak and her little tiny her satchel that was hidden.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to kind of wrap them together so like if the wind blows, her cloak doesn't go flying.
Sure.
Push her stick that still has the sling on it.
That's right, I forgot about that.
She's gonna put it down in a little cute little pile. She's gonna walk up to the gash and the serpent. She gets all puffy, like determination is all over her face.
Like puffs her chest up.
Yeah, she's gonna get all puffy.
Okay.
And she's gonna walk into the guts.
Oh no!
She's following the leader.
She is following the leader.
Oh.
Okay, so she's going into the beast to try to find more people.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so
She is not sure how to pull them out yet.
Sure.
She wants to find people.
Okay. All right. Let's. All right. Well. Let's. Oh my gosh, it's her whole body. So. Okay.
She's just walking. She's walking through the intestines like a tunnel.
She is, but she's small enough. I actually kind of buy it. So okay. So I want you to do a couple things. First, I want you to roll a con save because you are now going into this interior of this thing that's going to smell horrible. So I want to make sure that she has the constitution to support this.
But who needs owl noses?
Yeah. Now I will say, because she is a bird-like creature.
Great constitution.
I feel like. You know what? Yeah, I think based on the fact of because she doesn't smell things the same way, I will give you advantage on the con save. So you can go ahead and roll one more time. I was trying to decide if it was worth it, but yeah, I mean, if it made sense. But I think it makes sense for her. So yeah.
No shot.
Yeah.
That's what I get a fucking nat 20 on?
You got a nat 20 on? No way.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Well, I'm glad.
So,
Okay.
A 22.
So, oh my gosh.
Altogether.
Okay. So, yeah, you're steely-eyed at this point. You have no, like the smell does not affect you because you're a bird and you've smelled worse things, so it doesn't matter. So you just headlong plunge into this thing. So now what I want you to do is now that you're inside of it, you're small enough that you can essentially kind of squirm your way through without any sort of issues. And so I do need you to roll an investigation check. I won't give you advantage. Actually, no. I will only because I will because Basil's already climbed through this himself basically twice and has kind of pushed everything out of the way and has kind of already more or less carved I can't believe these are the words coming out of my mouth. Has already like sort of like carved a hole through this inside of this serpent-like thing. So it is almost like a tunnel or a cave for little Othwin. So yeah,
I definitely was cutting it with the
yes you were,
with
and
the
you
dagger teeth that I still have.
And you're also considerably bigger than Othwin. So whatever you pushed out of the way with you crawling through it. And the fact that this thing's rotting, so obviously it's going to fall apart anyways. Like, yeah, okay. So yeah,
I'm also going to say that she is using her talons so she doesn't slip.
Okay, good. Makes sense. Yeah, so then 100% go ahead and roll. And now roll me an investigation at advantage. Inside the booty hole, yeah.
That's a 15, my bad.
Yeah, 14 plus 1. And then one more.
Same thing.
Jeez, okay. I mean, that still works. I mean, it's fine by me. So yeah, you are climbing through this thing, and you're able to navigate quite well, and you find a few things. You do find, regrettably, a limb that is basically a leg below the knee that is obviously not attached to anything, and it's severed, and it's gross, and it's very clearly been, someone's died. But it doesn't... Actually, you wouldn't have seen them, so it doesn't matter. So yeah, but you do find that, do you want to keep searching for more, or is this sufficient for Othwin? Because you know that the thing ate 3 people. You've saved 1. You just found the limb from 1. Do you want to keep searching, or do you want to call it at this?
She's gonna search for a little bit longer.
Okay. What I'm gonna do is, because you beat the DC, you actually met the DC, and everything going on, I'm gonna go ahead and check on with everybody else while Othwin's digging around inside this thing. So we're gonna pan back over to the tavern with Talina and the young gentleman. So Talina, you've seen Basil out front ask for help cleaning him off. Dax is keeping her distance, and you've got the young gentleman who's still zoned out in front of you drinking mead.
Yeah, I'm gonna let him be in the care of the barkeep, and I play a tiny ditty, which almost like little the dirt and grime and stuff almost dances off of your body and all off of your clothes.
So
yeah, I just cast prestidigitation a couple of times to clean up fast.
Okay, so Basil, you now look better than you did before. You look nice and clean and well put together. You no longer smell of rotting fish guts or whatever else was on top of you, and you are back to your normal self, minus the vest.
Thank you. Speaking of that vest, I'm going to go look for my vest.
Okay, and so Basil goes off to find his vest. Grigor has just returned from meeting his employer. Grigor, you see Othwin. Literally, you arrive as Othwin puffs her chest up and just walks with full force into the side of this serpent, and you just kind of watch her disappear, just walk into it. And then you see Basil walk out of the tavern completely clean and fine. You see Dax off to the side leaning against the wall. And then through the open-air walls of the tavern, you can see Talina sitting down. Are you sitting or standing next to the individual? Oh, that I was wondering where you went.
He snuck off.
I was looking on the screen.
I made
going,
sure
where did Jesse go?
I made sure to ping him.
Thank
because
you. I was like,
knew.
where did he go? So Grigor shows back up, sees all this. Panning out further, thank you. Good grief. Alexander has just wandered off to the end of the dock. Alexander, what are you doing?
I wandered off. It has been a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you've been gone for a minute, so I apologize. I didn't realize. I was trying to find you. I couldn't see you.
Yeah, I want to say I would have gone here around the time when they escorted the guy away, or when they were done with the guy that they saved.
Okay.
Basically, Merrick's just curious. He walked to the dock. Again, probably too long at this point, but he wants to try and see if there's any surface water indication of which way the harpies have gone. If there's anything abnormal about the water. So yeah.
Gotcha. And you said you came over here after they saved the gentleman?
Yeah, basically after they saved the guy, yeah.
Okay. I would say I'm not even gonna make you roll, because the amount of time that it took for you to come over here if you came over here when they saved the guy, the harpies were long gone and they dove underwater, so there'd be no indications of any kind to see which direction they fled in. Unless the only way that would have worked is if you'd ran after them after they dove in, because they dove underwater. They don't swim on the surface.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
And then not seeing anything that. No. Yep.
I would say the only indication that you would have is when you saw them go underwater, the direction that they went down, and because of the angle that you were at, you would have at least seen them dive into the water. And all you would really be able to tell is they kind of went that way. That's basically the extent of what you know.
All right. So that way, what is it in terms of cardinal direction?
So that is basically slightly east of north. Because this dock, what you're facing right now, yeah, north is that way. Yes, north is to the left of this screen.
So roughly north by northeast.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
So basically, they headed into the center of the river, kind of in the direction of North Duruun across the river. Because mind you, this river is massive. This river is probably close to a mile or two wide. So you can see North Duruun on the other side of the river, but it's small. It's obviously it's far out there. but is a massive river, and it's very deep. So just because they dove into that doesn't mean they're going to North Duruun. It just means they were going into the center of the river where the water is deepest and coldest.
All right. Well, kind of, I guess remembering that because he would have seen that way back. Kind of just looking that direction, Mary's gonna get back up and walk back towards the tavern.
Okay. So I would say
I don't know at this point if I would notice the owl going inside the creature.
I would say based on the time frame that you and Grigor arrive back to this point around the same time, and both of you watch Othwin puff her chest up, make a determined face, and strut with all her might into the side of this creature. And it's up to you if you want to sit there and wait for her to come back out, or if you go, that just happened, and walk on by.
That just happened, walks on by.
I mean, that is the only appropriate response.
I mean, sort of a pause to blink a couple of times and go, okay, did I just see that? Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, you just go into the tavern to actually get a drink, because when he walked into the tavern to get a drink the first time, he was fucking charmed.
That's
and just stood there for 20 minutes.
That's true. So Alexander walks in, and you said you're looking for a drink?
Yep.
All right, so you walk up to the bar, and as you get to the bar, Duruun, who, like I said, is he's a dwarf. So he looks like, now that everything's kind of calmed down, you can tell he has a very jovial spirit. He is very, you can tell he's passionate about his employment here, working for the lucky tankard that you guys would have seen out on the front with a very cool ornate wooden sign that has a very big tankard that's sloshing beer out of the top of it. So he looks very, very like nice and welcoming. He does not seem like a cold fellow at all. And as he sees you approach the bar, he turns and says, "Hey, what will you have, laddie?" And he slaps an empty tankard down on the top of the counter, and he leans on it because he's just tall enough that if he leans on it a bit, he can kind of lean on it. But it's kind of, it looks like he's struggling to lean because he's so short.
No, that's the scariest part for me. Are the D&D drinks any different from real life drinks? I don't know.
What do you mean? Like how?
Well, I mean, like, if I ask for whiskey and rum, they're still a thing, right?
They are.
Like,
This
what
particular
type of
tavern,
drinks?
this particular tavern only has like ciders, ales, and meads. There are no hard liquors here. They do not distill their own liquors. They only have like I said, meads and ciders and things like that.
Yeah. Okay. So the answer to that question, Mary's gonna go, I'll have whatever's the best you have.
Oh, the best we've got. I'll have you try me hill cider. And he turns around to a big cask keg that's on the counter behind him, and he takes the tankard and he slides it down, and he grabs the wooden spindle on the end and turns it, and you hear the of the wood creaking against it, and you see this beautiful golden ale come out of it, and you can immediately smell the smell of apples. I mean, the second it comes out, you smell like you're in an orchard. And he fills up the tankard, turns it off, and turns around behind you, slaps it down, and slides it over to you, and it sloshes a little bit, and it's just this beautiful aroma of crisp apples coming out of it as he slides over and says, it'll be 8 copper.
Okay, second question. Do we care about the type? Like, do we just interchange money? Because, I only have, gold pieces, so I just do the math there.
Yeah, you just have to do the math. And if I remember correctly, let's see if I can do this. So it's 10 copper is a silver, 10 silver is a gold, and 10 gold is an electrum. Not an electrum, a platinum.
No.
Platinum.
Yeah.
Electrum's the only thing that throws it off.
Electrum throws it off, but I don't use electrum for that exact reason. So everything in my currency is going to be in silver, copper, and gold to make things easy, and platinum. So if you've got gold pieces, you would just hand him a gold, and he'd give you back change.
Yeah, I'll just do that. Yeah.
So that would be, oh my gosh, now I've got to do math.
Yeah, see?
Well, while I'm doing the rest of this, because I have enough to do, you can do it. So it's 8 copper pieces for 1 drink. If you want, you can just slap a gold down and just get as many drinks as that's good for. If you want to do that, or if you actually want him to give you change back, then you can just do the math and add it back to your inventory sheet.
Yeah, I'm going to do the math. Yep.
Okay, so it's 8 copper for 1. So there you go. There you go. Tyrope just did the math for you because he's nice. But yeah, so as you slap the gold down, he very quickly with one hand swipes the gold, and the other hand he swipes back, and the change is right there. Like, he very clearly does this a lot. So he just swipes, and so your change on the table, you grab it, and he nods to you. And as you drink this cider, do you drink it right away, or do you just carry it off somewhere?
No, I start drinking right away. Yeah.
Okay. As you drink this, it is literally like the smell is just amplified. It just tastes like you are having the richest, most delicious apple you've ever had in cider form. And you can definitely feel the buzz that hits from the cider. It hits you almost instantly. It's not like you have to have a lot of these to start feeling the effect. Then you hear a bell off in the distance. It's obviously hits like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Sorry, it was Melon's mic that made me laugh.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Oh.
That's not where the bell came from. I was kidding.
I nudged my microphone.
It's fine. I have bells. There you go. You hear the bell in the background. Anyways, so yeah, it tastes wonderful. So as you're enjoying your drink, you look over, and Talina, you are still with the young gentleman, and he is finishing his first glass of, or his first tankard of regular, just regular mead. It's nothing fancy. He sets it down, and he looks a little bit better now that he's got some liquor in him. But he looks up at you, and he just looks lost. Like he just looks like there's nothing left. He looks like he's just absolutely heartbroken. Do you do anything to comfort him, or you just let him drink his liquor?
I just let him keep drinking.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a people person, but she's not
Sure.
that kind of people
Okay.
person.
Well, he just finished his drink, and he looks down at the empty tankard and sets it down and kind of sets back in his seat. I will say, if you want, you could suggest another drink. You could get him some food, or he could get his own, or you can just leave him to his own devices. It's completely up to you what you'd like to do here.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave him in the care of the dwarf because
Okay.
he's probably more familiar with
Sure.
drunken, distraught people as the barkeep was said to be.
Fair enough. So at this point, Durham sees you kind of awkwardly like, I don't know what to do here. And he just kind of looks at you and gives you a big dwarf wink and kind of nod and goes, I've gotcha. And he walks over with another tankard, sets it down, takes the empty one, and puts a big hearty dwarf hand, like pat on the back of this guy's back and says, there, laddie, it'll be all right. Nothing a little ale can't fix. And he hands him another tankard, and the guy just takes it like motionlessly and starts drinking. As that's happening, we'll go ahead and back over to Othwin. Othwin, you have been digging around on the inside of this serpent now for a few minutes. I want you to roll me one more investigation check, just a straight roll, because you've also been digging around for a bit. You've made it past what
Ooh.
Vassal did. Ooh.
5.
Yeah, you found that foot, and you haven't really found much else. There's not much more else that you found in here. There could be more, but you just can't. It's getting to the point where your little body is getting crushed by the weight of this dead creature. And you feel that you probably shouldn't search a whole lot more, or if you do, you're probably going to risk your own safety.
All right. She's going to back up the way she came.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to grab the leg on the way out.
Okay, so you grab this adult's leg, and you bring it out with you. You can't tell much because it's dark in here, obviously, so you just know you have a leg, but you don't know anything else beyond that.
She's dragging it by the foot.
Okay, so you drag this foot out of the serpent.
And once she gets out and can see,
Mm-hmm.
she's going to see if she could tell if it's a male leg or a female leg.
You would be able to tell very quickly this is a female leg.
no.
It is a darker complexion. And it is it I never thought in my life I'd be describing a severed leg.
Welcome to
D&D.
Welcome
D&D.
to
Like-
Game Master.
Like, no joke, you guys are so off the rails from the very loose plan I had. Like, I can't even tell
Yep.
you. So anyways, you have this.
We're not sending it into a whole tangent battle.
No. Actually, no. You're no. The funny thing is, you're not. Okay, actually, back up. You're actually not super far outside of like the generic plan I had. I just didn't think this is where we'd go with this, which is hilarious. But I'm totally here for it.
No, yeah, here's how it goes. Like you have a rough plan. You start with the plan. You throw out the plan, and you just let the world grow.
If you guys had given
That's
me
it.
1,000 guesses as to what I thought you might possibly do with the things I was going to put in front of you, diving into the innards of the dead sea serpent was nowhere on that list. I would never have guessed that.
Hey,
Yeah,
we
exa-
saw
and
it
then Monhold
eat 3
nailed it.
people.
Monhold nailed it. There's no, you guys, actually, that's something to point out as you're doing this. I'll just say this. You guys have noticed
Actually-
there's no guards anywhere to be seen. There has been no city lawkeepers that have shown up. There's been no militia. There's been nothing has shown up at this point, which, to be fair, it's not been that long. It's only been like maybe from start to finish, because one round is 6 seconds, and we only went through 4 rounds.
It took less than a minute to down this thing.
Yeah, like you guys wiped this thing off the map pretty quick, but it's only been about maybe 10 minutes since the guy ran off to get the guards. So like it's not been super, super long, but you have noticed no one's shown up yet. So anyways, back to what I was saying. So you bring this leg out. The leg is, like I said, female, but it's darker complexion. And I will say this, if you want to go ahead and, because from where you were at, actually, so Othwin, from where you were at, you're probably the only person for this now that I think about the original layout. I want you to roll me a, okay, we're going to do two, yeah, what you gonna do? Go ahead and roll me a perception check. It's the best way that I can think of doing it.
Is it trying to remember something or whatever?
It is, but I also wanted to see if she could perceive it. So she could.
I was gonna probably insight, but
No,
that's just me.
that's fine. This is kind of me retroactively rolling something from before. So
13.
yeah, that's fine. Now, like he said, I want you to roll an insight check.
18.
Beautiful. Okay, so the 13 was easy because I just wanted to see if you could see the couple originally. And the 18 is what you could remember, and that was a pretty good roll. So you do think back, and you remember seeing the young man that you saw pulled out of the serpent on the edge of the dock, because when Basil and Grigor were talking, you could see from where you were out onto the dock because of where you guys' alley was, and you do remember seeing the couple there. You think back, and your memory's pretty sharp, and you have very strong bird-like eyes, and so you did see them out there, and you realize the skin tone of the individual that was with the young man doesn't match the leg in your feathery hands. It is a different color. So the best thing that you can probably assume is that this is probably not the young woman that was sitting with the man. Which you do know her name is Tosca. He did mention that as he got out. Tosca.
Oh, yeah, probably notes this one.
Trying to think here.
And just as a reminder, the creature did eat a third individual that was right here.
That was also an older woman, wasn't it?
Yep.
All right, so just gonna take the leg and just push it, put it gently to the side.
Okay.
Like, okay, that's not what I'm looking for. Don't want that. No.
Yeah. Okay, so she puts the leg down, and yeah, it's not the one you were looking for, but you did find the remains of one of the two individuals.
She's just for a moment stare at the hole, debating.
So
Oh no.
She's like,
okay,
No.
she's
so,
like, go in
all right, hold
or
on.
not.
While she's still thinking of doing the unthinkable, Grigor, Basil, and Dax, you guys are the ones that are outside the tavern. Dax, you've been sitting over there watching all of this for a bit. What is Dax doing? Is she still just observing from a distance, or is she going to get involved in any of this?
She's gonna get a little bit closer, not super close, but a little bit closer enough for Oswin to hear her. And she's basically gonna say, I wouldn't do it. If you haven't found one now, she's probably dead. A little bit morbid, but she's trying to lay down the cold hard truth.
You'll notice Althwin's feathers ruffle, almost like she doesn't want to believe what she's hearing.
I will say, if you guys want to RP it out, go for it. Otherwise, if you want, you could try to roll a persuasion, Dax, and then contest it, Othwin, if you wanted to try that. It's up to you. I'll leave that to you too.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm. For her own sake, so she doesn't have to sit here and smell it anymore, she's gonna try and persuade Othwin, if that's alright with you, Othwin.
Go for it.
Okay, so yeah, so you go
She's
ahead and
gonna
roll
try and-
persuasion.
No, not even close.
Oh no. Well, I don't know, because it's a contested roll. So Othwin, go ahead and roll a. Oh, what would be the contestant on that?
There isn't maybe one.
Insight?
Yeah, let's go with insight. Yeah. Well, actually,
Oh, God damn it.
no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh yeah, you're fine. Yeah. So yeah, no, Othwin does.
What is up with my rolls tonight?
It's
I have
fine.
no idea. It's
It's
fine.
Every
fine.
player
It's
today.
fine. To be honest, every single one of us, including me as the DM, have had some crap rolls tonight. I only had a few that were decent.
I've
I'm
noticed
just glad that mine were
outside
good when they
battle.
counted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Outside battle, I can roll really good. Inside battle,
Which is kind of appropriate for a little burb, to be honest with you. Like, it kind of makes sense. So anyway, so Dax basically, she tries to convince Othman. Othman, you look at her and you're just not having it. Your feathers ruffle up. What do you do? What do you guys do?
While that's all happening,
Mhm.
I'm hoping that I found my vest and have donned it again.
It would have been right about there when you Leroy
Okay.
Jenkins your way up to the serpent. Yeah, that's about where you would have dropped it. And right as you find it, Grigor, you're walking right by all this, seeing all this happen, and it's like, what is going on?
And I look up at Grigor as he passes. I'm like, any sign of the guards?
Not so far.
Yeah, you would not have seen anything, Grigor, from when you came back from the shop. But you also would know, because you've actually been employed here for a little bit, and you probably interact with the guards at least a few times. They don't come to the riverside front, like riverfront, very often unless there's an emergency. But even when they do, their response time is not great.
Sweet.
Seems about.
So it's at about this time that, as you guys are all sort of kind of congregating around the dead serpent, Talina has just kind of side shuffle awkward stepped away from the grieving young man who you didn't even get his name yet. Merrick has just finished or is still drinking his tankard of cider and is kind of trying to avoid the situation with the young man. Dax has just tried to convince Othwin to not crawl back into this serpent. Basil and Grigor have just met up over at the east side of this little square here, found his vest, and are conversing about the fact the guards aren't to be found. You hear the pitter-patter of feet approaching from behind, and Grigor, you know that sound. It sounds very much like a gnome is approaching you. And if you guys do hear it, you'd hear it approaching from this way, from basically the east side of the little square there.
Rex
And-
sees it. She's gonna punt it.
Do you actually, like, do you punt the gnome that shows up?
She does not like gnomes. She will punt it if she sees it.
Oh my gosh.
No.
Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Hang on a second. It's fine. It's fine. I'm here for it. So, before Dax drop kicks this thing, Grigor, you hear it first, and you kind of turn over your shoulder, and you see a small little gnome wearing brown leather, like a vestige that's kind of like a tunic, that's sleeveless with a blue tunic underneath it, brown gauntlets on both wrists, brown leather boots, has a leather tool belt, and then a brown leather cap. Like a lot of brown going on, but the blue kind of breaks it up. Has a very nice clean-cut beard and mustache. It just looks like a very hardworking little gnome, but he's very clean, and he has on his back, he has a pike staff with a blade on the end of it, but it's obviously very, very short for a gnome, so it looks more like a toothpick, but it's big enough for him. And he scurries up, and he gets right next to you, and he's starting to approach you all from the east. And so I want to confirm, I just want to make sure, Dax, you are going to try to actually come up and punt this thing. Like, it just walks up unprovoked. You're just going to walk up and just kick it, right? Or are you not doing that? I didn't hear that. I'll say that again.
Yes, I am.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I want you to roll for attack at disadvantage because it's small and because he's facing you and he's and he knows you're there. He's clearly approaching you guys. You didn't see him until it was like he was like right there. So it's like you're kind of delayed reaction time. But if you want to try to go ahead and roll for an unarmed strike on him at disadvantage.
What does it mean by disadvantage again? How do I do that?
You roll 2 d20s and you take the lower number. Oh my gosh!
But disadvantage, so it
But
doesn't count.
disadvantage, yeah. So
Unless it's the 1 in 400 roll where you double crit.
right, yeah.
Take it. I'll take
close
it.
Oh
enough.
my gosh. Okay,
Look, role play rolls.
okay, hold
are
on, because
always
I'm gonna be
better than
honest. Okay,
combat.
hold on. I gotta give you a minute. I didn't build this guy a character sheet, so you gotta give me a second.
You didn't expect anyone.
No, I didn't expect you to try to drop kick the NPC.
Welcome to
Oh, my
GMing.
word.
All right, hold.
Unless it's wearing medium armor, that probably hits.
Oh, it hits. I just have to like. Oh my gosh, this is so not what I was expecting. All
I
right.
got monohold. I'm just glad it's not my employer.
Drex has had bad experience with gnomes and therefore had punts them if she sees them.
We had a PvP right here.
I
Alright.
just grappled a sea serpent. I am not afraid to grapple a tiefling.
Helena, meanwhile, near the stage, packing up her stuff for the night. Like, not her combat gear, but her performance gear.
This is okay. So while I'm doing this, I get to give my little shout out. This is where the wonderful program of WorldSmith.io comes in, where I can go to this website real quickly, plug in some basic information, and hit generate, and it will generate me a character based on my input. So I'm going in and giving it some basic info of like, it's a gnome. I'm giving him giving the occupation, the challenge rating, if it has legendary actions or not, its alignment, and then I can plug in a custom note, and it will generate me a character sheet, which apparently I need because my players are trying to drop kick an NPC I wasn't expecting to have any kind of combat. This will work. Okay, so you rolled. What did you roll?
22.
18.
Go 18.
Oh yeah, it hits. Yeah, it hits. So, oh jeez. Okay, roll for attack.
I
You mean
believe
damage?
unarmed
sorry,
strike
damage, sorry,
damage, if
yes.
you are not proficient, is just 1d4.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right.
No, it's just one. If you're
Oh, yeah,
proficient,
it is
it's
just
1d4.
one.
Yeah, no, it's just
It
one.
is just 1. Okay. I'm proficient.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So you do. I do now, Barrymore. Okay, so you hit this small little unassuming gnome that comes around the corner right from that building, and you kick it because of your height and because of the force of which you hit it. You launch him back 5 feet, and he topples over like you hit him right in the chest, and he just boop, 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 and just rolls back behind him, very comical style, until he runs into a barrel and it falls to his butt. And his cap's now fallen down in front of his face. His pike staff has fallen off on the ground next to him. And Grigor and Basil, you guys have just watched her unprovoked for no reason just walk up and kick this poor little gnome against a barrel. So he's he's basically like right there.
Basil just goes in
Right
front
where?
of
He's like leaning up against a barrel right here is essentially where he
Okay.
landed. And you'd probably actually, I'm gonna move you real quick. You'd more like Basil. You'd probably be right there, and Dax, you'd be more like right there for where this all happened because he was right here when you hit him, and he fell back here.
And Basil's just gonna move forward and like forearm bar hold. Sorry, I hit my mic again.
Now the bells
Hold-
are gonging deep in the city again. That's now
Hold
canon, by the way.
Hold Dexori back and be like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?"
I hate gnomes. I've had bad experiences with them before.
Well, you could despise them and not just run up and kick them.
I'm sorry. With my experiences in the past, I do harm first and ask questions later.
It's okay, fine. I understand that actually. That's fine. Just
That's all that took a while.
next
So-
time, just pats the shoulder. Just next time, give it a second.
So
Before you do
Grigor,
that.
you just watched this happen, and you work for a gnome. So you just watched another gnome who doesn't seem like a problem. You just watched Dax come around the corner, see it, and then with no hesitation, just go thump and just punt this thing 5 feet right in front of you, and then you see Basil hold her back. But again, this is a gnome, so this is you work for a gnome, so this is like your kind of your world here.
Going to the door over there, okay?
I'm
Say-
sorry. What'd you
say
say?
that again, it was a little
Grigor, I
broken up
couldn't
there.
hear
Just don't go into the store over there.
Oh, and, and he points to Glimmer's Curio Emporium. That's about I don't know. It's this shop that's right here. So it's about
40
it's
feet
about
away.
40 feet away, about 50 feet away from you. He's pointing to that one. Like, don't go in there.
She shakes her head that she won't.
So all of you guys see that. You guys look down at the gnome that is now trying to get up and straighten his cap. And as his cap comes off of his face, he looks very upset. He dusts himself off, stands up, grabs his pike staff, slings it on his back, looks up, fists on his hips, goes, "What the hell was that for?"
And Daxori is going to lie and say it was an accident.
All right, roll me deception.
Oh, yeah, that's no problem.
Yeah. Oh, great. Oh my gosh.
25.
Dear Lord Almighty.
Because of course the rogue has a high
he squints, and you see his tiny little gnome face, his little tiny eyes squint really tight, and he looks up. And actually, let me see if I can real quick while we're doing this. Do you guys have a better idea of what we're talking about here? Let me see if I can give you guys a picture of what he looks like.
Because she probably would have been able to see that he's a guard, right?
No,
He's a
he's
gnome
not.
guard?
No, he's not a guard.
Oh, never mind then.
No, yeah, but you'll find out in a bit. So that's what he looks like, by the way. And so chat, he looks like.
I think garden gnome with pokey stick.
Yeah, well, there you go. He looks like that. Yep. So that's what he looks like. Anyways, so he gets up, he squints, he's looking at you with a little gnome face squinting at you, and with that freakishly good roll, he raises an eyebrow a bit. He's like, interesting. Well, and he glances over at the dead serpent, and kind of glances at you guys, and he kind of leans to the side to look around behind you in the direction of the tavern where the other members of your little slapstick group. I came over here to try to give you some work. My employer's looking for people like you, but and he glances up at Dax, and because he's so short, he does that thing where he looks over, and then his eyes kind of slowly start climbing up to look at her in the face, and again his eyebrows kind of raise. He's like, "No, I'm not so sure." And but as he stands there kind of looking at Dax, it's about this time that while this is happening, Talina and Alexander, are you guys still in the tavern? Have you guys seen what just happened with Dax punting a gnome? Did you guys head over that direction, or what are you guys keeping a distance? What are you guys doing?
I don't think I would have seen it unless I heard
I
it.
got out of my performance costume and into my traveling stuff.
Okay.
Because I'm clearly no longer performing tonight.
Sure.
So if
which by
that
the
would've
way,
ta-
but I'm sorry, real quick, but I forgot about that. So Duruun would have paid you your daily wage, which would have been 10 gold pieces. So he would have, before you went anywhere, he would have slid your daily pay over to you of 10 gold pieces. And he would have, yeah, which normally it's less than that, but he threw an extra, clearly, like it probably would have been closer to like 6 or 7, but he just saw what happened and everything going on, and he's like, here, take some extra, like, thank you.
the aforementioned hazard pay. Also, that guy's need, I'm paying that off. So
Okay, cool. All right, so you the mead would have been another 8 copper, so you can figure out how that equates with the change and everything.
the basic mead that we gave the guy is the same price as the fancy cider.
Shh. Don't give it away.
Trade
Durden's
secret.
got to make a
Everything's the
profit.
same.
He's got to make a profit. Actually, funny enough, I actually have a legit item sheet for this this shop, and everything does have a different price, but I'm not telling you guys what they are.
Yeah, fair enough.
That being said, go ahead and you pay your tab and everything like that. While you guys are doing that, Othwin, did you climb back in the serpent after you were refused to listen to Dax, or did you see this happen with the gnome and rush over to do anything with that?
I don't. Can she see over the serpent?
From this angle, you probably would have been able to see at least a little bit of it. Not the full picture. More than likely, from your angle, you would have seen the following. You would have seen Dax try to convince you to not go in the side of the serpent. You then would have seen Grigor and Basil off to your left talking while this was happening. And then when you were about to just charge headlong into this thing, you see this little gnome round the corner into the street, disappear behind the serpent from your angle, and then all of a sudden go thump and fly from behind the serpent into a barrel and fall. And then you see Dax standing there, and you can only assume that Dax did something to send this thing flying.
Okay. Upon seeing the gnome fall or fly backwards, she could pick up her stuff as carefully and away from her body as possible.
Okay.
Because she's filthy. And she's gonna hop her little way over towards about here.
Okay, so you kind of moved up there with them. All right.
Yeah. And she's just watching this exchange and listening.
Okay. So that's the case then. Spitwick. I gave you his name. Shoot. Well, he goes. Listen, we've been going longer than I thought, so I'm like trying to keep everything straight in my head. Which, by the way, time has flown. I'm actually like impressed that we've gotten this far. So the little gnome looks up at Dax, kind of glances over and sees Othwin approach, who's the same height as him, give or take. I mean, probably a little bit shorter than him, and he kind of looks and goes, "Well, you're a curious one." And he kind of walks over to you and kind of leans over just a little bit, so he's kind of eye to eye with you and kind of looks you up and down and kind of cocks his head to the right a little bit, and you can see he's kind of trying to see if you do the same.
He's also probably smelling the guts.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like, as soon as he gets close and he cocks his head to the side, you see his nose tinge up a bit, and he kind of like he doesn't move very far, but you see him kind of slightly recoil back just a little bit.
Well, not used to having someone her size in this world.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of startles her first, so her upper half kind of leans back,
Mm-hmm.
but her head does tilt, but in the opposite direction.
and then he kind of like he follows with his head over to the other side.
Her head goes the other direction.
And you see this little grin start to appear under, because obviously he's got a very big bushy facial hair, but you can tell that he's starting to smile. And he goes, "I like you. You're a funny one." And he kind of comes over and he pats your head a little bit, and it's not like a demeaning way. It's like a very endearing sort of pat on your head.
Her eyes just blink in confusion.
Basil would look down at this interaction and then look at the grimy mess that the little owl is in and be like, "Why did you climb into that thing too? Why?"
Fine, dude. The guy's lady friend.
Basil will crouch down to get closer and will also give an endearing pat onto the owl head and be like, "I admire the effort. I really do, but..."
You found leg?
At that, he's just like...
And you'd see her point, and there is indeed a severed human leg that's from the knee down, that is back over behind where she's pointing over near the serpent, that's just laying on the ground, and it's very clearly a just severed leg.
That you did.
No more bodies, though.
I assume Althwin would smell.
Oh yes, she smells like the inside of the serpent.
So yeah, Drax is gonna take a step back or two.
Dry heaving again.
Not gonna dry heave, but is gonna take a step back or two.
Okay. So she steps back a bit. The gnome doesn't seem to recoil much. His nose tinged up for sure, but that's about it. And he kind of stands up a little straight, which isn't all that much taller than Othwin. And he kind of steps back a bit, and he looks over towards the direction of the tavern to see if the other two are going to join. And he motions. He kind of, his little gnome hand and little stubby fingers come up, and he kind of does the come here motion towards Talina and Alexander that are inside the tavern. And he doesn't say anything because it's too far away, but he definitely gives like the come hither sort of motion to see if they'll come over. Do Alexander and Talina respond, or do they
chug
stay
the
put?
rest of the drink? So it's finished now, and
Okay.
not a dime is wasted. And walk over. Yeah.
Okay. Does Talina join as well?
Yeah, if Alexander walks up, Talina will follow suit.
Something's happening. He wants to be there, I guess.
Okay. So as the two approach, and now the six of you are kind of standing in a semicircle around him, he kind of looks around at you and says, "Well, minus the inconvenience from this one." And he points to Dax, and he kind of does the thing where he's pointing with his hand upturned, so it's like his palms up with his fingers closed, and he's kind of pointing almost like accusatory towards Dax, because he believes her, but he doesn't like the fact that she just kicked him. And he kind of rubs his torso a little bit with his other hand, and he kind of puts his hand back on his hips, and he looks on. "Regardless, my employer would probably be very interested to speak to all of you about some possible employment. This," and he points towards the dead serpents, is very impressive, and few in this city can do what you just did in 10 minutes. Would you be willing to have a meeting?"
Talina lets out a little chuckle and just says 10 in disgust, as if she's insulted.
I got a question for you regarding the time of day
Mhm.
because of Basil's employment.
Mhm.
Would it be he was just getting off of his kind of shift, or was he going
Remind
in?
me again what he's doing. If you want to
He
send it in
is-
DMs, you can. You don't have to say it verbally if you don't want to. It's up to you.
I'll get you a DM real quick.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. We'll give it a second. Apologies, I'm also multitasking because apparently I had to build a character sheet on the fly. So
You might be having to do that a little bit.
yeah,
there,
now I know I'm
Nina.
gonna have to be a little. I'm gonna any of my NPCs. I'm 100% when I said.
Anytime you're gonna introduce a gnome, you might have to.
Well, and anytime I use an NPC now, because a lot of the ones I'm like, oh, I don't need this for combat. So I'm because like when you building it in WorldSmith, you can select combat, RPG, or both. And if it's an NPC, a lot of the times I just hit RPG. But now I'm 100% clicking both every time, so I have its AC and everything.
Nice.
So, while we're standing around in this weird circle, Althwood's gonna hold up her stick that has the weapon on the end of it. And go.
Oh. Basil will grab the end of it and just start untwirling it from the stick and get his sling back.
What
You
did
did-
detach? She could pull
Oh,
her stick back down towards her.
I did
bird
tell
is
you to
still-
hang on to it. Thank you.
Welcome.
The bird is still completely covered in.
Yes, the
Evergreen.
bird is still
Yes.
disgusting right now.
Yeah. Okay. So small ditty later.
And Basil doesn't care. He's
She's
dealt with
just
this thing all
idly
day.
Well, Bas-
twiddling the loot.
Okay, I see what you mean. I'll say
Conversation goes
Basil's clean, so I get what you mean.
Yeah. Basil's already dealt with this.
Yeah.
He got himself clean and he's still aware of the smell. He's fine with it. Yeah.
Okay.
And I also get
Okay.
a cleaning for my dagger.
What's left of it?
Well, the dagger's in perfect
Basil's-
condition. It just looks disgusting.
Oh.
And last, I just put it down next to me when I was sitting over there. So unless you
I'm
grabbed
sure-
it, it's still there.
Oh, so it's over by the serpent? Okay, so yeah, so in
Yeah.
that case, Grigor, your dagger, I would say at this point you would have gone and picked it up because there was misunderstanding there that you would have already collected it. So you have it, it's just disgusting still. I mean, if you've wiped it off in any way, it'll be a little less gross, but it absolutely is still covered in serpent guts.
While that sort of back and forth is going on, I'd turn to the gnome and be like, well, my schedule's clear for the rest of the day.
And the rest of you? This is sort of a group deal, you understand?
Bold of you to
Jack
assume
said-
we're a group.
Yeah, I was about to say, Drax would look at the dome and say almost that exact same thing. Bold of you to assume that we're a group, and I'll only do it if the pay is handsome.
He leans back a little bit and crosses his arms, looks at the serpent, looks at all of you, and says, you may not be one by name, but you clearly work as one. At least in the case of this, it brought you to the point where you could do that. You see everybody else ran away. You didn't. So, I mean, I'm not assuming you're a group. I'm saying at this particular moment, there is a group of you. However, pay would be very handsome. My employer pays very well. And he rubs his he rubs a couple fingers together to indicate coin, and he nods, and he looks very serious, like when he's saying that it'll pay well.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the name of your employer.
That's because I didn't say it. However, my name is Spitwick Flintwinder, and he kind of gives himself a little bit of a bow. I will give you the name of my employer when we're not out in the open. And he kind of glances around, and at this time, you start to notice that shutters are starting to slowly open, and people are slowly starting to come back out and realize, okay, it's okay despite the horrendous smell.
I'm not apologizing.
Nope, not even slightly.
And no one looks upset at all. Everyone looks like the looks on their faces is relief, and those who catch eye glances with you, if a few that are kind of starting to step out, look very appreciative. But no one's like mad by any stretch.
Well, I, for one, am curious to at least hear your employer out.
And he nods in your direction and kind of looks at the rest and says, all right, well, that seems like a few of you. Like,
I was gonna say Basil's still kind of crouched down, the Slav squat mode. And
what's sad is I can
turns
absolutely
to-
picture what you just said, and I'm mad at myself that I can't.
anyways, he'll turn over to. Thank you, Jesse.
Yes, Jesse. Yes, exactly.
He turns over to Owl and is like, "What about you?"
She's gonna hold up her out her hand towards the little gnome and be like, "Shiny, no go."
he kind of smirks a little bit. Says, "Oh, there'll be plenty shiny."
Shiny now.
He kind of raises his eyebrow a bit, and go ahead and roll me a persuasion check.
Oh God, where's my perspective? There it is. 15.
Oh,
Not bad.
He kind of smirks at you a bit, and he reaches into a pocket and he flicks out a silver coin. It's 1 silver piece, and he flicks it towards you. That's I can give you now. I'm not the one paying you. My employer is. If I take you to him, he's the one who can pay you. But you will have to do some work to get paid. He doesn't just hand out money for nothing.
Alpha just did not pay attention to a word he said there. She sees the shiny. And she's like, she takes the shiny, puts it in her little satchel, and be like, okay, I go now.
Like a cat with a laser pointer.
Yeah, it's
Turns
true.
around, walks away.
Yeah. He walks like I go, like she walks off by herself, or like
No. She's like, it's more of a, I'll go with you.
okay, gotcha.
But then she's still learning how to English properly.
I can tell. Okay. So
Yeah, no, it's just funny to me. Like, imagine she's like shining out. He drops her coin. She's like, okay, I go now. Just turns around, walks away.
Well,
go ahead.
seems like you've got little feather ball over here. I'm curious where this will go. And she just looks at the owl and goes, "Hop on the shoulder if you don't want to walk." And she just taps her shoulder.
Oh, is
you realize she's still
Basil's still
covered in
crouching,
grime,
right?
Hmm?
Yes, Basil is still Slav squat next to you.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
she's
Slab
perching
squat.
on him.
No, fair enough.
She could flutter that high at least.
So
Okay then.
So Spitwick looks around at all of you, realizes that you all seemingly are going to follow, and he kind of nods and says, "Follow me." And he saunters off, and he just kind of he knows where he's going. He's just confidently strutting down the street, and he starts to walk east along the river until he makes a right. And I'm going to assume that unless somebody says something, you guys are following in tandem as he leads. So I'll go ahead and lead you this way. And then, like I say, as if you guys want to change that, you'll just have to let me know. So what we're gonna do is I forgot to add this, so I have to add it real quick.
I am gonna note that
say-
as he turns around and starts walking away, in a joking manner, Jaxori acts like she's gonna punt him again.
From behind.
Yeah,
Okay. Roll me a stealth.
in a joking manner.
No,
She
I
doesn't
know.
actually do it.
I know. Roll me a stealth. Where's my d20? Where? Oh, there it is. What'd you
There
get?
you go, 20.
Oh, jeez. And
I'm a rogue.
clearly.
This is what rogues do.
Yeah, I know. I
And
know.
of
I know.
course, the dice are telling a grand story.
Oh,
that
that ain't-
story
that ain't
just
the truth.
happens to really love the role play parts and really abhor
Yeah.
the depth of battle portion.
What is why do I not have perception here? Is perception just a straight d20 if I don't have it then?
Wisdom.
Wisdom? Okay.
Also,
technically
check the
you
others.
have the score. It's just unless you're proficient with it, it is
Yeah.
just the flat
Okay, thank you.
wisdom roll.
Yeah, these NPC sheets aren't ideal. They're great, but they're not. They don't have everything. So okay, I'll only go to 16. So he doesn't notice that you jokingly do this, which is good. I was wanting to see if he would notice it, but he keeps going, and he's sauntering off down through the streets and kind of twisting and turning occasionally. And you're in the Riverside district, which I'm actually trying to get you guys a map to look at. You guys have the Duruun map, right?
Yeah, so you can also
don't
drag us back onto it.
remember.
I
if
have
do.
to add it. Yeah.
I do want to point something out
Okay.
that you did mention. We've gone quite a bit of time.
Yep. I'm about to wrap us up. Don't worry.
Okay.
Yep. I'm well aware of the time.
And secondly, as we're walking, I motion towards the dark elf walking with us. Do you want to maybe help the bird a little bit.
I did.
Yeah, he did. He
I'd-
cleaned her up.
okay,
I already
I did-
have.
I didn't know if
Everything's
it
clean.
had already been cleaned.
No, yeah, she's
Okay.
cleaned up.
Yeah.
Give me a
He
second.
is
I'm gonna try that.
absentmindedly plinking on the lyre, though. Neon
As
took
you
the
can
end.
Okay.
see,
That's
Daxori is definitely the troublemaker of the group.
I've picked up on that, which I'm here for it. I actually thought it was going to be Othwin, and Dax came in and was like, no, I'm the troublemaker. She's just adorable.
Othwin is the youngest child getting away with all of the stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Daxori is the rebellious middle child.
That somehow is able to lie their way out of everything.
Dude, those deception rolls, my gosh.
I have a +7 to my deception.
I can tell. I didn't look at all your
Basil-
guys' details. That's crazy.
Basil is turning into that stoic older brother mode.
Something like that, yeah. All right, give me a second here.
We just
Oh,
need to
yeah.
find group mom, group dad, and group crazy uncle.
I made my character sheet ideal for a rogue.
The city map is in handouts, by the way, guys.
Oh, you added it to handouts?
No, it was already there.
Oh, did I do it? Did I add it? Oh, look at me.
Handouts.
Look at me being on top of stuff.
Where do I find handouts?
1 second.
The same tab as your character sheets. It's below the character
There
sheet.
you go.
Oh. Fun.
I thought I added that, so I'm kind of glad that I did. So anyway, so this is where you guys currently are. And so you guys are in the Riverside District. All of this happened right on the riverfront, right? And so you guys are... Yeah, yeah, you guys are basically in the east side docks, essentially, is where you're at now. And you guys make a right, and you start heading deeper into Riverside and through some alleys and stuff. And then as you're walking through, you start to notice you're not on main streets. You're now on side streets, and now you're in back alleys. And as you continue to follow, it starts to get a little more, like, a little more, not shady, but, like, just a little more dimly lit, even though it's still daytime. And you realize you're in some... Huh?
A little more mysterious.
A little more mysterious, yeah, a little bit. And you realize that you're in kind of not so nicer part of the Riverside area. And next thing you know, you realize he's leading you down a dead-end alley towards a wall. Like, literally, there's a wall in front of you. And he gets to the end, and he stands at the wall and turns around and faces you and your group. And he's back to a wall. And he just kind of looking up at you. And you're looking down at him. And he stands there for a second. And he kind of waiting. He's waiting to see what you guys do. He's looking at you, and you're looking at him. And you are in an alley. You are at the end of a dead-end alley that's full of crates and boxes, and no one else is in this alley. There's no one looking into it. You are alone with him in this alley.
Well, it seems like your employer's not here, and you've nowhere to go.
He smirks.
So,
Oh, go ahead.
what's the deal?
He holds up with his right hand. He holds his finger up, and with his left hand, he leans over, and you hear him knock on a wall on the wall next to him, and all of a sudden, and what looked like a wall, and by all accounts was a wall, opens, and it becomes a door. And this door slowly creaks inward all on its own. It doesn't stop. It just slowly keeps opening and opening until it reveals a small little doorway that leads down a couple of steps and in a little, not like a tunnel, but like a little hall. And then at the other end, there's another door. And he gestures for you guys to walk into this now revealed hallway that was completely obscured just a couple of moments before.
Mysterious, are we?
He smirks. My employer's one for the theatrics.
No, darling. What I do is theatrics. This is cute.
And he gets a chuckle out of that, and he still holds his hand out to the left, motioning for you guys to start walking in.
Daxori would hesitantly walk in.
Would she be the first, or would anybody else go first?
She'd
I'll
probably be
let
the
her go
first.
first. Yeah.
Yeah, she'd probably be the first.
Basil would probably follow suit, and Athwin probably still on his shoulder. Did we introduce ourselves to each other as we walked?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay.
Oh, as we
Now,
walked, we
I
could've.
will pause.
We still
I
don't
did
know each
kinda-
other's names. That's fine.
I will pause and back up because this would have been a lengthy walk. This would have been about 10 to 15 minutes walk. So if you guys want, we can back up a little bit for the sake of clarity, and you guys could have absolutely been doing some introductions and talking to each other. If you want, we can go back and you can RP it. It's up to you guys. I just understand we've been going for a while, so I don't want to linger too much. But if you guys are in for it and you guys don't care, go for it. Have at it.
The only one that would probably really would matter of introduction is the one riding Basil's shoulder. So, at the bare minimum, the interaction would probably have gone, "So, what are you called, little one?" As he's kind of scratching at her forehead.
Athwin.
Well,
Yeah.
Athwin, I'm Basil. Nice to meet you.
Bisto. Hi, Bisto.
That's adorable.
Basil.
Bisto.
We're gonna keep going back and forth as we walk.
Would anyone else during the course of this this walk, would any of you been like talking to each other?
Daxori would have said at most her name. So she would have just been like, "My name's Daxori," and left it at there.
Yeah, Selena would have introduced herself as well. Probably the moment Athwin kind of gets the name right-ish or starts to get a stalemate, she'll try to introduce her name just to see what would come out of the little feather ball. I keep wanting to say fur ball, but it's a feather ball.
I love it. Okay. Would anybody else? So Talina would have introduced herself. Dax would have introduced herself. Kind of generally, Basil and Othman would have gotten acquainted. Grigor, Alexander, would either of you guys have spoken up or introduced yourselves at all?
Alexander wouldn't introduce himself unless someone asked for his name, in which case he would only give the first name. Just say Alexander. But I'm going to leave it up to us if they ask, but he doesn't want to introduce himself, like, just out of nowhere.
Okay.
Actually, on that second thought, because he was the other one to have directly walked forward, interacted with Basil, probably would have gone up to Grigor, walking alongside, and asked, "So, what's your name?" What do they
I'm
call
sorry,
you?
was that to me?
No, that was
he's
to
talking
Grigor.
to Grigor. I saw him
Okay.
light up. I think it was. I don't think his mic was picking him up.
Yeah, sure.
Grigor. Well, the name's Basil. And you've got quite the arm on you. I'm impressed. Reflecting upon the final throw into the serpent.
Mostly the rock from the fellow over there.
Yeah, well, you had the last strike. And as they're walking as well, Basil would turn to Athwin and be like, "And you have quite the initiative, little one." Recalling how she just dove right into the serpent.
She's gonna proudly fluff up her feathers.
Love it. So as this is happening, you guys are walking. You guys have all kind of gotten acquainted, and at this point, through either direct conversation or just overhearing, you now know everybody's names. You've figured that part out. I apologize, we didn't get to that earlier. But yeah, at this point, the group now knows who each other is, and you can tell based on some very generic overview of kind of what each person's more or less area of speciality is within reason. Whatever was visible during the fight and throughout the course of this conversation, you guys would have that information. And then we get to the alley where Spitwick is shows you the spot, and then basically shows you the false door that turns. It's the false wall that turns into a door. And you guys get to enter at your own order. But as you guys walk in, all of you are in the hall, and before you get to the second door, he follows in, and the false wall / door behind you closes, and you hear it slowly go, and it latches shut. And as it latches, you see some mechanism move on the back of it from this angle, and you can tell that it's the mechanism that basically makes it look like a wall on the outside. The panels shift in such a way that it seamlessly attaches to the rest of the wall, and it looks like any other wall. But at this time, you get to the main door, and Spitwick kind of very quickly kind of scurries underneath all of your feet and kind of and gets up to the front and gets up to the door and takes out a big key, sticks it in the lock, and pushes the door in. And this time he walks in first, and he walks in, and as the door opens and he enters, it is not what you would expect. With this sort of an entrance, you'd probably be thinking a dirty cellar, maybe a basement, maybe some abandoned building. But no, you walk in, and suddenly you are in this beautiful, lavish den. It's like study. You are in. There's very nice like red carpet. There is a roaring fireplace kind of off to your front left. There's several plush seating arrangements around that fireplace. And then off to the right, there's kind of a small little doorway. It's not like a door, but it's like a little, just kind of an archway that leads into an actual office. You can see a big wooden desk with a bunch of bookshelves. And off to your left, on the other side, another similar archway, but goes into a very big, almost like a library. You see all of these books and everything through that doorway off to your left. And so the shape of this room kind of feels like an hourglass with another bubble in the middle. So it's kind of like two bubbles pinched together to make this set of three. And then in the middle is where you guys are at, and it's like I said, this sort of study vibe. And as you kind of glance around the room and look up, you notice that there's a separate level above it. This is actually a 2-story room, and there's this almost like this I want to say catwalk, but like a balcony that encompasses all 3 rooms. And on that balcony, there's this nice wooden railing that encompasses it, and there's all these bookshelves, just books everywhere. You're not sure how you get up there, but you can tell there is a second level. And as you all file into this room slowly, Spitwick behind you closes and locks the door. Not in a menacing manner, just kind of more as a matter of fact. And he kind of wanders off into the room with the office. And as he does so, he stops in the doorway and turns and says, make yourselves at home. And he gestures towards all of the plush seating arrangements in front of the fireplace. And then he disappears into the office and leaves you there into the room.
Well then.
So you guys are now alone in the den with the roaring fireplace there and the...
Are there things to steal?
You can check.
I was waiting for the owl to go, where's the shinies?
I was about to ask.
Okay. So in that case, Othwin and Dax, go ahead and roll me perception checks, please.
Ugh, that's not good.
14.
I see you rolled is that a 5 that I see that you rolled, Dax?
Yeah.
Okay, so Dax, you don't see anything of value. You see books, and you're not interested in books. You want valuables that you can pawn. So you could rifle through some books, but you're not, from what you can tell, you're not interested. It's just books. It's just paper. No one cares about that. Often, on the other hand, you do see on the, there's a small table, kind of like a coffee table, at the center of all these plush seating arrangements near the fireplace. And you do see there is a small magnifying glass, like one that one might use to read a book or something with small print. And it is it's a nice wooden handle that has a little pommel on the end of it that's made of some sort of silver-like material. It has a nice silver encompassing the glass, and it looks very nice. It's a shiny. It's a little big and heavy for what you might be looking for because it's a full-size magnifying glass. But it is a shiny. It is on the coffee table there in the den.
Oh, she tries to take it.
She tries to take it? Okay.
Yep.
So it is big. It's not something you're going to be able to stuff anywhere. So
She's just gonna drag it everywhere.
okay, so let's do this. Roll me strength real quick. Roll me a strength check.
Oh no.
I want to see if she can carry it or if she has to physically drag it.
Honestly, I was gonna say Merrick would be
No
interested in books.
shot.
Wow. Okay, so she picks it up. She doesn't have to drag it. She literally, she and you see her like hop over onto the table. She sees it. She kind of tilts her head a little bit, bends down, grabs it in her beak, picks it up, and she is carrying it. She has this full-size magnifying glass in her beak, and it looks like it's pretty heavy. It's solid wood on the handle. It's solid metal of some kind, probably silver, around the frame, and then a solid piece of glass for the magnifying glass. And she just has it in her beak, and she's sitting on the coffee table with this magnifying glass in her mouth.
Now, what do you plan on doing with that, or how do you plan on taking that with us?
Elena just slowly lowers the sack from her shoulder and opens it a little bit and like holds the opening towards Ethwin.
Although seeing the opening of a bag, will hop over to it. By this time, she has her arms wrapped around it, kind of like one under, one over,
Mm-hmm.
to make it more steady. Is she gonna? And everyone watching her notices she doesn't walk with like 1 foot at a time. She hops, almost like a
Like a bird.
like a normal bird,
Yeah.
not like how owls walk. It's almost like she studied this world's birds and she hops instead. So she's gonna hop over to the opening and just pop it in there.
I'm sorry. I apologize. The opening of what and pops it in where?
The
My
bag.
my bag.
Oh, so you're helping her steal this. Okay.
No, I'm merely a transporter.
Okay. Because there's no one in the room, I'm not going to make you roll for like sleight of hand or anything like that. You just hop over and you stick the magnifying glass in this bag. But right after you've dropped the magnifying glass in this bag, you hear the sound of footsteps, but it's not Spitwicks. It's not. It's this soft saunter, like someone who's tall and has a long gait in their step. And when they step, it has a little more oomph to it, so it's clearly not Spitwick. It's someone who's taller and heavier and is obviously like, an actual like medium-sized humanoid. And coming from the office, you see this individual enter the room, and they are rather tall, 6 foot or more, and they are wearing a long, they're wearing black pants, probably some sort of leather-like material. They're wearing knee-high leather boots. They have a grayish, blackish, dark vestige, like almost like a tunic, but it has a little bit of a not like a skirt, but like like the longer shirts that kind of flare out a little bit at the bottom, with a purple sashed belt with a silver clasp buckle like material in front, and a long black coat that's almost like a trench coat, but not. It looks very unique. It has a lot of like points to it, like the lapel is pointed in several spots. The shoulders are pointed, and the shoulders on the jacket only come to about the upper forearm. The upper arm above the elbow, and then the shirt underneath it goes all the way down, and then from the wrist up to the elbow has these purplish leather wraps that are wrapped over and over and over again all the way up to the elbow. On their right hand, they're wearing a black leather fingerless glove, and then they're wearing a large purplish scarf around their neck. And as you kind of scan this up and get to the top, you realize this is a tiefling. The individual has short, not long, but short purplish horns coming out of their bright purple hair, with very long, wide, spindly ears coming off the side. But unlike most tieflings that have a very unique color skin, like a green or a blue or a red like Daxori, it is pale white. Like it looks humanoid skin, but it's like a sickly white, like it's too pale. And the individual has very deep, like almost warm purple eyes. And the individual walks in and then slowly moves their hands behind their back, like in a very like not like in a shady way, but like a formal way of like standing almost at attention, and looks around at the group of you, and kind of smirks a little bit, and as the smirk and smile happens, it's very clear this individual has a very wide mouth, and smiles, and you can tell it has the traditional tiefling teeth with the vampire-esque like teeth. I can't think of the word off the top of my head. They're really sharp canines.
Fangs.
Fangs. Oh my gosh, I could not think of that word. Thank you. And the individual smiles, but says, "Well, it's wonderful to finally meet you all." And he has a very like soft, sultry voice that I can't do right now because my voice is gone. But it's very soft and smooth, and it just kind of flows through the room. And he kind of struts very slowly over, and there's one plush leather seat that none of you have sat in at this point, kind of near the fire, but faces inwards towards where the seating arrangement is, and whoever's not seated or whatever, it faces that central area, and he just very casually sits down, crosses one leg over the other, and puts his hands, like interlocks his fingers and puts it on his knee and says, "I believe we have some business to discuss. I feel I have some employment opportunities for you, if you are so interested." And that is where we're gonna end our session, because
Yay!
It's a good thing I don't work today.
yeah, I am honestly, I am shocked. First off, I'm surprised we went that long.
All good.
Only because I did not think combat would take that long. I actually expected you guys to get way further along in the little lineup story I had. I was not expecting any of that, and I am so here for it. I just legit didn't expect you guys to spend so long fighting. I didn't expect you guys to go digging around in a sea serpent.
Yeah, combat takes a
Expect the
while. That's for sure.
unexpected.
Yeah, I'm.
Well, yeah, and you gotta those small little side quests will deviate us.
Yep. Which, and I'm learn, and that's something I'm gonna learn as far as like time management goes on, as far as like how to manage you guys, as far as like, okay, combat's gonna take longer than I expected because there's 6 of you. Although near the end of it, we started to get a little bit faster, so I think with some practice, the group will start to move through combat a lot quicker.
I think part of it was the dice rolls.
The dice rolls were
Yeah,
not.
Yeah,
Dice
part of
rolls
it
were not
was
helping
the
you guys.
dice rolls.
No, dice rolls were not helping you at all. I felt bad. Like, I'm glad though that like just through the sheer way things happened, he didn't get any attacks out at all. Like, because if he did, his attacks were gonna do some damage. So I'm glad that you guys were able to subdue him into a point where he couldn't really attack you all.
I'm very happy that my idea worked. Tavern Brawler is great.
That was a great move. That was honestly such a like that right there is probably what saved Talina, and overall, I think that's what ended up winning you guys the battle, was that your brawl that you got involved in.
Barbarian do barbarian things, and the group doesn't know I'm a barbarian yet. They
Yep.
just think I'm a really good fighter.
Yep.
And to be fair, it kind of, like, if you hadn't grappled it, I would have cast suggestion on it to, tell it to move out.
Mm-hmm.
And that's also a wisdom save, and it's been rolling real bad at wisdom, so I was like, I have a good chance that this will work. And
Yeah.
if it doesn't, that was my last 2nd level spell slot, so oh well.
Yeah, I honestly though, like, even with the way like even how like I was like watching the clock and trying to figure out how long things were going, I was very happy with like how you guys managed yourselves as far as like what you guys were doing, and like that you guys were totally willing to just run around and try things. And like Dax is like, I'm gonna punt the gnome, and I'm like, wasn't ready for that. Okay, like.
Yeah, no.
But
punting is,
Congratulations.
national sport now.
You now know my playstyle.
I know your playstyle. I know Shadow's playstyle. I know Ice Dragon's playstyle. Like, very
There's a-
quickly, I learned a lot.
Yeah, there's a reason I play chaotic neutral and chaotic evil characters.
I'm
I'm just neutral.
yeah, I
I just want to
understand
point
it.
out, punting a gnome because it's a gnome, kind of on the edge of evil there.
A little bit.
No, she has valid reason to punt gnomes. She has had bad experiences with gnomes.
Okay,
Fair,
that's fair.
but
Just throw this out there. I'm glad you ended it when you did.
Oh
Shit,
yeah.
that was loud.
Don't think she did not notice the shiny belt buckle.
oh,
I was actually gonna say, ending it as the gnome said, "I have an opportunity for you. Follow me." That walk could have been like a decent segue into the next.
I thought about it.
Episode.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
at least wanted you guys to meet the quest giver, because then we could start with him giving you the quest. But it's one of those things where I'm trying to figure out where the right breaks are, because like quite honestly, the first break was supposed to be after he gives you the job that he wants to give you. But because combat went so long and everything else, I'm like, all right, I at least want to get you guys to his den, and then from there we'll go forward. But yeah, the walk could have been a great opportunity as well. But you live
I
and you
mean,
learn.
I think that was still
You
a
left it
decent
on.
break.
You left it on a solid cliffhanger, regardless.
That was the
I
point.
think that was still a
that was a
solid
good
break.
spot.
And you don't know his name yet, although Tyrope knows him, and I'm sure I'm sure Tyrope, as soon as I started describing, he's like, I know who this is.
the moment you said certain words, I tuned out because I already knew the
Yep,
entire.
Yep, you knew who it was. Yeah.
I was like, I need to send the bird a screenshot of what's in the sack because she looked in it, and
Dexterius is gonna be happy to see another tiefling.
I figured she
I'm-
would.
I'm gonna say this right now. I feel sorry for your Twitch chat for just a little bit, because they did not get to see the table text chat the
No,
entire time we
no.
were playing.
Yeah, there's no way to show that. Like, I gotta figure out. There's gotta
No,
be
no,
some
no.
better ways to do stuff. But
No,
I think
don't show that.
no, don't show this one. This one is just
I would not.
yeah, no.
I would
no.
not. This is just between the people. At
Yeah, it's between the
table.
group. I know. I agree.
It's
I
all
agree. I'm just
private.
being silly. But that being said, I think we figured out a couple. I think we're gonna definitely go with the Roll20 roll board for visual on Twitch, just because the D&D one was just being janky and it's not showing the right stuff. It's weird, like it's just not great. So, I think the best way to do it is just stick with the Roll20 board until we move over to Foundry later.
So I did get my Beyond 20 to work.
I noticed a few guys were working pretty well.
Yeah,
and
I was about to say mine never broke.
Yeah, I think Jesse's was the only one being janky.
I had both of my stuff open at the same time, so I don't know if it's a open one program or open the other one. Or
Well, you do have to
vice
have
versa.
you need to have Roll20 and your character sheet open at the same time, otherwise it doesn't talk to each other correctly.
I think they both need to be in the forefront, though.
I think you're correct. I do think that is right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's probably why it was working, because I had my screen split.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I
both
have
tabs.
like you can tab between them. I've done that personally. Like I've tested it where like I tab from like, okay, I'm on my character sheet, I hit roll, I go over, and it will show up.
You
But
just
like,
can't minimize it.
I don't think you can minimize it. No, I think it needs to be a visible browser window.
The safest way is either have them side by side or have them be tabs in the same window.
Yeah.
So, does that mean we're going to be using the Roll20 character sheets now, or are we
No,
still using the D&D?
You can still use the D&D character sheets. I'm just talking about visual on Twitch. I'm going to use the Roll20's
Gotcha.
chat because it was most consistent. The D&D one is just the problem was I was having is I had to keep swiping back over to my stream, this machine that's running the stream, and like scrolling down, and then even then like there was some stuff that wasn't showing up right, and because some people were using the Roll20 one, and it seems like even if you're using the D&D character sheet, if you've got Beyond 20 installed, it'll still go over to Roll20, so it'll still work, and it's just more consistent to have it in there. Plus, you can more easily do like custom rolls and stuff by just typing into that one, as opposed to like having to click through all the D&D ones. So, I mean, it's up to you guys. At the end of the day, it will still go to Roll20 if you have the plugin installed, and it does work. But I think for Twitch purposes, I'm just going to show the Roll20 one instead of the D&D one, which actually helps me out a bit because I don't have to have another browser window open.
Fair. Also, Monhold brings up a good point. Good thing we intimidated the 3 sea sirens away, or else the combat would have been longer.
Why do you think
My
I had
only-
you intimidate them away?
My only natural 20 of the night.
Yeah.
And it was when Basil was covered in blood and guts.
Oh yeah, he was very honestly. I did I give you advantage on that? Because I should have. That would have been an advantage.
I don't know if you
intimidation
did,
for sure.
but
I
there
don't
is
think
a
so.
I don't think I did.
I did put in the GIF on the table.
Oh, did I miss
Yeah, I
one?
saw that.
At the moment, it's like Basil intimidation.
I
Yeah,
love
I
the
saw that.
little.
It's way up there.
I'll have to go find it. I love all the owl.
there it is.
Oh yeah, there it is. Yep. Yeah, it's true. It's very true.
The intimidation owl.
Well, the little
Which we
the
had.
little flirt up feathers. Yeah, for sure.
The flare up one, the little animated one was her being determined and fluffing herself up.
Yes, that's exactly. Yep, I love it. It's great. No, honestly, that
Yeah.
was a lot of fun. Like,
Oh, yeah.
I was a little nervous getting into it. Like, how do I start this? But once we got rolling, oh, it was second nature. That was so much
yeah.
fun. And even the stuff that you guys threw me for a loop, I was able to. We're actually wrapping up right now, Red. We just put them on the ending session. We're just kind of chatting before we end stream. But yeah, we went way longer than anticipated. We were expecting 3 to 4 hours, and we went. What is it? Where we're at now? 4.
5.5.
5.5.
Jeez. Well, to be
Bye-bye
fair
time.
though, first session ever as a group, first session ever as a DM. I think 5.5 hours with all of that, with minimal hiccups, I think went pretty well. Like, let's be honest.
Oh, I agree.
Thank you, Barrymore.
This
I
was
Oh yeah.
This was the least amount of hiccups I've seen in a session I've been a part of.
Sweet.
Yeah.
I love it. And I mean, hopefully the music and stuff was on point. Like, obviously combat was a while, so it was probably the same stuff for quite a bit. But like, hopefully the sound effects all worked and everything. Hopefully chat enjoyed the music and the sound effects. Hopefully you could hear them, because obviously I'm trying to get levels and stuff associated, set up right. But overall, I had a blast. I thought like that went really well. Even the stuff you guys threw me for a loop, I was able to figure stuff out pretty quick. Like Spitwick's AC. I don't have an AC for him. I gotta make one like right now.
And that's where that
So-
tool came in
Yes,
handy.
yes. WorldSmith IO, man, it is a lifesaver. Literally, I punched in some information and it spit out almost exactly what I needed as far as a character sheet. And I was like, those stats will work. And so I immediately, all right, he has an AC of 15. Cool, great, fantastic. You rolled
Give me a
17?
gnome
Yeah,
that
you
can be
punched him.
punted.
Huh?
Give me a gnome that can be punted.
Yeah, I just did, apparently. I love how Grigor's reaction was, don't go that way. Because he's like, I like my boss. She's nice. Don't go that way.
Also, Neon, in case in the future you need a NPC that isn't fully fleshed out but is puntable, The last 10 pages of the monster manual are all non-player characters, like
Oh, cool.
generic ones.
Awesome.
Like
I'll take a look.
acolytes, archmages, bandits, assassins, stuff like that.
Yeah, I've got, so it just kind of, the funny thing is it was not intended to have 2 gnomes right out the gate. It just kind of worked out that way because I knew I wanted a gnome for the shop that ran, or the person that ran the shop that Grigor worked at, because I wanted a kind of a small, nicer, like, homely character that was Grigor's employer, so Grigor has, like, this connection with her. But the gnome that is working for the quest giver, I had already written as a thing, like, months ago when I was thinking about this. And so I already had him, like, set up. I'm like, all right, well, we have 2 gnomes right out the gate and a dwarf. Everyone in this town's short, apparently. You guys are the tallest people around, apparently. But yeah, it just kind of worked out that way. But I do already have kind of a list of a few other NPCs. I have some other NPCs fully fleshed out. And I have a ton of names, like, locked and loaded. Like, when you guys... Because I wasn't expecting you guys to try to dig for the dead NPCs from the serpent. So I'm like, shoot, I have to give them names. They're supposed to be dead. All right, cool. And, like...
Hey,
Like, okay.
I will say, you know what Basil's been through.
Oh, I do.
He's not gonna just give up.
and
He's gonna at least give it a good old college try.
Well, and Othwin is Little Miss Cares, and so like she's like, no, I have to help them. Like there's even a shred of chance they're alive. I'm gonna go for it, and I'm here for it. I just was like,
Drax-
shoot, I gotta get names.
Well, Drax is over there saying, "Stop, they're dead."
Yeah, like stop,
They're dead.
don't come back. Yeah. Yeah. All in all, great. I cannot wait for the next one. I'm super excited.
Oh
that was,
yeah, no,
that was a lot of fun.
I'm so excited for the next one. This has been fun so far.
I do love how everybody's just fallen into their characters so
Oh, yeah.
easy.
Yep, you guys
Just-
have nailed it. And I love that because like some of the biggest struggles I've seen from other DMs and stuff that I've like not like really set groups, but like people who are just getting into it, they struggle to get their characters, their party to like link up outside of you're all in a tavern and you're all sitting around, you already know each other, or like, oh, this thing happens. Like I was like, I want to come up with something unique that forces the group to interact with each other and then see how that works, which is like, okay, give them a common enemy and throw them at the enemy. And you guys, chef's kiss. It was perfect. You guys dove right in exactly the way I was hoping you would.
I actually love the split party technique at the start,
Thank you.
I do
and
too.
especially with the way that Monhold's character just walks up behind, taps shoulder with blade,
Yep.
while I'm just casually talking to the little owl in the alleyway. That was great.
Thank
Oh
you.
yeah, no, I love that. That was the split party. I haven't seen too many DMs do it, and I will say that was great.
Thank you. I figured I was like, there's 6 of you. There's no reason to have you all interact with each other right out the gate unless something was happening. So it's like, what can I do to like start sprinkling you in? And I'm like, all right, we'll just start pulling you in for something. So it's like that's actually how Talina's Lyre came about. Was literally that idea, and I was like, ooh, I want to run with this. And I started talking to Tyrope, and you guys obviously like
They
fell
don't
into it.
know that. They don't know anything about that. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about the magic lyre. It's not magic.
Yeah. The magic lyre that's not magic. That one. Yeah. All in all, that's seriously fantastic. Thank you guys so much. I cannot wait for the next one. And this has gotten me over that fear of DMing like instantly. Like I'm so ready to dive into this even more. Now I need to work on prepping some other things that I wasn't expecting, which I'm excited for because the stuff you guys have already done, I already have ideas of how to loop some things that you've done into the rest of the adventure or later on if we keep playing because of things that you've already done that I would never have expected you to do.
Speaking of things we just did into things in the future, I did send you a DM. I kept the 2 serpent's teeth.
Oh, I assumed that you did, but that's good to know.
They-
So with that,
I have them marked as an item
Perfect.
in my inventory.
good. I was gonna say make sure you
They are
guys
still
do that.
technically the
So I will write up an item. I actually will make an item sheet for you for that. And I will send that to you. I'll do it here as soon as I end stream because I will actually get you that. Same thing. So Othwin, you also have that gold bobby pin or gold hair clip from the very beginning when you found that in the alley. You still technically have that unless you dropped it. It's up to you. But the nothing that I did said that you dropped it. So it's up to you if you dropped it or you kept it. And Grigor, you got both your knives back, so you're good there. And I think that's it.
I have Athwin's magnifying glass.
Yes, you have the magnifying glass in your pouch for now, because obviously you're still in that den and you haven't gotten out of there yet. But the other items that you guys were talking about, yes, you do have the teeth, and Othwin has the gold bobby pin or the gold hairpin.
Also, I just want to make sure that you're aware of this, Neon. I grabbed a magnifying glass item from the book.
Okay.
They're worth 100 gold.
This one
You
wouldn't be
might
worth
want to
that.
say this one's not
Glass.
This
quite
one-
that
This one's
expensive.
not worth that. It's worth something, not that much.
I'm pretty
And
sure it's because
even
of
if it is
the
worth
glass
100
blowing
new, it's
and the
stolen
glass
in
work.
secondhand.
Well, that's the thing. It'd be worth that if you went and bought it. If you're taking one and trying to pawn it off, especially if you stole it, you're probably not going to get anywhere near that. So I can tell you right now, its value is not 100 gold, but we'll figure that out later.
Yeah, it's fine.
Because don't worry, weirdly enough, I am so excited for you guys to go out shopping at any point because I have so many things that I've already been working on for like you guys to have fun with, and I'm excited, but I'm having to be patient because I built this special thing for you guys, and you guys are nowhere near just like interacting with it yet, but it is like in that wheelhouse. And so I'm like, I have a thing, and I so badly want my players, and I'm gonna be patient. I'm not gonna let you guys see it yet because you guys need to see it when like the right moment.
So another thing that this session proved is you had your idea of what the pacing would be,
Mhm.
and now you have an idea of what it's actually like.
Well, and
Yeah.
to be fair, so because this is all homebrew, like everything here is homebrew. The only thing that's not homebrew is well, there's some parts of this adventure that I wrote that are kind of mixed in from SRD and like some ideas from things, but pretty much everything here is homebrew. The maps, the storyline, the characters, the NPCs, the items, the monsters, like those monsters aren't in the monster manual. I made up those monsters, and WorldSmith.io helped me build them, but I went out and either made or found art, and I came up with how they operate and everything, and I learned a little bit tonight of how I need to adjust those monsters for future playthroughs. If I decide to run this adventure again, which I probably will, because it's a really good starting adventure. They need, like, I'll be honest, the big guy needs a ranged attack. He didn't have one. He couldn't do anything unless he was right up on you, and he needs something. So, stuff like that.
Suddenly, the next
Yeah,
time you
I'm
fight
lit-
one, it has a breath weapon.
Maybe.
I'm legit curious about the creature stat blocks, and I'm more
So
than
the
willing
next
to
thing we
help
fight is
you
a
get-
dragon.
So Tyra was saying he was interested in the stat blocks. Jesse, what were you saying?
No, just suddenly our next enemy is a dragon.
No, I'm not gonna dive all the way into that. But honestly, like I was nervous because like I'm still learning action economy, and I'm still learning how you guys are set up. So that very first encounter, I'm like, all right, do I want to give them a bunch of little guys to fight? And I'm like, I feel better giving them one big guy that might be difficult, but then they're all focused on that one guy. So even if it's hard, they can still whittle him down, and that's essentially what ended up happening. And even if he had attacked you guys, you probably still would have been able to beat him. The only reason those harpies were there was as if you guys did wipe him quickly, you'd still have something to fight. And I did actually like, I'd actually kind of held them back a little bit longer because I was like, they're really not rolling well with this big guy, so we're gonna let them gurgle a little more in the water.
I mean, then again, it's like... Sorry, I'm eating.
No, you're good.
You will never get it precisely right because there's just so many factors going into it. Like, for example,
Yeah.
maybe the monster would have wiped us out if we decided to actually walk up closer to the docks, right? We never did. That could have made a huge difference. There's like a couple of things like positioning and yada yada, like that could have made it hell for us, you know?
Well, and that was the other thing is because the map when I first created it, I'm like, I want this to feel like a big section of city because it is. It's a very big. It's one of the big prominent parts of the city. So I wanted it to be the right grid size. And then when I did that and I dropped you guys on it, I was like, oh, they're really small. Like I started to kind of realize how small you guys were in comparison to the world and how big the monsters were and so on and so forth. And so, I mean, it was kind of big, and so you guys had to traverse quite a good distance to get to where he was. But you guys seem to, from what you guys told me, you seem to appreciate the bigger map. I guess, I mean, obviously it takes longer to move around, but because he couldn't shoot you from range, it kind of worked itself out, I think.
I mean, it worked out well enough too, because there was also the cover
Mhm.
that you had included.
Yeah.
That's obscuring visual and whatnot, which is why, Athwin couldn't just mega bolt this thing from
Yeah.
120 feet.
Yep, which she
Well,
did
the rest
try.
of us-
She tried.
tried.
Yeah. She's unfortunately that
By
first
the
roll
way,
was, dude. When you guys, the first 3 players that you guys went through and you guys were rolling and no one was hitting the thing, I'm like, did I make his AC too high? I thought it was pretty fair. And I'm like, because I mean, you guys found out pretty quickly his AC was 15. I was like, I thought that was fair for a
no,
big
that's
beastie.
pretty standard.
I
That's
thought
pretty
so,
standard
and then
for
you
a
guys
big
just kept
beast.
missing. I'm like, man, first battle, you can't hit it. Like, what do I do?
That's just
Just
the
luck
luck
of
of
the
the
Yeah, no,
dice.
it's beyond 20. No, not beyond. Yeah, beyond 20 just hated us.
Yeah, it was those.
Yeah.
And honestly, I'm perfectly fine if we're like, because I was doing all physical dice rolls to make my life easy, because like having to like, because I'm on 2 separate computers, so I have to move my mouse in a certain order to get it onto the other computer. And so like to get over to do dice rolls and stuff, like it's just faster to me to pick up my physical dice and roll it and then do the math. And so it's, and because all of the monsters' character stats, none of them are in Roll20. It's all just a note page in my Obsidian, and I'm just having to look at it and write stuff down, which is funny because I have all this technology sitting around me and all these things up, and I didn't once use it for anything monster related. I'm sitting there with a pen and paper going like. Cool.
Nothing beats the old school.
Sometimes you're right.
That's true.
Yep. I do like the character sheets in D&D Beyond, like setting them up and having all that ability, because it does a lot of the math for you, even when you're doing pencil and paper. So
I did like the fact of just clicking the button and doing the stuff.
Yep.
I will say that rolling the click clacks on my desk would have been really nice too, but
well, and that's
either
why
way.
like that's why I want to try to get, that's why I'm like giving you guys a lot of dice rolls. I want you guys to have fun rolling the dice. So it's like, if you're like, hey, roll me a perception check, roll a physical dice and just do the modifier, add it up real quick, no big deal. If it's something like battle related, sometimes it's easier just do the thing, because it's like, well, you have to roll 66 plus this plus that. It's just sometimes easier to do it on the character sheet. But if you guys want to roll click clacks, as long as you can punch in the value for me in the chat thing, so I at least can see it and other people can see it, I'm fine with it. Like, I think it's easy. Cool. Well, we will figure out a schedule for the next session. I'm going to go ahead and wrap up stream here. We can chat and I can get feedback from you guys specifically, like on notes you have from me since it's the first time doing this. But anyways, thank you guys very, very much for playing. Thank you, chat, for hanging out and watching, especially Barrymore. I know that you weren't planning on staying, but it meant a lot that you did. Thank you very much. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this. We will definitely be doing this further. This is not the end of the adventure. This is only like first session. I don't know how many sessions it'll take because my pacing's way off. But I know we were going to try to be weekly, but I'm moving next weekend, so we're going to have to see what we can do. We either may have to go 2 weeks or pick a different day, but we will figure that out. I will put all the information for the next stream in my Discord, so if you guys do want to watch the next one, I will put it as an event. Any D&D sessions I will do as an event in Discord so that you guys can plan for it. Because I know some people like to watch us and keep up with the stories, so I want that to be a possibility. So anyways, thank you everybody very, very much. We're going to go ahead and end the stream here. And I will definitely be putting this VOD up for people to watch later, because I know people want to watch it. They've already messaged me about it. So, yeah. Anyways, thank you guys very, very much. You guys have a wonderful night, and we will see you guys later.